I close my eyes, and the world ceases to exist. The sensation of fire raging within his belly jolted Zhang Xiaoqiang awake. Clutching his abdomen, he sat up, half-closed eyes lost in a daze, unable to discern whether he was still ensnared in a dream or confronting reality. The fierce pangs of hunger twisted his insides, and his senses returned with a vengeance. The stench of a decaying rat permeated the air. The sky outside loomed dark and oppressive, and the chilling sound of zombies below, crunching on shards of glass, sent shivers down his spine. He grasped a half-empty pack of instant noodles from the writing desk beside his bed, tore open the bag, and inhaled deeply, savoring the enticing aroma that ignited a rapid secretion of saliva, rendering the foul odors around him momentarily negligible. He crumbled the noodles, letting them dissolve on his tongue, savoring each morsel until the last fragment vanished. With care, he retrieved scissors to open the noodle bag completely, licking clean every speck of crushed noodle before rinsing his mouth with bottled water and swallowing the remnants. After finishing the water, he rose from the bed, peering out the window at the mindless zombies wandering the street, contemplating how many more days his meager food supply would last, inevitably drifting back to thoughts of 2 weeks prior. Zhang Xiaoqiang was a middle-aged recluse. Both parents had succumbed to cancer, and his sister had married and moved away, leaving him alone in the family home. After a quarrel with his boss, he resigned and returned home, only to lose money on a small restaurant venture with friends in Wuhan. Lacking the motivation to seek employment, he spent his days idly surfing the internet, supported by the rental income from the family property left to him, allowing him to live a modest and comfortable life. He ventured out once a month to collect rent and procure supplies, gradually gaining weight to around 170 pounds, leading a simple, unassuming existence. By 2012, he had reached the age of 34. The apocalyptic rhetoric circulating online failed to capture his attention after all. Hadn't the predictions of the world ending in 1999 proven unfounded? In March, Mount Fuji erupted in Japan, followed by volcanic activity around the globe over the ensuing months, inciting widespread panic and a flurry of rumors. In response, national leaders addressed the public, and numerous experts endeavored to reassure the populace that these phenomena were merely natural occurrences. By June, the earth seemed to settle. Earthquakes ceased, volcanoes quieted, the economy began to recover, and pork prices dropped. Many doomsday websites were shut down, and life began to improve, yet he continued to languish in complacency. December 21st, 2012, came and went without incident, and the doomsday forums fell silent, save for a few novices lamenting their excessive purchases of rice and cabbage, some hoarding thousands of pounds. Additionally, the prices of commercial biscuits began to soar. On December 24th, news reported a small meteor shower landing in the Pacific Ocean, causing no economic damage. Then, on the morning of December 31st, 2012, the world changed. Zhang Xiaoqiang, after a long night of sleeplessness, prepared to retire for the night. Sensing an inexplicable, peculiar odor in the air, he secured all doors and windows, indulged in a warm shower, and liberally sprayed the expired perfume left by his sister as an air freshener. Clutching his blanket, he sank into a deep slumber. At 9 in the evening, he awoke, had a light meal, and opened his computer to browse a web page, only to discover that most novels had not been updated. Cursing the authors, he resorted to perusing old books. After an hour had passed, he sensed something was amiss. His home, situated along the main thoroughfare of the city renowned for its water and electricity, was usually abuzz with the incessant hum of passing vehicles. Yet he had not heard a single car since he got up. Could it be roadwork? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, when suddenly a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. Startled, he trembled, hastily slipping on no shoes and standing barefoot by the window to peer outside. Beneath the streetlight, 3 or 4 figures huddled together, seemingly engaged in some activity. Zhang Xiaoqiang removed his glasses, wiped them clean with his clothing, and put them back on for a closer look. It appeared they were consuming something. The chill of the floor beneath his bare feet reminded him that he was still unshod. He slipped on some slippers and grabbed a cloth to tidy the windows he had previously neglected. Upon looking outside again, he noticed 2 human legs protruding from the center of the gathering, twitching. Then, one person, whose back was turned to him, sank to the ground. The streetlight illuminated the scene, revealing a man lying supine on the ground, his head tilted to one side, his chest ominously open. 2 individuals squatting nearby were fiercely disputing over organs, feeding them into their mouths, while the seated figure, with his back to Zhang Xiaoqiang, gnawed on a heart. Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the tiled floor, a wave of nausea washing over him. His throat prickling, he scrambled to his feet and rushed to the bathroom to vomit until the bitter taste lingered at the corners of his mouth, unable to expel any more. After a while, he steadied himself against the wall, wiped away the tears from his eyes, filled a cup with water from the dispenser to rinse his mouth, and sank to the floor, his mind swirling with memories of horror films like Resident Evil, Dawn of the Dead, Cannibal Holocaust, and Human Meat Buns. After half an hour, feeling slightly more composed, he approached the window once again to survey the scene. The cannibals had multiplied from 3 to a crowd, and more shadowy figures were slowly converging under the dim light. The atmosphere was eerily unsettling, sending shivers down his spine and raising goosebumps all over him. Suddenly recalling the police, he hurriedly searched for his phone to dial for help. But in his panic, he could not remember the number, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Taking a deep breath, he silently urged himself to remain calm. After a few seconds, he finally dialed 110, only to be met with a busy signal, as though fate were mocking him. He then attempted to reach 120, but that too proved futile. Desperate, he called several relatives and friends, yet either no one answered or the line was busy. Frustration mounted to the point where he wished to hurl his phone into the toilet. Outside, the crowd had coalesced into a mass, the deceased man now reduced to bones scattered at their feet. Many were sprawled on the ground, licking the bloodstains, while others were knocked down only to rise again, engaging in savage bites until they were toppled once more. In the distance, anguished screams echoed, and sporadic fires ignited around, casting the night sky in an eerie glow reminiscent of daylight. As I gaze upon the city that nurtured me, now depicted in a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, a profound sense of desolation grips my heart. Lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, I find a momentary solace. I settle before my computer and open a news web page, where the entire layout is dominated by the headline virus strikes. Upon delving into the articles, I discover that symptoms of this virus have emerged worldwide, from North America's Alaska to South America's Argentina, and from the African continent to Eurasia. Infection clusters are rampant, plunging the globe into chaos. The posts recount the progression of this affliction. Beginning around 10 a.m., reports surfaced of individuals losing their sanity and attacking others. Subsequently, the number of infected began to swell and spread, and before the national emergency response protocols could be activated, the virus escalated into a catastrophe, obliterating the entire administrative system. Due to the virus' sudden onset, one cannot ascertain whether their family members, colleagues, or comrades might suddenly succumb to madness, as those bitten or scratched can transform and become aggressive within a mere 45 minutes. In Europe and the Americas, the virus has been dubbed destruction of the world, referred to as the D virus for short. It is categorized into airborne and contact transmission, characterized by highly aggressive behavior in the infected who possess strength 1.5 times that of an ordinary human and exhibit a speed akin to normal human walking pace. While their explosive power is limited, their teeth and nails have mutated to become exceedingly sharp, rendering regular clothing ineffective against their bites and scratches. Externally, they display distinctive features, lacking pupils, moving with a stiff gait, and possessing arms that extend down to their knees. Their sense of smell is heightened, and they exhibit a voracious appetite for flesh, coupled with acute hearing. To date, any instances of scratches or bites have resulted in mutations, granting the infected a resilience to typical injuries. Only destruction of the central nervous system, or severing of the spinal cord, can ensure their demise. Thus far, no new mutations among the infected have been documented. Preliminary estimates suggest an infection rate nearing 90%. If anyone reads this post, hold on to life. There is hope in survival. Hope resides in existence. Zhang Xiaoqiang muses, now fully aware that the throngs he observes outside are infected. He harbors uncertainty about his own status, unsure when he might succumb to the virus. Yet, the thought of death terrifies him. The notion of being devoured by those transformed into zombies fills him with dread. As he envisions his own limbs being torn asunder, his entrails being fed to the undead, fear consumes him. Restlessly pacing his room, he lights a cigarette to calm his nerves and contemplate his next steps. There is no point in seeking help outside. The zombies below await to deliver him to their mouths. Seated at his computer, he begins to strategize. The tap water is no longer safe to drink. Who knows if a zombie lurks in the reservoirs of the water plant? Fortunately, he has been somewhat indolent, typically opting for delivered bottled water, and he currently possesses a barrel and a half, ensuring his hydration for the moment. However, the matter of food weighs heavily on his mind. He abruptly stands, realizing that he collects rent on the 10th of each month and purchases food for the following month. Today is merely the first, meaning he only has 10 days of provisions left. He refrains from turning on the lights, instead using the flashlight on his phone to scour his home for sustenance. After a long day of organizing all the food and supplies, he realized his usual laziness had left his home in disarray. He was unaware of what he possessed. Zhang Xiaoqiang's inventory consisted of 17 packets of instant noodles, approximately 12 pounds of rice, 2 pieces of cured meat weighing around 8 to 9 pounds. That his uncle from the countryside had broth never enjoyed the fatty cuts. Additionally, he had 21 eggs, 2 pounds of noodles, 0.8 packets of salt, 1.5 barrels of water, 16 packs of cigarettes, and countless miscellaneous items. An understandable situation for a recluse that he had no vegetables. But he thought that if he rationed his meals, he could likely survive a month. With food secured, his thoughts turned to safety. His home was an old building from 1997, a relic from the urban redevelopment that had allocated him a second-floor apartment. Both the front and back of the house featured a platform, a communal area of nearly 400 square feet, connecting 2 buildings and accessible via 25 or 6 steps that neighbors used to enter and exit. Some residents cultivated small vegetable patches, while others tended to flowers. His father and a few neighbors had transformed a section into a private courtyard, enclosed with iron grating, where his computer room was located, affording him a view of the street through the window. He checked the security door in the front hall, sealing all the cracks with tape, and covered every window with newspaper and curtains. After completing his tasks, he sat down in a daze. He had no shortage of electricity. The 2 hydroelectric dams in the water and electricity capital should sustain him for months. However, he anticipated that the internet would soon be disconnected, prompting him to download useful materials to enhance his survival skills at home. With this thought in mind, he began. Zhang Xiaoqiang snapped back to reality. The half packet of instant noodles he had just consumed seemed to have digested quickly, intensifying his hunger. He forced himself not to glance at the remaining packets on his desk, pouring a glass of water down his throat in hopes of feeling somewhat satiated. Since the crisis began, he had awakened each day without reflecting on whether he was living a dream. The noodles were finished, the eggs consumed, and only 3 packets of instant noodles remained, enough for 2 days at a meal of half a packet, or 1.5 packets a day. In the past, he would consume 2 packets along with 2 fried eggs in a single meal, but he dared not touch the rice, as venturing out for food seemed a daunting prospect without sustenance. He would lack the strength to flee. He gazed at his slowly deflating belly, recalling how he had once attempted to lose weight, but never succeeded. Now he had shed at least 5 pounds. The thought struck him as both amusing and tragic. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he could not shake the worry for his sister, whose fate remained unknown. Over the past half-month, he found himself reminiscing about memories from the past, scenes of family gatherings when both parents were home, thoughts of teachers from his school days, the first stirrings of affection for Linger, the mischievous girl who used to draw turtles on his back, and even his former colleagues and friends from work. He even missed the young vendor at the street corner who sold breakfast. His sister's phone calls had gone unanswered, and the landline remained silent. He feared the worst, yet he clung to a fragile hope for a miracle. Outside the window, the undead meander aimlessly below, and occasionally, familiar faces from the neighborhood can be seen among them. The streets are littered with shards of glass, torn garments, and scattered remnants of bones, amidst a sea of refuse, while a bus lies charred in the distance. A profound sense of desolation entwines within his heart as he contemplates the grim prospect of becoming one of the wandering corpses, envisioning the gnawing hunger that would lead to his demise, and the harrowing thought of friends and family turning into zombies that would feast upon him, despair morphing into hopelessness. Numbly, he wanders to the kitchen, grasping a kitchen knife, slowly pressing the blade against his neck, closing his eyes tightly, gripping the handle with such intensity that pain radiates from his wrist, yet he cannot summon the resolve to draw it across his flesh. He relinquishes the knife, cradling his head against the wall, sliding down to the floor as tears stream uncontrollably from his eyes. He fears death and dares not take his own life, that he loathes his own helplessness, lamenting the futility of his education, the inadequacy of his work, and his cowardice in the face of self-destruction. Gradually, his emotions settle, yet the thought lingers that 90% of the population has succumbed to the undead. He alone remains amidst the 6.3 billion who have been infected. Is this divine intervention? After a time of contemplation, he feels slightly more at ease. Glancing at his wristwatch, he notes that it is already past 10 in the morning. To stave off starvation, he must venture out to procure food. Ready to confront the zombies in a battle for survival, he approaches the front room, drawing back the curtains, and cautiously tears a small section of newspaper from the window, affixed there for over 2 weeks, to survey the outside. His gaze lands on the small vegetable patch in the center of the platform, rows of vibrant green cabbages causing his mouth to water. Shifting his focus from the cabbages, he scrutinizes the surroundings. There are few zombies on the platform. Across from his house, 2 neighboring families have created a greenhouse against the wall of the platform, with their doors opening onto the balcony. Presently, the doors are ajar, with several zombies shuffling in and out. The stairwell leading up and down from the platform. 1 zombie lingers, while a total of 7 are present, 1 at the stairs and 6 across the way. It will take 3 minutes for the one from the opposite side to reach him, and his target is the cabbages in the center. Facing the undead unarmed is undoubtedly futile. He must prepare a weapon. The house offers little in terms of readily available arms, but he rummages through various tools left by his father. The first item that catches his eye is an 8-pound hammer, which he lifts only to shake his head in dismay. It is too heavy for him to wield effectively. Continuing his search, he discovers a hammer that seems more manageable. He retrieves a metal pot lid from the kitchen to serve as a shield, practicing a few moves in the living room to gain a sense of confidence. Satisfied with his preparations, he approaches the door, hesitating as his hand hovers over the doorknob, retreating several times. Ultimately, he resolves that it is better to perish in battle than to starve, muttering, "When a man dies, he faces the sky. If he does not die, he lives on for eternity." Before stepping through the threshold into the unknown, Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to eliminate the zombie at the stairwell, as it lingered too close to the vegetable patch. He intended to gather as many cabbages as possible within a minute before the approaching zombies from the opposite side could reach him. Clad in his father's woolen military overcoat and sturdy high-top leather boots, with thick leather gloves adorning his hands, he swiftly dashed to the stairwell while the zombie remained oblivious. As he reached the top, a zombie began to ascend, having caught his scent. It lunged at him with outstretched claws. This was his first encounter with a zombie at such proximity. The creature's skin was a pallid gray, its eyes rolled back, and its gaping mouth wide enough to accommodate a fist, filled with jagged, blackened teeth resembling miniature triangular razors, instilling a chill in his heart. A putrid stench of decay assaulted him, causing waves of nausea to rise within him. The zombie crashed against his makeshift shield, forcing him to stagger back. Memories of past altercations flooded back. He thrust the shield to the left, simultaneously launching his right foot into the zombie's chest, sending it tumbling down the stairs. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted to the vegetable patch, depositing his weapon and retrieving a snakeskin bag, hastily stuffing cabbages, soil, and all into the sack. Glancing at the advancing zombie, he urged himself to move faster, his breath quickening as he filled the bag with cabbages, his hands digging fiercely into the dark soil to uproot the vegetables. Mud and juice splattered into his eyes, but he felt nothing but the desperate need to gather more. This was sustenance. This was hope. The zombie was drawing nearer. He could not afford to linger. Grasping the bag in one hand and his weapon in the other, he raced toward home, the corridor entrance now within sight. He quickened his pace, stepping into the hallway, when suddenly the iron door across from him swung open. His neighbor, now a grotesque zombie, charged at him, reeking of death. Its sharp claws were mere inches from his eyes, and a chill coursed from his spine to the crown of his head. He attempted to scream, but no sound emerged, his mind fixated on 2 words: "It's over." His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his shield flying from his grasp as the zombie missed its mark. In a moment of instinct, he kicked out at the zombie's shins, causing it to lose its balance and topple toward him. He rolled aside and, seizing a hammer, relentlessly struck the creature again and again. When he regained his senses, the upper half of the zombie lay in ruins, blackened blood splattered everywhere, the overwhelming stench threatening to explode his head. The zombies across the platform were now only 10 meters away, 3 robust ones leading the charge, followed by 3 elderly women, mutated and sluggish, all excited by the scent of their prey. He leapt to his feet, neglecting to retrieve his shield, and rushed into his home with the bag in hand. Locking the security door behind him, he leaned against the iron barrier, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. The blood of the zombie had splattered onto him, and the stench was unbearable, prompting him to hastily change his clothes in the restroom. Zhang Xiaoqiang emptied the bag of cabbages onto the tiled floor, arranging them neatly 11 in total, weighing over 20 pounds. Outside, the zombies clawed at the iron door, but for the first time, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a flicker of confidence in his survival. At 7:30 a.m. on January 20th, 2013, the shrill alarm of his mobile phone roused Zhang Xiaoqiang from slumber. Rising from his bed, he made his way to the living room, where he routinely assessed his dwindling supplies. 5 days prior, he had fought tooth and nail for a substantial portion of cabbage, and now more than half remained. There was only 4 or 5 pounds of rice left, and the cigarettes had run out the previous day. The absence of tobacco left this seasoned smoker feeling profoundly unsettled. A sudden thud echoed from the security door. Since 5 days ago, the relentless zombies outside had been assaulting the iron gate, their insatiable thirst for flesh rendering them like loyal hounds, ceaselessly guarding his threshold. The stench of decay within the house had intensified, but Zhang Xiaoqiang had grown accustomed to it. He sometimes subconsciously believed that this odor was the only norm, as the memories of his former life slowly faded, leaving behind only the primal instinct to survive. Entering the kitchen, he turned on the induction cooker and poured yesterday's leftover cured meat rice into a frying pan, adding chopped cabbage and water to bring it to a boil. Once cooked, he divided the meal into 2 portions, one for breakfast and the other for dinner. After finishing his morning repast, Zhang Xiaoqiang, as was his custom, approached the window in the computer room to observe the zombies below. He gazed at the end of the road, at the dim, oppressive sky, where thick clouds loomed with a chill that weighed heavily on his heart, making it difficult to breathe. How he longed for a convoy to suddenly appear at the road's end, filled with soldiers in camouflage, wielding their steel rifles to annihilate despair, banishing the rancid zombies back to hell and restoring his former life. Alas, fantasy remained just that, fantasy. The zombies continued to wander aimlessly, and Zhang Xiaoqiang was still burdened with the quest for sustenance. Returning to the living room, he clasped his head in his hands, preparing for his physical training. Having lived as a recluse for too long, his body had weakened. If he wished to survive, he must ardently enhance his physical condition, for even the slightest improvement was welcome. 47, 48, 50. Huh. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled heavily, his hands resting on the ground. He was exhausted. It had been ages since he had exerted himself so strenuously. Remembering the zombies still lurking outside and the dwindling food supplies, he took a deep breath, clasped his head once more, and resumed. He placed the 8-pound hammer in the corner and picked up a towel to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. 2,000 frog jumps and 500 swings of the hammer had left him weary. The breakfast he had consumed was nearly digested, and his stomach began to grumble once more. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered how to deal with the 6 zombies outside. They had discarded his shield, and without defensive equipment, he could not match the zombies in combat. The security door swung outward, preventing him from barricading it from within. He would have to open it just enough to tackle them one by one. But after several days of meager rations, he hardly possessed the strength to face 6 at once. Unable to devise a plan, Zhang Xiaoqiang clasped his head, his fingers scratching his scalp in frustration. Countless strategies flitted through his mind, yet none felt viable. His gaze fell upon the yellow guashu cigarette box on the coffee table. He habitually reached for it, only to remember that he had run out yesterday. Looking at the ashtray filled with butts, he retrieved a piece of white paper, carefully dismantled the remnants of the cigarette, and gathered the remaining tobacco to form a small roll. He retrieved a lighter to ignite it, inhaling deeply as he leaned back on the sofa, staring blankly at the landline phone. He pondered how many months had elapsed since he last paid the phone bill. 3 months or 4. The enchanting staff member at the telecom office must have transformed into a zombie by now. He had over 80 yuan in unused credit on his mobile, which had only served to enrich the telecom company. Wasn't he the one at a loss? His mind was awash with disjointed thoughts as Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the telephone line. Wait a moment. The telephone line? Zhang Xiaoqiang redirected his focus, a fleeting spark of inspiration flashing through his mind, yet it remained elusive. Staring blankly at the line, his brain began to churn rapidly. What purpose did the telephone line serve beyond facilitating calls? It could be used to hang clothes, dry blankets, or bind things. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It could serve as a rope. He rose, pacing back and forth, seeking a rope to secure one end to the handle of the security door while securing the other end appropriately. With this setup, he could open the door without fear of zombies forcing their way in. A narrow gap would allow him to deal with each zombie outside one by one. Deciding to act on his thoughts, Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through the storage room and found a length of thin hemp rope, fastening one end to the iron railing of the window and leaving a 10-centimeter length to tie to the door handle, but a hammer would be inadequate, as a weapon to space was too confined to wield it effectively. He searched through his father's toolbox, reflecting on how fortunate he was that his father was skilled in so many areas. In the 60s, he had dug irrigation ditches. In the 70s, he became the director of a motor factory. Though it was a modest collective, it still held some status. In the 80s, he opened a restaurant, one of the earliest million-yuan households in the small town. Regrettably, his father was more inclined towards leisure activities, fishing and hunting, showing little interest in business pursuits. Otherwise, he could have been quite prosperous. His father's fishing rod and shotgun were both handcrafted, and during a period of stringent gun control in China, his father, being cautious, had discarded his handmade flintlock into the Yangtze River. Though his father had passed, his tools remained. I found it. He unearthed a triangular file about a foot long, which had been stored for quite some time. The surface of the file was darkened, but scarcely rusted. The tool steel from the 70s assured its quality. He used a knife to carve the wooden handle of the file so it could fit into the pipe. To ensure security, he reinforced the connection between the pipe and the handle with nails, eliminating the fear of it failing at a crucial moment. With all preparations complete, Zhang Xiaoqiang positioned himself behind the door, inspecting his makeshift weapon. His military coat had been freshly laundered, yet regrettably, it would soon be soiled again. The running water had ceased, and he did not expect to drink from it, but he hoped it could still serve to wash his clothes. With his left hand gripping the homemade iron spear and his right hand preparing to open the door, he took a deep breath. Bang! Zhang Xiaoqiang promptly shut the door again. The stench was unbearable. The foul odor of the rotting zombies he had dispatched days prior was overwhelming. Without a mask at home, he grabbed a wool scarf to cover his mouth and nose, sprinkling a bit of floral water onto it to alleviate the odor. Once more, he opened the door, and a dark claw lunged toward his face, its owner desperately attempting to squeeze through the narrow gap. This time, he was prepared and not taken aback. He cautiously scrutinized the zombie. The flesh on the claws retracted inward, exposing the joints like the talons of an eagle, with sharp nails extending and retracting from withered fingers. The zombie was fervently trying to force its head through the crevice, its facial skin mirroring that of its claws, with sunken eye sockets and prominent cheekbones scraping against the iron door, as if attempting to sharpen its head to gain entry. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his iron spear, the pointed tip of the triangular file aimed fiercely at the zombie's eyes. With both hands gripping the pipe tightly, he exerted every ounce of strength to push outward. Initially, he struggled to control the force of the spear, instinctively thrusting outward, his mind clouded. Yet, a surge of primal courage erupted from deep within his bones. Igniting a thrill within him, he felt as though these zombies were nothing extraordinary, and he could vanquish them all. Two more claws reached through the door's gap, wavering before his eyes and jolting him back to reality. He withdrew the spear's tip, the zombie's eye socket transforming into a deep, dark abyss from which viscous, inky blood began to flow. The zombie collapsed onto its side, eventually toppling to the ground, its head facing him with a pupilless eye staring blankly and the other a gaping void, streaming with dark blood. The stark contrast sent a chill coursing through Zhang Xiaoqiang. There are still 5 left, he murmured, choosing not to glance at the fallen zombie. Having never wielded a long spear before, he struggled to master its force that he resorted to his rudimentary spear technique to dispatch the remaining 5 zombies, and as the last one fell to the ground, a resounding clang echoed. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer hold the iron spear, allowing it to clatter to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the ground, gasping for breath, one foot stretched forward while the other was bent at an angle. A 1.6-meter iron spear leaned against his side, its triangular tip stained with dark, foul-smelling blood, pointing ominously towards the security door. The green iron door, still in decent condition, stood ajar, revealing a 10-centimeter gap through which he could glimpse several lifeless bodies lying quietly outside. Once human just 20 days prior, they had now succumbed to the fate of the undead. I killed them, he thought, devoid of the dread that typically follows an act of murder. Instead, he felt a rush of exhilaration from his triumph. I did it, Zhang Xiaoqiang reassured himself. I can survive, and I will continue to live. After resting for 5 or 6 minutes, he gathered his resolve, picked up the iron spear, and stood. He untied the fine hemp rope securing the door handle and pushed the door outward, only to find the corpses blocking his way. With determination, Zhang Xiaoqiang used his spear to shove the bodies aside before stepping outside. He surveyed his surroundings. The corridor was a grim scene, cluttered with 7 corpses sprawled in disarray, leaving him with barely a place to set foot. The zombies he had dispatched 5 days earlier lay beneath him, their heads crushed and oozing dark blood and yellowed brain matter. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not look any longer, fearing that a glance could provoke nausea. Standing atop the pile of bodies, he felt a chill run down his spine, the overpowering stench of decay overwhelming even the floral-scented scarf draped around his neck. He spotted the pot lid he had abandoned 5 days prior, and holding it gave him a sense of reassurance. Although it could not shield him from blades or guns, it might protect him from the claws of the undead. The iron door across from him stood open, revealing an unlit room that appeared ominously dark, sending a shiver through him. Cautiously, he stepped into the opposite living room, the white floor reflecting his dim silhouette in the murky light, sending a bone-chilling cold through him. He located the power switch and turned on the ceiling light, feeling a measure of comfort return in the illumination. His objective was the kitchen. He dared not venture into the other bedrooms, fearing a chance encounter with a zombie could spell disaster. Approaching the kitchen stealthily, he felt a sense of unease, as he had never committed burglary in his previous life. The apocalypse had forced Zhang Xiaoqiang into the role of a thief. He crept forward, his footsteps silent. Suddenly, he heard scratching at the kitchen door, and his heart raced, realizing that his worst fears were coming to fruition. Could the heavens not grant him a moment of peace? Damn it! He cursed under his breath, steeling himself as he held the pot lid tightly before him. Gripping the spear with 3 fingers of his right hand, while cautiously turning the doorknob with his thumb and index finger, he pulled the door open with a sudden jerk. A shadow darted out from the kitchen, and Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his shield in defense while aiming the spear at the figure, ready to strike. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely his neighbor's plump cat, its mottled fur glancing at him before it bolted outside. The sudden encounter sent his heart racing. Meeting a cat was certainly preferable to confronting a zombie. Reassured, Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped into the kitchen. For 20 days, the kitchen's faux mahogany dining table had accumulated a fine layer of dust, save for a few scattered paw prints resembling plum blossoms. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the refrigerator, discovering that the vegetables had lingered there for far too long, losing their freshness. Undeterred, he stuffed them into his pockets. Sweeping away the vegetables and eggs from the upper shelf, along with the frozen fish and pork from the lower compartment, he scoured the kitchen, eventually unearthing half a bucket of rice, a jar of pickled vegetables, a bag of sugar, and various other seasonings. It took him 2 trips to clear the kitchen entirely. Yet, as he surveyed the food in the living room, he felt something was amiss and recalled the liquor cabinet nestled in the corner beside the television in the neighboring apartment. Zhang Xiaoqiang hurried back to retrieve the alcohol and cigarettes. Outside, the stench of the corpse was unbearable, and he knew he had to find a way to dispose of it at a distance. He ventured out, searching for a suitable place to discard the body, and spotted a small vegetable patch in the center of the platform, still bearing over 30 heads of cabbage, his for the taking at any moment. The frantic scene from 5 days prior felt like yesterday. This damned virus, this wretched world. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, his lamentations seemed to multiply. The cabbage would not sprout legs and flee. He decided to leave it be for now. Approaching the staircase, he contemplated the fate of the zombie he had kicked down. Since the ambush from the neighbor's undead, he had become exceedingly cautious when venturing out. He slowly descended the stairs, glancing down to see a limping zombie crawling on the steps, its tattered clothing reduced to rags. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of Zhang Xiaoqiang's scent and began to crawl toward him. He crouched on the platform, observing as it inched closer, its excitement palpable as it bared its jagged teeth, claws scratching the concrete steps. In a swift motion, a triangular bullet pierced its skull, twisting and withdrawing, leaving a gaping hole from which black blood oozed. Zhang Xiaoqiang was becoming increasingly desensitized to killing zombies, akin to when he was a child squatting in a corner, exterminating ants, no longer exhilarated, nor terrified, merely indifferent. He understood that with over 6 billion zombies in the world, he could not eradicate them all. Thus, he focused solely on those that posed a threat to him. Below, a garden lay nestled beneath the staircase, its January climate rendering the plants somewhat desolate. The ancient grapevines, over 20 years old, bore scant leaves, and the lawn had turned a dusty yellow. 3 concrete pavilions provided a leisure spot for the elderly from the surrounding 7 buildings, typically bustling with life. Now, over 30 zombies wandered through the garden, the nearest one still over 40 meters away. Its lack of reaction confirmed to him that a safe distance from zombies was at least 40 meters. There was a small convenience store downstairs, usually stocked with cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks, along with rice and eggs. Yet, he dared not venture there for food, as he would have to navigate through more than 30 zombies. On the second-floor platform, a refuse chute served as the disposal point for the garbage from the 2 buildings. Zhang Xiaoqiang tossed in 7 corpses, sweating from the exertion. Finally, he resolved the matter, leaving the staircase behind, unconcerned about the stench, as it was far from his front door. Observing the two households across the platform still illuminated, he felt a twinge of hesitation. It was certain that the adjacent units harbored zombies, and each residence was fortified with security doors that he could not pry open. With this thought, he steeled himself, gripping his shield and iron spear, and made his way toward them. Zhang Xiaoqiang returned home and securely locked the anti-theft door behind him. At the entrance lay a bag, a fully packed backpack, and a bulging snakeskin pouch. This was his bounty from across the platform. Having encountered no zombies, he surmised that the 6 he had dispatched were indeed the entirety of their household. Elated, he dragged the 2 hefty bags to the sofa to tally his spoils of the day, pouring himself a glass of water. Zhang Xiaoqiang lit a Taishan cigarette he had procured and inhaled deeply. Priced at 18 yuan, it possessed a richer and more aromatic flavor compared to the 5 yuan huangguashu. With his eyes half closed, he settled into the sofa, gazing at the mountain of assorted supplies before him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. The curling smoke danced through the air, carrying his thoughts aloft. Zhang Xiaoqiang was merely a homebody, a small figure with the mindset of an ordinary citizen, harboring no grand ambitions or desires to become a heroic savior of the world. He resonated with Mencius' philosophy. Fish, I desire. Bear's paw, I also desire. Yet one cannot have both. To forsake fish for bear's paw is to choose. Life, I desire. Righteousness, I also desire. Yet one cannot have both. To forsake life for righteousness is a choice. Life is indeed what I desire, but there are desires that surpass life. Hence, I shall not act merely for the sake of survival. Death is what I loathe, but there are loathsome things that surpass death. Hence, I shall avoid certain predicaments. If what one desires exceeds life, then why not seize every opportunity for survival? If what one detests exceeds death, then why not evade those hazards? Thus, it is clear that desires can transcend mere existence, and aversions can outweigh the fear of death. This sentiment is not exclusive to the wise. It resides within all, though the wise manage to retain it. A humble dish of rice and a bowl of soup, if obtained, grants life. If not, it spells death. To offer it casually invites scorn from the wayfarers. To kick it contemptuously is to invite disdain from the beggars. A wealth of 1,000 measures, received without discernment of propriety and righteousness, adds nothing to my existence. For the sake of opulent abodes and the service of wives and concubines, do the impoverished whom I know benefit from my presence? I would refuse to accept wealth if it meant sacrificing my life. Now, for the allure of a bureaucratic palace, I would not yield. I would refuse to accept wealth for the sake of the impoverished whom I know. Thus, I would not yield even if my life were at stake. This, too, cannot be forsaken. Such is the essence of losing one's true self. This does not imply he would become a sage. In truth, he was a selfish individual, merely wishing to survive in this apocalyptic world. To awaken each day, breathing in the faint scent of decay, was a form of happiness in itself. Upon counting his provisions, he found a total of approximately 50 pounds of rice, around 20 pounds of pork, 2 fresh fish weighing about a pound each, 3 pounds of assorted dried seafood, 47 eggs, a jar of pickled vegetables, a modest selection of various vegetables, 2 preserved chickens, 2 preserved ducks, and half a case of oranges weighing roughly 7 to 8 pounds. Soy sauce, cooking wine, and other seasonings were not included. 12 packs of Taishan cigarettes, 2 packs of blue box huanggalu, totaling 20 packs, and 1.5 packs of red packaged hongala, totaling 15 packs. In total, he had 47 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of premium Daohuasiang Baijiu, and 1 bottle of Great Wall Cabernet Sauvignon, 2 bags of milk powder, 6 bottles of beverages, 22 bottles of mineral water, various medications, and other essential supplies were meticulously arranged. Zhang Xiaoqiang rubbed his hands together and retrieved a crossbow, a pair of binoculars, and a high-defense military knife from his backpack. As he ventured across the platform to search for supplies, he entered a bedroom adorned with gun-themed posters. The room's owner appeared to be a military enthusiast, and he discovered the crossbow and knife nestled within a wardrobe, while the binoculars hung on the wall. Lacking familiarity with the crossbow, Zhang Xiaoqiang found its instruction manual. The MP9 military anti-terrorism crossbow boasted a draw weight of 48 kilograms and a range of 180 meters, with an effective shooting distance exceeding 100 meters. Its net weight was 4.6 kilograms, and it came equipped with a spare string, a quiver, an LED flashlight, a laser sight, a 4-direction adjustable mechanical sight, a 4x32 optical sight, a complete set of cocking tools, 3 long arrows, a pack of steel balls, 2 calibration arrows, and 4 regular arrows. Zhang Xiaoqiang cocked the MP9 with his foot, loaded a steel ball, aimed at a calendar 5 meters away, disengaged the safety, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The MP9 recoiled sharply, causing a painful jolt to his shoulder, nearly making him lose grip of the crossbow, which almost fell to the ground. Rubbing his shoulder, he glanced at the calendar. The image of a beautiful woman from last year had vanished, leaving a shower of paper remnants scattered on the floor. He removed the calendar, and bits of cement crumbled down. A depression the size of a cup appeared before his eyes, with a slightly deformed steel ball embedded in the wall tile. He inhaled sharply, marveling at the speed and power. If a zombie were to be struck in the head from this distance, its skull would likely be shattered. His shoulders still throbbed, and he delicately caressed the crossbow, as if tenderly stroking a young girl's delicate skin, fearful of applying too much pressure and inadvertently causing harm. The lustrous finish of the crossbow glimmered subtly, reminiscent of a fragile maiden's vibrant lips, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. At this point, I felt a wave of nausea. Please understand the significance of a weapon in a post-apocalyptic world. Zhang Xiaoqiang set down the MP9 military anti-terrorism crossbow and picked up the binoculars, which were a sleek silver-gray pair. The manual indicated that they were 10 by 50 millimeters binoculars with a magnification of 10 times, a lens diameter of 50 millimeters, and a field of view of 114 meters at a distance of 1,000 meters, with a minimum focusing distance. Removing the protective cover, he approached the window and raised the binoculars to peer outside. The sky remained dim and oppressive, the dark clouds evoking feelings of despair and entanglement. Below, a zombie came into view, and as he observed its sharp teeth, he seemed to catch a whiff of its foul stench. Standing by the window, Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the scene. After 20 days of mutation, the zombies had begun to resemble mummies. His hair had become sparse, and the flesh on his face gradually faded, leaving only a withered, old skin. The zombies moved at a leisurely pace, lacking sight. They only changed direction upon colliding with walls or obstacles like cars. Many of their shoes, worn incessantly over the past 20 days, began to deform, resulting in some zombies sporting one shoe and the other foot bare, stumbling unevenly. Zhang Xiaoqiang's home was situated far from the city center, surrounded by relatively low buildings, the tallest reaching no more than 8 stories, indicative of a sparse population. On the road wide enough for 2 construction vehicles to pass, hundreds of zombies scattered across the nearly 1,000-meter stretch surrounding his residence. Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed his surroundings, the binoculars in his hands growing heavier, his arms beginning to ache subtly. He knew that the food in his home would eventually run out, and finding a way to escape the city was imperative. The hundreds of zombies encircling his building left him with no viable options. His gaze shifted towards the city center, where a plume of thick smoke caught his attention through the binoculars. The dark smoke ascended straight into the sky, adding a splash of color to the desolate apocalyptic scene. Beyond his line of sight, he sensed something significant was occurring there, a curiosity clawing at his heart like a cat's paw. Checking the time, he noted it was 3:40 p.m., with at least 2 hours until dusk, ample time to ascend to the rooftop for a clearer understanding. He secured a replica tiger-tooth military knife to his belt, the shoelaces of the scabbard firmly wrapped around his thigh. After a couple of steps, he assessed that his agility remained unaffected, then grabbed his shield and iron spear, along with the binoculars, and ventured out. He carefully climbed the stairs, residing on the 2nd floor with the rooftop located on the 8th. He treaded lightly, ascending towards the upper staircase. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he attempted to open the security door of the neighboring unit, only to find it securely locked, alleviating his concern of a zombie potentially bursting forth. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued his ascent, testing each door handle on every floor until he reached the 8th. A sense of relief washed over him. His unit was secure, with the zombies confined within their homes. As he passed each door, the sounds of zombies scratching at the iron gates echoed within, their heightened sense of smell intensifying their frenzied attempts. The sharp claws of the zombies scraped against the metal, producing a jarring, metallic sound that made his teeth ache. The owner of the 8th floor unit had sealed the entire staircase with iron railings and a tightly locked iron door-barred entry. Zhang Xiaoqiang, using the tip of his spear, attempted to pry it open but to no avail. Upon close inspection, he noted the iron door was heavily rusted and secured tightly, with only enough space at the lock for a card as thick as an ID. Growing anxious, he pondered whether to descend for tools. His gaze scanned the iron door. Tapping it revealed its surprising thinness. The owner had evidently economized on materials, welding a sheet of thin iron to a triangular frame with only a few weld points. He exhaled in relief. This was manageable. Withdrawing the tiger-tooth knife, he inserted it into the metal and pried outward. With a satisfying thud, a corner of the iron sheet gave way, and he continued to leverage the knife until he had created an opening large enough for him to slip through. Zhang Xiaoqiang ascended to the rooftop terrace, where the ground was strewn with construction materials, bricks, river sand, cement, various PPR water pipes, and PVC conduits cluttered the entire space. It appeared that the owner of the 8th floor was preparing to clandestinely erect a structure atop the building. At the far end of the terrace, a row of red brick walls had already been partially constructed. Suddenly, 3 zombies emerged from behind the wall, 1 in front and 2 flanking it, advancing menacingly towards Zhang Xiaoqiang, with one of them clutching a tile cutter in its claw. Damn it, Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed, lamenting his ill fortune for not having paid homage before venturing out. He turned and sprinted a few paces, but then halted abruptly. I can run now? But what about later? There are only 3 of them. What is there to fear? Adrenaline surged through his veins, invigorating him. He pivoted to confront the first zombie, taking small, determined strides forward. His left hand gripped the shield tightly, while he raised his iron spear with his right. Breathing heavily, he fixed his gaze on the grotesque figure of the zombie. The zombie's emaciated visage and exaggerated mouth loomed before him. In the instant of their encounter, he swung the iron spear in an arc, striking fiercely at the zombie's right calf. The sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. Thud! The zombie collapsed onto the ground. Without a second thought for the fallen creature, Zhang Xiaoqiang dashed toward the remaining 2 zombies, who stood several meters apart from each other. One to his left and one to his right. He charged at the one on the left, perspiration beginning to bead on his palm around the spear. His heart racing so fiercely it made breathing laborious. 2 meters, 1 meter. Now, pressing the iron pot lid firmly against his chest, he rammed his shoulder into the zombie with tremendous force. A surge of power coursed from his shoulder to his left wrist, a burning sensation spreading through his arm as the pot lid contorted beyond recognition. With no time to ponder, as the zombie fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang discarded the damaged pot lid and lunged at the remaining zombie, positioning himself for a close strike with his left leg forward in a bow stance. He aimed for the zombie's grotesque throat and thrust the spear with precision. The triangular spearhead pierced the zombie's trachea, burrowing into its cervical vertebrae. Emerging from the back of its neck, Zhang Xiaoqiang twisted the spear, the triangular blade shredding the flesh and bone of the zombie's neck before he effortlessly withdrew it. Leaving a gaping wound, the zombie's head dangled from the remaining skin and muscle, collapsing onto the ground. Exhaling heavily, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized he had aimed for the head, but struck the neck instead. What a poor shot. The first zombie had already risen from the ground, the earlier impact having inflicted no damage. It lunged at Zhang Xiaoqiang once more, its claws outstretched. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the first zombie crawling towards him, one of its calves broken. For zombies, the thirst for flesh surpassed all else. A primal desire compelling them to draw near, driven by an insatiable hunger to tear him apart and swallow him whole. Zhang Xiaoqiang deftly evaded the onslaught of the zombie, swiftly maneuvering to position himself behind the crippled creature. With one foot firmly planted on its back, immobilizing it, he exerted force through his arm, driving the iron spear into the zombie's rear skull. A swift twist of the spear allowed him to extract it, leaving the zombie motionless, its brain matter oozing with a foul odor, clinging to the spearhead. Only one remained. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his gaze to the last zombie lunging towards him. He was eager to test a theory that had formed in his mind, examining whether the undead possessed any vulnerabilities aside from their heads. Circling the creature, he taunted it, seizing the opportunity to shatter both of its arms in quick succession. The spear continued to pierce and withdraw from the zombie's body, its clothing reduced to tatters, revealing a gaunt, desiccated form riddled with wounds. The heart, liver, and lungs were utterly mangled, yet the zombie remained oblivious, flailing its broken arms like a rabid dog in pursuit of him. Upon concluding his experiment, the spear plunged into the creature's foul maw, shattering its jagged teeth before being extracted once more. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a tissue sourced from his pocket, he felt an undeniable sense of accomplishment. Remarkably, he had triumphed over 3 adversaries simultaneously, a feat he once would have deemed impossible just 5 days prior when he quaked at the thought of facing even a single zombie. Today he had dispatched 10, 3 of which had fallen to his straightforward assaults. A wave of gratification washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang, who could claim that a recluse was of no use. He resolved to endure, to thrive, and to live ever better. As his excitement subsided, he glanced at his watch. 4:31 p.m. He had spent approximately 10 minutes searching the building, over 20 minutes prying open the iron door, and less than 10 minutes eliminating zombies and conducting his experiments, all while seeking the fabled brain core, despite finding nothing but brain matter. Recalling the purpose of his ascent, he approached the rooftop parapet, raising his tenfold telescope towards the source of the smoke. More than half an hour had passed, and the haze had begun to dissipate. Through the lens, he observed a mid-sized van overturned in the vicinity, surrounded by hundreds of zombies clustered in groups. The front of the vehicle had collided with a flower bed on the roadside, faint flames still flickering from its body. Ahead, A bus and a medium-sized truck lay crumpled together, with numerous smaller cars piled behind them, entirely sealing off the road. The scene became clear. A van carrying survivors had fled from the city center, but due to the roadblock, it had overturned while attempting to escape at high speed. Some survivors had perished in the flames, while others were flung from the vehicle, succumbing to the ravenous undead. Witnessing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a heaviness in his heart. In this apocalyptic world, the zombies reigned supreme, with survivors scurrying like famished rats, desperately clawing for their survival under immense pressure. Yet, he considered himself fortunate. His provisions at home would sustain him for 2 months. As for what lay beyond those 2 months, he decided to focus on the present, leaving future concerns for another time. Shaking his head, he consoled himself with the typical thoughts of a recluse as he descended the stairs, only to be met with the onset of rain. Chapter 7. The Bathing Zombie. On Thursday, January 31st, 2013, a month had elapsed since the viral outbreak, and Zhang Xiaoqiang had descended from the rooftop after spending 11 days there. Each day, he diligently maintained his exercise regimen, increasing his frog jumps from 2,000 to 3,000, while also incorporating push-ups, sit-ups, and high knees into his routine. His primary melee weapon was an iron spear, and his ranged weapon was an MP9 crossbow. Regardless of whether it was close combat or distance shooting, his accuracy remained lacking. Only through relentless training could he hope to survive the increasingly arduous days ahead. With a firm stance, he propelled his arm forward, channeling the strength from his waist through his wrist to thrust the iron spear repeatedly. Day after day, he practiced thousands of times over those 11 days, refining his mastery of the weapon. The rigorous exercise had banished his belly, revealing traces of muscle in his chest. While extensive leg workouts had rendered his body more agile, he no longer gasped for breath after a few strides. Recalling the initial days, when intense workouts left him sore and restless, it took nearly a week for him to endure the discomfort. Despite the apocalypse surrounding him, he found himself in an unprecedented state of well-being. He could hardly remember the last time he had engaged in physical training. The copious sweating he experienced was gradually depleting his water reserves. The inability to bathe had left him with an unpleasant odor, akin to decay, yet he remained indifferent. After all, he had grown accustomed to the stench of corpses. What could be more unbearable? Heaving a sigh, Zhang Xiaoqiang set down the iron spear and picked up a bottle of mineral water, twisting off the cap to take a sip. He held the water in his mouth for a moment before swallowing slowly. Although his thirst persisted, he capped the bottle and placed it on the table. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 5 in the afternoon. Habitually, he grabbed his binoculars and approached the window. The rain had continued unabated for the past 11 days, casting a dark hue over the sky, tinged with a faint glow that rendered the outside world hazy. Below, the zombies stood motionless in the downpour, resembling a row of telephone poles, their presence creating an eerie tableau across the street. Through the binoculars, he observed zombies tilting their heads back, mouths agape to catch the falling rain. While their expressions were inscrutable, Zhang Xiaoqiang could sense their enjoyment of the rain, as if their thirst for flesh and blood had become a secondary concern. This peculiar feeling was unlike anything Zhang Xiaoqiang had ever experienced. He had never believed in sixth senses, considering them mere superstition. Yet, inexplicably, this sensation surfaced in his mind. Instinctively, he felt compelled to trust this newfound intuition. So he lowered the binoculars and slapped his face, attempting to dismiss the disquieting thoughts. He reached for a soft pack of Huangala cigarettes, extracting one and lighting it as he sat on the bed, staring at the curling smoke rings. Rather than fading, that inexplicable sensation intensified. A sudden surge of impulse coursed through him, urging him to explore this feeling. At that moment, the latent violence buried deep within his blood overwhelmed his rationality. He rose, retrieving his raincoat. Donning the raincoat, Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped the iron spear and stepped outside. As he stepped onto the platform outside, he descended the stairs to the first floor. The relentless downpour over the past 11 days had left some standing water below, and the rain had diluted the foul stench of decay in the air. He inhaled deeply, as if he had not experienced such a scentless atmosphere in years. However, the absence of the putrid odor was replaced by a metallic tang reminiscent of rusting iron. In the garden, the zombies stood in the rain like their counterparts on the street, mouths agape, catching raindrops. Zhang Xiaoqiang bent slightly and tiptoed toward the garden. The incessant rain disturbed the puddles at his feet, sending ripples that radiated outward with each step. 30 meters, 20 meters. He drew closer to the zombies, his heartbeat quickening, his grip on the iron spear tightening. After taking 2 deep breaths, he continued to advance. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood approximately 2 meters away from the zombies, raising his spear, poised to strike at their heads, meticulously observing their movements. The zombies seemed utterly indifferent to his presence, continuing to tilt their heads back to receive the rain. He noticed that after several days of rain, the once emaciated faces of the zombies had begun to regain some roundness, their claws exhibiting a hint of flesh, and their skeletal structures less pronounced. Taking 2 steps back, he scanned the dimly lit surroundings. The number of zombies in the garden had increased from over 30 to more than 40, and many others had emerged from the corridors and houses, all standing outside in the rain. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced back at his escape route, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. He thrust his iron spear toward the head of a zombie. The countless hours of practice had finally paid off. The spear pierced through the zombie's eye socket and withdrew with a swift motion. The creature collapsed onto the rain-soaked grass, splashing water in all directions. Fearing the commotion would rouse the other zombies, he turned and ran, glancing back after covering more than 10 meters. All the zombies remained motionless in their places. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Immobile zombies were far easier to dispatch. As the sky grew darker, Zhang Xiaoqiang charged forward. The 21st zombie fell beneath his spear, finally clearing the path to the convenience store. With visibility diminishing, he knew he had to act swiftly. Upon reaching the store, he dealt with the owner, now a zombie, and rushed inside. Unable to locate the light switch, he grabbed a large cardboard box, stuffing it with anything he could find. By the time he had filled it with a few packs of cigarettes, it was nearly full. He then carried 2 bottles of mineral water, securely bound with a woven strap, and hoisted them over his shoulder as he made his way home. The burden of the spear, laden with water and supplies, weighed heavily upon Zhang Xiaoqiang, making it difficult to breathe. The galvanized pipe pressed painfully against his shoulder, a searing sensation gnawing at his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he trudged forward, the path becoming increasingly obscured. The rain continued to pour, the icy chill of January's downpour seeping into his raincoat, gradually robbing him of warmth. He knew he had to persevere. His legs began to weaken, and his arms trembled under the weight of the spear. Driven by an inner fire, he finally reached the platform, and upon seeing his home, a flicker of strength surged within him. With the last vestiges of his energy, he dashed into the entrance of the corridor. One foot had just crossed the threshold of the corridor, while the other remained unsteady, and in an instant, he could no longer maintain his balance, toppling forward with the supplies strapped to his iron gun, crashing onto the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay sprawled on the floor, gasping desperately for breath, making an effort to turn over and lie flat on the cold concrete, staring up at the slanted staircase and the ceiling, panting incessantly. After 7 or 8 minutes, he regained his composure, propping himself against the wall. Around him lay scattered a collection of mineral water, rice, canned fish, an assortment of biscuits, and cigarettes. Ha! Hee! Ha ha ha! Zhang Xiaoqiang erupted into loud laughter, a continuous stream of mirth escaping his lips. Tears flowed freely from his eyes, tracing down his cheeks before dripping from his chin, merging with the rainwater on his raincoat. Chapter 8 Infected? Zhang Xiaoqiang wiped away the tears on his face and stood up to gather the scattered supplies. The rain continued to fall, leaving only the sound of its gentle patter in the world around him. His mind was blank. He mechanically collected various items and moved them into the living room. With a resounding bang, he closed the iron door, pulling himself back to reality. The raincoat still clung to him, water dripping incessantly from its hem onto the tiled floor. His clothes beneath were soaked through, the chilling dampness causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaoqiang changed into dry clothes and wrapped himself in a blanket as he sat on the bed. The heater was cranked up to its maximum setting, casting a crimson glow that reflected on his face. The heat felt like countless tiny needles pricking his skin, yet it failed to banish the bone-deep chill. Clutching the blanket, he trembled as the rain continued to fall outside. He remembered the white liquor he had discovered a few days prior, which could ward off the cold. Digging through the bottom of the box, he unearthed a bottle of premium Daohuasiang. He twisted off the cap and took a gulp. The 52-degree liquor burned his throat, causing him to nearly spit it out, but he forced himself to swallow, feeling his tongue tingle. The liquor flowed down like hot oil, igniting a fire that spread from his heart to his throat, seemingly dispelling the cold that had seeped into his bones. Lowering the heater, Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in silence, wrapped in the blanket, staring at the heater. His growling stomach reminded him it was time to eat. He got out of bed and rummaged through the living room, finding a box of wafer biscuits. As he tore open the packaging, a cockroach fell out and scurried across the floor. Instinctively, he lifted his foot to crush it. An empty water bottle sat on the computer desk, its cap tightly sealed with 2 air holes left on top. The cockroach lay motionless at the bottom of the bottle. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoqiang decided against squashing it, choosing instead to imprison it within the bottle, curious to see how long it could survive without food. In this desolate city, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt like a castaway on a deserted island, devoid of hope and a future. The only company he had, aside from the wandering zombies below, was this solitary cockroach. Loneliness gnawed at him like a wild beast, a poison that corroded his very soul. Sometimes, he pondered whether he was the last human on Earth, ruling over a kingdom of one. If one cannot endure solitude, one must learn to relish it. As he chewed on the wafer biscuits, he calculated how long his supplies would last. He even considered escaping the city amidst the rain, but sadly, he could neither drive nor steal a car. To venture outside? He shook his head, dismissing the notion as madness. He had no idea how many more days the rain would fall, nor if all zombies enjoyed the downpour. He was uncertain of where he could go. In his life, he had only ever been to Wuhan and the city where his sister had married. The future seemed bleak. Sighing softly, Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected on his predicament. Before he knew it, he had finished the box of wafer biscuits. His mouth felt parched, and he took a large gulp from a bottle of mineral water. As he swallowed, a wave of fatigue swept over him, draining his strength entirely. Zhang Xiaoqiang clutched a plastic water bottle, collapsing onto the ground as convulsions racked his body. His heart thudded violently, as if struck repeatedly by a heavy iron hammer. He opened his mouth to scream, yet no sound emerged, only a strangled gurgle escaped his throat. Inside him, it felt as if a searing iron ball had been cast, rolling mercilessly through his insides, igniting his very organs. The sensation of flames surged from within, radiating outward, reddening his skin. He endured an excruciating pain unlike anything he had ever experienced. In that moment, he yearned for death, believing that only it could deliver him from this torment. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed his forehead against the tiled floor, repeatedly striking it, blood mingling with tears and mucus, obscuring his vision in a crimson haze. Zombies, sustenance, survival, none of it mattered anymore. He simply wished to escape this agonizing suffering, even if it meant relinquishing his life. Instinctively, he continued to batter his head against the ground, hoping to lose consciousness. Time lost meaning. Hours or mere minutes passed, and finally, the pain subsided. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes, his face a canvas of blood, tears, and snot. His body curled up like a boiled shrimp. He continued to twitch involuntarily, his teeth clenched tightly, refusing to loosen. He lay there in silence, doing nothing, thinking of nothing, still trapped in the aftermath of that horrific pain. The water bottle in his hand crumpled under his grip, water spraying from the opening and drenching him in the floor. His recently donned clothes were now stained with blood and moisture. A chilling sensation crept through him, not the kind that merely numbs to the bone, but a frigidness capable of freezing marrow. Zhang Xiaoqiang discarded the bottle, wrapping his arms tightly around his chest, trembling uncontrollably. His once clenched jaw finally relaxed, his teeth clattering together. His legs rubbed against each other, seeking to generate warmth. He felt utterly frigid, contemplating the bed, yet devoid of any strength to rise. As the cold seeped deeper into his bones, his vision blurred, and his mind grew foggy. Is it over? Zhang Xiaoqiang murmured. I shall meet my father and mother once again. The sharp pain jolted him awake, the searing sensation igniting anew and causing his body to convulse once more. He had lost count of how many times this cycle had repeated. Each time he succumbed to that bone-chilling cold, only to be awakened by the relentless agony engulfing him. Time and count meant nothing. If hell existed, he was already enduring its torment. The pain and cold remained as intense as ever. Yet Zhang Xiaoqiang's nerves began to dull. With each episode of unconsciousness followed by awakening, his mind was no longer a blank slate. He no longer sought to know or understand. The pain persisted, and as he lay on the ground gazing at the ceiling, it felt as though his body no longer belonged to him, as if all suffering were disconnected from his being. Surely, the rain carried a virus. It must have been the rainwater he inadvertently swallowed. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered endlessly, the cold coursing through him, as if even his blood began to congeal. Have I been infected? Is it this painful to become a zombie? Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to ponder, the chill enveloping him intensifying, and his thoughts began to slow. The transformation into a zombie takes 45 minutes. Has the time not yet elapsed? How agonizingly slow this is. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he yearned for the metamorphosis into a zombie, a void of darkness. On February 1st, 2013, at 7:30 a.m., the incessant ringing of his mobile phone jolted Zhang Xiaoqiang awake. As he opened his eyes, his consciousness remained somewhat hazy, and he found himself lying on the living room floor, drenched. Attempting to rise, he realized he lacked any strength. Pushing against the ground, he managed to sit up, recalling the events of the previous night. Have I transformed into a zombie? Zhang Xiaoqiang anxiously examined his fingers, finding his neatly trimmed nails, and touched his teeth. They were intact, he exclaimed. I have not become a zombie. Gaining a modicum of strength, Zhang Xiaoqiang struggled to his feet and made his way to the bedroom. The reflection in the dressing mirror revealed a disheveled figure. His hair, unwashed for an extended period, was tangled, his face smeared with blood, and his eyes appeared small, clearly showing dark brown irises. The fact that he had not transformed into a zombie did not bring Zhang Xiaoqiang joy, nor did it lead to despair. After enduring the torturous ordeal of the previous day, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He gazed out the window, and to his relief, the rain had ceased. Chapter 9, Evolution, February 9th, 2013. Since being tormented by the D virus 9 days ago, after more than a week of recuperation, my body has nearly recovered, and I am gradually regaining the strength to commence my training. Although I have endured a harrowing ordeal reminiscent of a nightmare, my physique remains largely unchanged. My strength has not increased, nor have I become more agile. Zhang Xiaoqiang still wears his glasses for nearsightedness. I pondered on those protagonists in web novels who, after being infected by a virus, acquire spatial abilities, creating storage spaces for their amusement, or transform into superheroes to challenge the most formidable zombies. Why was I not bestowed with such fortune? The torment inflicted by the D virus made me contemplate suicide, and for an entire week, my body felt feeble, unable to even hold a bowl. Alas, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply, acknowledging the disparity between fates. Who? Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped, thrusting the iron spear forward repeatedly, only to retract it once more. Sweat poured from his forehead, seeping into the scar atop his head, causing a slight sting. He relentlessly fired his weapon, striving to exhaust his physical energy, thereby augmenting his chances of survival. Setting down the iron spear, he rubbed his aching wrists and seized a bottle of mineral water from the coffee table, gulping it down in one go. A wave of refreshment washed over him. Despite the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt that, compared to before, his current life was more fulfilling. Each day commenced with physical training, followed by breakfast, 5,000 thrusts, lunch, a brief nap, more practice, dinner, a session of solo gaming, and finally, sleep. He had even lost interest in the adult films he once cherished. His physical fitness soared while his weight plummeted. How people can be driven by circumstances. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused. As usual, he approached the window, raising his binoculars to observe the surroundings. It had become a habit. Aside from the zombies, there was little else of interest to behold. Through the lenses, the zombies appeared alarmingly close, their every movement clearly visible. Despite the relentless downpour spanning over 10 days, the sky remained shrouded in a gloomy pall, with layers of dark gray clouds obscuring the winter sun. Only a few faint rays of light managed to penetrate, illuminating the desolate cityscape. Could evolution have commenced? Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered to himself, noting that the recent heavy rains had failed to cleanse the streets, which were littered with shattered bones, broken glass, and discarded beverage bottles. The memory of those torrential rains sent a twinge of pain through him. The rain not only carried the virus, but also possessed a potent corrosive quality. The steel protective railings outside had become rusted and pitted. Had he not been observing daily, Zhang Xiaoqiang might have believed the railings had succumbed to decay over a decade. Were those rains, perhaps, the fabled acid rains? The garments corroded by the rain were now tattered and torn, remnants hanging limply from the wandering zombies. The zombies on the street meandered as before, but now exhibited a newfound agility. Their claws bore longer nails, and some had grown tall and robust, walking with a steadiness akin to that of normal humans. Their exposed skin glistened ominously, and many ordinary zombies standing in their path were effortlessly knocked aside, having no effect on these evolved creatures. Some of the zombies have become increasingly emaciated, their forms shrinking in stature while simultaneously gaining agility and flexibility in their joints. They can now scale low obstacles with ease, their claws sporting nails that have grown longer, over twice the length of those of ordinary zombies. An unsettling chill coursed through Zhang Xiaoqiang as he realized that even the undead have begun to evolve. Is there still hope for humanity? He raised his binoculars, slowly applying pressure with his hands as the crimson hue faded from his fingertips, revealing a shade of blue. Lowering the tenfold binoculars, he was left with a bitter taste in his mouth. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, letting the smoke fill his lungs before exhaling slowly, leaning against the windowsill. His mind clouded with despair. Through days of observation, Zhang Xiaoqiang noted that approximately 200 zombies roamed below, with 9 having undergone mutation and 3 exhibiting agility, while 6 displayed enhanced strength. The mutation rate stood at around 5%, and within the city of Y, which boasted a population of 500,000, there would be roughly 25,000 mutated zombies. With China's population at 1.5 billion, the potential number of mutated zombies could reach 75 million. And what of the global population of 7 billion? A shiver ran down his spine, and he dared not calculate further. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared vacantly at the zombies below, his feet surrounded by cigarette butts. He recalled an American film he had once watched, Dances with Wolves, where the protagonist, Lieutenant Dunbar, lost contact with the outside world. In the vast and boundless wilderness, he lived a solitary and monotonous life, accompanied only by a wild wolf with white legs. Dunbar was far superior to Zhang Xiaoqiang. He possessed the entirety of the wilderness, while Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself confined within the walls of a house, gazing out at the throngs of zombies. The wolf, affectionately named Two Socks, reveled in its companionship with Dunbar, while Zhang Xiaoqiang had only a nameless cockroach that lay motionless at the bottom of a bottle, feigning death. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted the water bottle to his eyes. The cockroach remained still at the bottom. Shaking the bottle, he watched as the cockroach scurried about, desperately attempting to escape, only to fall repeatedly. He observed quietly, feeling a twinge of sorrow for the creature, yet more so for himself. He realized he was no different from the cockroach, both ensnared by their respective fates. As he gazed at the insect, a wave of frustration surged within him, prompting an impulsive desire to ascend to the rooftop, to behold the sky, the earth, and the city, along with the Yangtze River that bordered it. Resolute, he secured his military knife, slung the binoculars over his shoulder, and grasped his iron rifle before stepping out. As he climbed the stairs, the zombies in the various rooms sensed his presence and clawed at their doors. Ascending to the rooftop, he took in the vast expanse before him, and the heaviness in his heart began to dissipate. The world remained shrouded in darkness. In the distance, a few zombies staggered across the rooftops, while the Yangtze River flowed quietly as it had the day before. Just as he was lost in thought, a thud echoed in his ears. Thump, 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 the sound emanating from below. Zhang Xiaoqiang surmised its origin and tucked away his binoculars, gripping his rifle as he descended the stairs. The thumping grew louder, more pronounced. 7th floor, 6th floor, 5th floor, this was the place. The iron door near the staircase trembled violently, as if a rhinoceros were battering against it. With each jolt of the door, the grayish-white putty around the frame flaked off, cascading to the ground alongside the peeling paint of the old walls. The narrowness of the corridor compelled Zhang Xiaoqiang to descend the stairs post-haste, reflecting on the protagonists of web novels, who dispatch zombies with ease. He could not help but feel exasperated by his own cautious demeanor, an irony that brought tears to his eyes. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang reached the 5th floor, a thunderous crash echoed as the iron door burst open. Taken completely by surprise, he was hurled against the door across the hall, absorbing the full force of the recoil, causing a metallic taste to flood his mouth. A towering figure lunged towards him before he could comprehend the situation, sending him sprawling to the ground. A piercing metallic sound erupted from the adjacent iron door as a formidable zombie clawed at it, leaving conspicuous scratch marks. Without a moment to lose, while lying on the floor, Zhang Xiaoqiang kicked fiercely at the zombie's legs, using the momentum to slide down towards the 4th floor. The stairs jostled against his back, yet his anxiety dulled any sensation of pain. His sole focus was to elevate his head. With a resounding thud, he collided with a dilapidated sofa piled in the stairwell, his head spinning from the impact. The zombie from above lunged again, blindly missing its footing and plummeting down, claws outstretched. Reacting instinctively, he raised the iron spear tightly gripped in his right hand, steadying it with his left while resting its butt against the old sofa. His gaze locked onto the approaching creature. With a swift thrust, the triangular spearhead pierced the zombie's chest, the creature's momentum driving it onto the weapon until it lodged firmly against the ribs. At the moment of impact, Zhang Xiaoqiang relinquished the spear and rolled aside. Watching as the zombie collapsed onto the tattered sofa, he understood that this wound would not be fatal to the undead. Rising from the ground, he unsheathed his tiger-tooth knife, plunging it into the zombie's temple with a swift motion, twisting the blade before withdrawing it. With a sigh of relief, he noted that his thick winter attire had spared him from injury. After ensuring the zombie lay motionless, he cleaned the blade of his knife and returned it to its sheath, then turned the corpse over to retrieve the iron spear. The zombie lay supine, measuring over 180 centimeters in height, its robust form indicating it was a mutated variant. Veins bulged across its muscular limbs, and its claws hinted at a metallic quality. Disregarding the creature, Zhang Xiaoqiang approached his residence. Upon entering, he was immediately met with the stench of decay. As he stepped into the living room and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the apartment was well appointed, featuring polished hardwood floors and a large aquarium by the window, its murky water harboring several lifeless fish floating within. The walls are adorned with numerous calligraphies and paintings. Approaching the threshold of a bedroom, one notices the luxurious hand-woven wool carpet that graces the floor. Scattered across it lie the remains of several skeletons, On the wall above the headboard of the sumptuous bed hangs a grand frame, capturing the image of a young, dashing man, a delicate yet alluring woman, and their lively, beautiful fraternal twins. The four family members share a joyful laughter, contrasting starkly with the scattered bones, creating a haunting juxtaposition of joy and tragedy. Adjacent to the bedroom is a study, which leads to a balcony. The glass on the balcony lies shattered, fragments strewn across the floor. Venturing onto the balcony, each step further shatters the glass beneath his feet, producing an unsettling crunch. The rain has soaked the balcony, rendering the wooden floor slightly damp and slippery, while the paint on the walls has begun to peel and fade away in the corners. Zhang Xiaoqiang seems to piece together the grim narrative. The man of the house underwent a transformation, becoming a zombie that claimed the lives of his wife and 2 children, having devoured them before their own transformation. Following the rainfall, the zombie shattered the balcony's glass windows to collect rainwater, evolving into a more powerful variant of the undead by this day. As Zhang Xiaoqiang searches the premises, he discovers that the family has not prepared any meals at home. The kitchen is devoid of provisions, the refrigerator merely housing a few cartons of milk and 2 cans of coffee, while the water dispenser still holds more than half a barrel of water. With these findings in hand, he descends the stairs. Chapter 10, Spring Festival, February 10th, 2013, Sunday. Today marks the Spring Festival, Zhang Xiaoqiang's first celebration in the apocalypse, a solitary festivity. I recall that during my childhood, this day would see my family meticulously preparing for the celebrations well in advance. I would take a hot bath and don new clothes, observing my parents as they busied themselves with the preparations for the New Year's Eve feast. A bloodless rooster lay helplessly on the ground, flapping its wings weakly, while its scattered feathers drifted slowly through the air. My mother, with a bucket of hot water in hand, was ready to scald the rooster. As my sister and I cracked sunflower seeds nearby, watching intently, my mother held up 2 chicken feet, the head of the bird dangling lightly, droplets of blood falling from its beak and tracing a crimson line down to the feet, swirling in the boiling water. The dying rooster exerted its last ounce of strength, flapping its wings within the bucket, splashing hot water everywhere, prompting my sister and me to scream and dodge, which earned us a reprimand from our mother, who reminded us not to soil our new clothes. On this rare occasion, my usually stern father had a lighter demeanor. Standing by the stove with a plate of spring rolls he had prepared the day before, humming a tuneless melody while allowing my sister and me to frolic around him. The pedestrians outside hurried home, eager to reunite with their families for the new year. As night fell, my father hung a large string of firecrackers beneath the eaves, with me trailing closely behind him like a shadow, while my sister, hiding behind the door, peeked out and covered her ears. The crackling of firecrackers erupted, and our family of 4 gathered around a table brimming with sumptuous dishes, while my father savored a glass of white liquor. My mother, holding a bowl, reminded us that we needed to rise early the next day to visit my grandmother in the countryside. My sister and I buried our heads in our plates, devouring the food, our eyes darting among the dishes on the table. After the New Year's Eve dinner, as my mother cleared the table, my sister and I sat by the white charcoal brazier, munching on sunflower seeds and peanuts while watching the Spring Festival Gala. My father, seated in the middle with a cup of tea, occasionally took sips of the strong brew. When Chen Pai's bald head appeared on the screen, my sister and I burst into laughter, our parents' faces also beaming with joy. Reflecting on the past and juxtaposing it with the present, a wave of melancholy enveloped me. The Spring Festival in this apocalyptic world left Zhang Xiaoqiang feeling profoundly lonely. Gazing at the counterfeit phone by my pillow, I yearned for a text message of festive greetings. Even a trivial advertisement would suffice. Yet, the phone remained silent, despair settling deeper within me, the growing sense of isolation driving me to madness. In a fit of frustration, I seized the phone and hurled it onto the tiled floor. With a crack, the device shattered into 3 pieces, body, battery, and back cover, bouncing off the ground and rolling aside. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I stared blankly at the broken phone. Time passed, and gradually my emotions began to stabilize. Shaking a plastic bottle beside my computer, I observed cockroaches scuttling about within, and my spirits began to lift once more. At least I was still alive. At least I could leisurely manipulate cockroaches here. Fortunate compared to 90 out of every 100 people in the world, still able to breathe this not-so-fresh air. Huh. Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled at himself, pondering how this once carefree middle-aged recluse had become so sentimental in the face of the apocalypse. Today marked the Spring Festival, the most significant holiday for the Chinese, so why could he not celebrate the occasion alone? Resolute in his thoughts, he glanced at the watch on his wrist. Noting that it was nearly noon, he began to busy himself, heating a pot of water with bottled water on the induction cooker. indulging in a luxurious bath, the first since the onset of the apocalypse. Refreshing himself, he donned a clean set of clothes, discarded the murky bathwater, and made his way to the kitchen. There, he prepared a lavish New Year's Eve dinner, consisting of boiled fish, braised pork, steamed eggs, and a generous bowl of cabbage and broth. This seemingly simple, yet extravagant feast during such dire times was laid out on the table, with 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls for his parents and sister. Beside his father's chopsticks stood a cup filled with white liquor. Zhang Xiaoqiang poured himself a glass of Great Wall Cabernet Sauvignon and sipped it slowly. Unbeknownst to him, he finished the entire bottle of red wine. The weight of his melancholy urged him to drink more, and he seized the bottle of Dao Waxiang white liquor, pouring its contents down his throat. After consuming half the bottle, he found himself in a hazy stupor, momentarily transported back to the past, where his family gathered around. His mother chattering about trivial matters while his father silently sipped from his glass, occasionally picking at the dishes. His sister, ever demanding, clamored for a new pair of leather shoes. A sudden, sharp headache jolted Zhang Xiaoqiang awake. He tossed aside the covers and groggily got out of bed, the chilly air sending a shiver down his spine. Grabbing a water bottle, he gulped it down to quench the dryness that had plagued him throughout the night. He reheated the leftover food from the previous day on the induction cooker, consuming it for breakfast. The excessive drinking from the night before left a bitter taste in his mouth, rendering the breakfast tasteless. As was his routine, he practiced with his iron spear. After completing his morning tasks, Zhang Xiaoqiang took a break, standing at the window with his MP9 military crossbow, honing his aim on the zombies below. He had carelessly expended half of his 80 steel balls in practice, hesitating to use the 6 remaining bolts, fearing they would be lost once fired. After numerous practice sessions, his accuracy had significantly improved. He could at least avoid shooting in the wrong direction. Through the crosshairs of the MP9, he focused on an agile, mutated zombie that wandered nearby. As the creature moved, Zhang Xiaoqiang adjusted his aim accordingly. Suddenly, the zombie lunged at another agile zombie. Was something amiss? He set down the crossbow and picked up his 10-power binoculars, fixating intently on the scene unfolding before him. In his line of sight, one agile zombie pounced on another, causing the surrounding ordinary zombies to stir and converge. Were the zombies turning on each other? Zhang Xiaoqiang held the binoculars in disbelief, observing the one being attacked. This particular agile mutated zombie appeared stronger and more nimble than its counterparts, standing about 1.4 meters tall, shorter than the average zombie, but moving swiftly with a hunched back, evading the grasp of the others. It clutched something in its hands, feeding it into its mouth. At first, Zhang Xiaoqiang could not discern what the creature had captured. Only when it turned towards him did he realize that it clutched the tail of a mouse in its grasp. The rodent was not particularly large. Thus the commotion was brief. Once the mouse was devoured, the zombie returned to a state of tranquility. Observing the robust, agile zombie as it made its way back across the street, Zhang noticed a row of antiquated tile-roofed houses, with a drainage ditch running alongside. The mouse must have scurried out from that very ditch. Could it be that the D virus affects only humans? Zhang pondered, noting the agile zombie's stillness by the drainage, recalling the powerful mutated zombie he had dispatched the day before. Was this the evolution of zombies brought about by the D virus, a rain of flesh and blood? Zhang Xiaoqiang began to grasp the underlying reasons for their evolution. Chapter 11. The Big Dog, February 19, 2013. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to lead a simple yet fulfilling life in this once boisterous city, rising early, exercising, dining, and repeating the cycle of physical exertion and nourishment, interspersed with moments of leisure before sleep. The substantial amount of exercise he engaged in rapidly consumed his stored provisions. At times, he found himself forgetting the original purpose of his workouts, merely going through the motions in a mechanical fashion. In a world devoid of the internet and novels, he was left with exercise as his sole occupation. One cannot afford to be idle. Idleness invites a flurry of thoughts, confining one to this limited space and leaving little else to do other than leaving him exhausted like a dead dog each day. After completing his daily regimen, one of Zhang Xiaoqiang's few sources of entertainment was to gaze through binoculars at the zombies from his windowsill. Yesterday, February 18th, marked his birthday, his first in this apocalyptic world. It was an unremarkable day, a mere reminder that he had aged another year. Memories of life before the apocalypse were fading, as if only the present was real, and all that came before had been but a dream, vanishing upon waking. As he observed the zombies outside, boredom set in, prompting him to assign names to them. The ordinary zombies were dubbed cannon fodder, while the stronger ones were called Hercules, abbreviated to D-type zombies. The agile ones were nicknamed Flash, or S-type zombies, a quirk of his dark sense of humor. Among them was an S-type zombie that favored feasting on rats. now stationed before a sewer, having grown stronger and more agile. Another unfortunate rodent would surely meet its demise. This particular zombie appeared to be evolving further. It stood at 1.4 meters tall, with elongated arms and hands that brushed its ankles. Its 5 sharp claws gleamed like polished daggers, instilling fear in any other zombies that dared approach within a 15 to 16 meter radius. Should any careless zombie venture into its territory, it would emit a hoarse growl as a warning. In Zhang Xiaoqiang's perspective, the S-type and D-type zombies had evolved as a consequence of consuming human flesh. If they continued to devour more blood and flesh, their evolution would persist. S-type zombies could potentially reach S2, S3, or even higher levels such as S4, S5, S6. With D-type zombies undergoing similar transformations. With humanity dwindling to less than 10% or even lower, the zombies, deprived of human sustenance, would turn their aggression towards all living beings. 63 billion or more zombies could consume every living thing on Earth. This thought brought a bittersweet smile to Zhang Xiaoqiang's face as he pondered the possibility of a zombie capable of aquatic movement. If such a creature were to exist, the planet would be left with nothing but zombies and insects. He hastily dismissed these chaotic thoughts from his mind and resumed his observation of the zombies. However, boredom soon returned, prompting him to prepare dinner, only to discover that the zombies had surged towards the end of the street. Could there be survivors? Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly grabbed his binoculars and peered into the distance, where the zombies were clustering together. The view was not optimal, and impatience began to stir within him. He hesitated to ascend to the rooftop, fearing he might miss something significant. The zombies downstairs had nearly been depleted, congregating at the end of the street. In the distance, an S-shaped zombie was seen leaping amidst the horde. A few latecomer D-shaped zombies crashed into the perimeter of the throng, sending several undead sprawling in all directions, only to be trampled by their kind. Observing this chaos, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized that unless the survivors were operating a tank, there would be no escape. The tumultuous mass of zombies appeared to be in utter disarray. That unfortunate soul must now be nothing but bones. Suddenly, 2 dark figures sprang forth from the midst of the zombies. 2 enormous Soviet red dogs, one on the left and one on the right, deftly maneuvering through the undead. One of them had a zombie's arm clamped in its jaws, feasting on the morsel, while the other cautiously darted around the periphery, seemingly selecting its prey. Zhang Xiaoqiang was aware that the primary breeding ground for Soviet red dogs lay in Shandong, a hybrid of long-haired German shepherds and Soviet red-haired canines. This implied they were mixed-breed dogs, typically standing no taller than 80 centimeters, yet these 2 had reached a staggering height of 160 centimeters with robust limbs, moving with a speed that nearly outpaced his vision. Zombies continued to swarm towards the 2 Soviet red dogs, with the S-shaped zombie leading the charge, driven by its penchant for devouring rodents. With a swift motion, one of the wolfhounds pounced on the foremost zombie, which clawed fiercely at the wolfhound's front leg. Unfazed, the wolfhound bit through the zombie's arm, carrying the severed limb back as it retreated. The other wolfhound, having finished its meal, dashed forward to tear off a chunk of thigh flesh before bounding away. The 2 wolves danced among the zombies, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang in a daze. In this day and age, it truly seemed that dogs had surpassed humans. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, contemplating that these dogs had also undergone mutations, evolving into super canines rather than becoming zombie dogs. At a height of 1.6 meters and nearly 2 meters in length, one could easily mistake them for horses if they were to change heads. Damn these zombies. Damn these dogs. Damn this apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered under his breath. Growing increasingly agitated, he felt utterly tormented by the incessant rain, enduring suffering more severe than the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. He had endured hardship and pain without any reward, uncertain of his immunity to the D virus, and too fearful to test his fortune against the zombies. In a fit of extreme frustration, Zhang Xiaoqiang unleashed a tuneless song with his raspy voice. You say I'm being unreasonable, that's why you can't leave. Every time I'm bullied, beware, I will take my revenge. Feeling somewhat better, he noticed that the 2 large dogs outside seemed to have had their fill. No longer hunting, but merely frolicking. The throng of over 200 zombies on the street was now drawn into a circle, centered around the 2 great dogs. Ha ha. Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled maliciously, reveling in their predicament. This time, let us see where you can run. He gazed outside with the expression of a petty person, wishing misfortune upon those who could not reach the grapes. The space for the 2 wolfhounds was narrowing, as the zombies encroached ever closer. And Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself increasingly entertained from his vantage point above. A woo. A larger wolf dog let out a howl, then firmly planted its limbs on the ground, unleashing a plume of white vapor towards the zombies before it. Mere moments later, the dozen or so zombies enveloped in the mist stood motionless. Two large wolf dogs charged through the incapacitated creatures and vanished from sight in an instant. Gazing at the fallen zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang remained dazed and immobile, his mind feeling as though it had been filled with thick glue. Magic? Beasts of legend? After a considerable pause, he managed to articulate 4 words. Chapter 12. The leopard that resembles a cat. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood foolishly by the windowsill, gazing blankly at the scene below. The gathered zombies dispersed, once again filling the street, while a few limped on the ground, writhing with missing limbs. Those zombies previously frozen by the large dog began to rise once more, continuing their aimless wandering. What has happened to this world? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. No one could provide him with an answer. If television stations still existed and those experts and professors were alive, they would surely reference ancient texts and assert their newfound discoveries from a plethora of scholarly perspectives, causing a frenzy across major news networks. While Zhang Xiaoqiang rubbed his face, the apocalypse has arrived, the virus has descended, the zombies have evolved, and the dogs possessing supernatural abilities are hardly surprising. He reassured himself. Days passed, and his training never ceased. On occasion, when exhaustion threatened to overtake him and he contemplated a moment of laziness, he would unconsciously drift to the window and confront the zombies below, asking himself, do you wish to become one of them? If you don't want to train any longer, then go ahead. Descend to meet them, to become one of their ranks, no longer fearing a future devoid of hope or the absence of sustenance, nor the solitude that ensues. Each time such thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Xiaoqiang would turn back to train with greater fervor. The excess fat on his body began to transform into solid muscle, and as he beheld the six-pack abs forming on his abdomen, tears welled in his eyes. How many years has it been? How long since I last saw my abs? Zhang Xiaoqiang grew dissatisfied with his previous training regimen. He donned a heavy backpack filled with weights, practicing assassination and evasion with a burden of nearly 30 to 40 pounds. Now, his iron spear remained steadfastly aimed at a single point. He believed he could evade the zombies' bites even with his eyes closed. After completing his weighted training for the day, he rested briefly, smoked a cigarette, and began preparing dinner. Yet, as he surveyed the dwindling supplies, he realized they could not sustain him for another week. It was time to venture out in search of food. As he cooked, thoughts of the D-type zombie he had killed days earlier haunted him with psychological shadows. After dinner, Zhang Xiaoqiang, as was his routine, booted up his computer, ready to indulge in a single-player game. The moment the startup sound resonated, the screen suddenly went black, and the lights in his home extinguished. Has the fuse blown? Zhang Xiaoqiang was momentarily perplexed. He searched for a flashlight and the fuse, and after a lengthy search, he finally grasped the situation. The city's power grid had succumbed to a 3-month-long operation and had now gone on strike. The entire city was engulfed in darkness. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on his bed, staring into the pitch-black night sky outside, lost in thought. The surrounding silence was profound. He could hear his own heartbeat. Occasionally, the sound of an empty can being kicked by a zombie echoed from below, reverberating into the stillness of the night, far and wide. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat quietly, feeling an unprecedented tranquility wash over him as he reminisced about the past until weariness enveloped him, and he succumbed to sleep. Zhang Xiaoqiang awoke, ushering in a new day. With the power out, the induction stove was rendered useless, and as he ate the cold leftovers from yesterday, he contemplated his future plans. He could no longer remain in this place. Without electricity, fire, or food, he would only succumb to slow starvation. If he were quick enough, he might dash past. Alas, those 2 dead dogs seemed to have vanished without a trace. The prospect of escaping from the street to the outskirts was undoubtedly daunting. Nearly 200 zombies had appeared downstairs, along with 2 large dogs that had come twice in recent days, devouring a few of the undead before never returning. Although the parking lot in the garden below housed several small cars, Zhang Xiaoqiang could not drive. Even if he were handed the keys, he would be at a loss. Having only ever ridden a bicycle and having piloted a small motorcycle on a couple of occasions, after pondering fruitlessly, he decided to focus on gathering supplies first. Zhang Xiaoqiang emptied his backpack and slung it over his shoulder, checking the military knife at his waist and strapping on the MP9 military crossbow before grabbing his iron spear and stepping outside. Upon reaching the platform, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that the zombies seemed to have their own territories. In 3 months, none had ventured onto the platform. As he approached the stairway leading down, he gazed into the garden. What was going on? Not a single zombie remained in the garden. Numerous white bones lay scattered on the ground. Where had the zombies gone? Zhang Xiaoqiang murmured to himself. He descended the stairs into the garden, where spring had yet to arrive. The grapevines on the pavilion merely hinted at budding, while a few remnants of withered leaves accentuated the desolation. The dry grass lay in disarray upon the lawn, and the heaps of bones in the garden created a chillingly strange scene. As Zhang Xiaoqiang walked through the garden, an eerie sensation returned to him, a feeling of being watched. Something was observing him, he sensed. This sudden and fleeting feeling filled him with trepidation. It had been this very sensation that had compelled him to dash into the rain last time, leading to excruciating consequences that left him in a wretched state, often regretting his impulsive decision afterward. Standing in the middle of the garden, he scanned his surroundings, trying to identify whatever was lurking in the shadows, but ultimately found nothing. He could only proceed with greater caution toward the convenience store, unfastening the hidden clasp on his military knife sheath, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. He readied the MP9 military crossbow, nocking a steel arrow and preparing for immediate launch, holding the iron spear in one hand while gripping the crossbow in the other. Vigilant and on guard. It was only upon reaching the convenience store that Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled slightly in relief. After months of neglect, the store emitted a musty odor. He made an effort to gather high-calorie, ready-to-eat foods, chocolate, sausages, and cans of beef, along with several bottles of water, some cigarettes, and a few lighters. Filling his pack to the brim. The weight was just over 20 pounds, easily manageable on his shoulder as he began his journey home. However, as he returned, the feeling of being watched intensified. Upon stepping onto the platform, a chill raced up his spine. A primal sixth sense warning him incessantly of danger emanating from the direction of the garden. Zhang Xiaoqiang, with his back to his home, began to retreat cautiously, the sensation of peril growing ever stronger. When he reached the midpoint of the platform, it peaked. Slowly, he took off his backpack and gently placed it on the ground, leaning the iron spear against it for easy access, while he steadied the crossbow, aiming it toward the stairway. A magnificent leopard, adorned with a coat of vivid black and gold patterns, came into focus within the crosshairs of his scope. Its enormous head bore two blood-red eyes that gleamed with a menacing light, while its yellowing fangs revealed a ferocity that sent chills down his spine. The creature, measuring 2 meters in length and standing 2 meters tall, harbored a latent power that seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Its sharp, formidable claws sprang forth from robust pads, gripping the concrete ground with a formidable strength. How on earth did a leopard from the zoo end up here? It looks oddly familiar, he pondered. Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed at the leopard's head, ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. Yet, as the leopard ascended onto the platform, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. The more he gazed, the more it resembled the plump cat from his neighbor's home. Chapter 13. Is it a leopard or a cat? In an instant, the creature, which could either be a plump cat or a leopard, surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. He tightened his fingers and released the trigger, sending the crossbow bolt flying. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and a tremendous force knocked him off balance, sending him tumbling across the ground. After rolling a few times to dissipate the residual energy, he managed to rise. The leopard, now 7 or 8 meters away, prowled ominously, a steel bolt embedded in its shoulder blade. Discarding the crossbow, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized his iron spear to engage with the beast. A numbing pain surged through his right shoulder. A glance revealed his clothing shredded in 3 deep gashes, 5 or 6 centimeters long, oozing blood. Ignoring the wound, Zhang Xiaoqiang fixed his gaze on the leopard. Had the bolt not struck it, forcing its movements to falter, his throat would surely have been torn out. The leopard lowered its head, circling him with lithe, agile steps, emitting a guttural growl. Its crimson maw searched for an opening in Zhang Xiaoqiang's defense, poised to deliver a fatal blow. He remained steadfast, facing the creature, oblivious to the passage of time and the pain of his injury. At last, the leopard could no longer restrain itself and lunged at him. Years of practice culminated in this moment. The spear darted toward its head with lightning speed. Just as it struck, the leopard tilted its head, causing the spear to graze its ear and carve a bloody line across its vibrant coat. But the beast's immense force sent Zhang Xiaoqiang crashing to the ground. As he lay on his back, before he could rise, the leopard was upon him. Gripping the spear tightly, he aimed its tip at the airborne predator, awaiting the inevitable collision. The leopard soared above him, deftly evading the spear's point, which merely brushed against its hind leg. Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly regained his footing, but the leopard seized the opportunity to charge, this time not leaping but crouching low to target his thigh. The creature's instinct for combat was astoundingly acute. Each of his attempts to strike had been deftly sidestepped, and it exploited every chink in his armor. In the blink of an eye, the leopard was upon him. Kill. The cry erupted not from his throat but from deep within his chest, infused with every ounce of his spirit. He thrust the iron spear toward the leopard's head. Yet, as before, in the final moment of contact, the leopard swayed its head, the spear once again skimming past its back and landing harmlessly. Zhang Xiaoqiang was swept off his feet by the leopard's powerful tail, his shins screaming in agony. There was no time to ponder if his bones were fractured. He raised the iron spear once more, facing the advancing predator, which was now fixated on his throat. He held the spear aloft, aimed at the leopard's head. But at the moment of impact, the creature nimbly evaded to the side, unwilling to suffer further losses. Zhang Xiaoqiang rose to his feet. Confronting the beast before him with the same intensity, as their initial encounter. His shoulder throbbed with excruciating pain, and the agony of his fractured leg relentlessly tormented his nerves, while beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks in the biting cold of winter. He had no thoughts for anything else. His focus remained solely on the creature, part feline, part leopard, before him. Surely, even a tiger could not possess such ferocity. The arrow lodged in his scapula seemed to aggravate the leopard's own pain, rendering it increasingly agitated. Its blood-red eyes glared at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a mix of hatred, savagery, and disdain, leaving him astonished by the almost human-like expression mirrored in its gaze. The standoff continued. For the leopard, Zhang Xiaoqiang was an elusive target, akin to a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, with the risk of injury ever present. Conversely, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt like a featherweight attempting to strike a rabbit, unable to catch or harm his foe. Now, amidst the dire circumstances, he felt an acute sense of despair. He could neither prevail nor escape, and even the thought of movement filled him with trepidation lest he reveal a weakness. He chanced to glance for his crossbow, but it was nowhere in sight. The struggle had distanced him from his backpack, extinguishing any hope of scaring the leopard away with the weapon. All he could do now was rely on the creature's own departure. The leopard had circled Zhang Xiaoqiang countless times, while he lost track of how long he had been ensnared in this contest. His body ached and weakened, yet a stubborn resolve flickered within him. The leopard's gaze became increasingly menacing, and its agitation mirrored Zhang Xiaoqiang's own dwindling strength. Just strike already or leave, he inwardly cursed, exasperated by the creature's indecision. At that moment, the leopard's patience reached its limit. Frustrated by its inability to subdue Zhang Xiaoqiang, it let out a low growl, reminiscent to him of the springtime cries of the plump cat from his neighbor's home. Yet, why did this scene feel so eerily familiar? The leopard inhaled deeply, and in Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind, the movements of a massive dog began to intertwine with those of the leopard. No way, not like this, he thought, casting aside the iron spear that he had clung to with desperation. Instead, he cradled his head and rolled like a lethargic donkey, surrendering his thoughts to instinct as he desperately tumbled away. A searing flame erupted behind him, but fortunately, it did not last long, and he found himself at the edge of the inferno. Aside from singed hair and a few burns on his face, he managed to extinguish the flames licking at his clothing. After expelling the fire, the leopard appeared somewhat diminished, and upon noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's lack of a weapon, it lunged toward him. As the leopard charged, Zhang Xiaoqiang brandished his tiger-toothed military knife, squinting to gauge the distance. Closer. Nearer. Just 5 or 6 meters away. The leopard launched itself from the ground, preparing to pounce. In that fleeting moment before its jaws could close around him, he adopted a stance honed from days of practice, advancing forward in a low crouch. His right hand gripped the knife, blade facing forward, tip angled upward, while his left hand steadied the back of the blade. Leaning it forward, a sudden resistance coursed from the tip through the blade and into his wrist, only to vanish as the tip of the knife met empty air. The leopard landed gracefully behind him, pivoting to face Zhang Xiaoqiang once more. In the next moment, various entrails spilled from the leopard's chest and abdomen, cascading to the ground with a dissonant clatter. The leopard staggered towards Zhang Xiaoqiang, taking 3 or 4 faltering steps before collapsing on the ground in convulsions. A deep sigh escaped Zhang Xiaoqiang's lips. Approaching the leopard, he scrutinized the creature, and no matter how he viewed it, the leopard bore an uncanny resemblance to the plump cat he had released from his neighbor's kitchen 2 months prior. He vividly recalled how it had glanced back at him before departing. Could it be that the cat had morphed into such a formidable beast? This thought prompted him to deliver a harsh kick to the creature. Ungrateful wretch. Had he known, he would have let it perish from hunger in the kitchen. The military knife had sliced through its throat down to its rear, leaving a gruesome pool of blood on the ground. Deservedly so. Zhang Xiaoqiang intended to reclaim his iron spear, for it was his only means of survival that day. Cursing vehemently at the lifeless feline, he observed the charred wooden handle of the triangular file, while the galvanized pipe glowed a fiery red, slightly deformed. How could the lifeblood of his existence be reduced to such a state without inciting his ire? Drawing his military knife, he resolved to dismantle the carcass into 8 parts. With one thrust after another, he relentlessly stabbed at the corpse until he suddenly struck something hard, sending a jolt through his arm. Was it bone? Upon cutting it open, an irregular triangular object emerged, roughly the size of a fist, coated in blood and utterly unrecognizable, though it felt undeniably solid. Could cats also develop stones? Clutching the still warm iron spear, he slung his backpack and MP9 over his shoulder, along with the enigmatic feline stone, and returned home. After securing the iron security door, the bravado within him dissipated, leaving him feeling drained, as if all his strength had vanished, and a wave of faintness washed over him. With the last remnants of his energy, he staggered to the bedside, and then darkness enveloped him. Chapter 14. The Grand Feast. Zhang Xiaoqiang awoke, roused by the pangs of hunger. The brutal battle with the evolved cat from the previous day had drained him of all his stamina and vitality, leaving him with no recollection of the events that transpired upon his return home. A fiery sensation in his belly ignited his taste buds, and his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to eat. He dashed into the living room, seized his backpack, and unzipped it, spilling its contents onto the floor. A medley of food, cigarettes, and bottled water scattered across the ground. Kneeling, he snatched a chocolate bar, tore open the packaging, and without a moment's hesitation, shoved it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. Various food wrappers fluttered down around him as he succumbed entirely to his hunger, mindlessly tearing open packages and devouring their contents. The floor was littered with torn wrappers and empty metal cans. The food dwindled until it had completely vanished, yet the gnawing sensation of hunger only intensified. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a bag of rice, and began to feed the uncooked grains directly into his mouth, crunching away as the dry morsels scraped his throat on their way down, causing him to choke and roll his eyes in desperation. He barely had time to sip water before continuing to shove more into his mouth. With only 4 or 5 kilograms of rice remaining, he was still unsatisfied. He cracked open raw eggs, consuming the whites, yolks, and shells in a frenzy. Whether leaves or stalks, he devoured the cabbage without discrimination, resembling a ravenous locust, voraciously consuming everything edible in sight. Only when he could find no more food did he gradually regain his senses, surveying the kitchen, which looked as though it had been ravaged by invaders implementing a scorched earth policy. Did I do this? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, his mind in a daze. The events that had just unfolded felt like a surreal dream, leaving him with no trace of memory upon awakening. He had consumed enough food to last half a month, yet he could not recall any flavors or textures. Despite the vast quantity ingested, his stomach showed no sign of fullness. Has my digestive system mutated? He mused in bewilderment. Unable to fathom the situation, he decided against overthinking it, a trait he prided himself on, never getting bogged down by trivialities. A slight itching sensation on his right shoulder reminded him of the severe injury he had sustained the day before. Fragments of fabric and dried blood clung to his skin, and cautiously he peeled off his clothing, moistening the tattered remnants with water to gently remove them. Could it be? So much astonishment awaited Zhang Xiaoqiang today. He vividly remembered the wound on his right shoulder, deep and measuring 5 to 6 centimeters in length. Now, the gash had closed tightly, forming deep brown scars, as if a mere tug would cause the darkened blood to fall away, leaving no trace of injury behind. Had he transformed into a superhuman? Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled at his healing ability, pondering whether exposure to rainwater had exponentially accelerated his self-repairing capabilities. Was this the legendary invincible youth who cannot die? He mused aimlessly, relieved that he no longer had to fear injury. Yet, the thought of having consumed such a vast amount of food left him somewhat apprehensive. Best not to get injured carelessly, he concluded, shuddering at the notion of having to gnaw on a zombie. He ceased to tend to his wounds and began inspecting the iron gun that had been damaged by fire yesterday. The galvanized pipe was slightly deformed yet still functional. He found some fragments of wood to seal the pipe's mouth to the gun's head with large iron nails. Testing its weight in his hand, he deemed it satisfactory. The peculiar cat stone resting alongside the MP9 sniper crossbow caught Zhang Xiaoqiang's attention. He picked it up. It was covered in grime, and after washing it with water, it resembled a reddish quartz stone, its surface mottled and indistinct, uneven and rough. Holding it imparted a sense of warmth, which intensified the longer he grasped it, making it akin to a hot water bottle. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang casually tucked it into his pocket. There was no food left at home. He needed to venture out. With no water or electricity, the supplies in the small shop downstairs began to spoil. He could no longer remain indoors. Escape was imperative. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved firmly. If it were possible, he would prefer to stay at home, in these days devoid of communication, media, or even human interactions, leaving him at a loss. Outside lay countless dangers, innumerable zombies, cunning mutated animals, and an unpredictable future. He grasped the iron gun and opened the iron door to seek food. Upon exiting the corridor, he beheld the corpse of a mutated cat surrounded by a dozen zombies gnawing at its remains. The overwhelming stench of blood mingling with the odor of decay wafting toward him. 2 S-type zombies and 6 D-type zombies were present. His appearance drew their attention, and 2 S-type zombies lunged toward him. There was no time to ponder. He sprinted in the opposite direction, with the 2 S-type zombies hot on his heels. He executed a half-arc, glancing back to see the S-type zombies drawing closer, while the 6 D-type zombies trailed behind at a distance, the ordinary zombies showing no reaction. The S-type zombies were faster than him. A sense of urgency gripped Zhang Xiaoqiang. The S-type zombies were merely 3 to 5 steps away, closing in swiftly. Desperation took hold. He planted his right foot firmly, stepped back slightly with his left foot, and spun around for a thrust. "Kill," he shouted, driving the gun's tip into the forehead of one zombie, swiftly twisting and pulling it out. Another S-type zombie was upon him, its claws reaching for his face. He stepped back half a step with his right foot, sidestepping the zombie as a withered, putrid arm brushed past his nose. In an instant, he swung the iron gun in an arc, striking the zombie's lower back forcefully. The impact sent the zombie sprawling to the ground, and Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped forward, driving the iron gun through it to pin it down. He exhaled slightly as the 6 D-type zombies approached him with strides akin to a normal human. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not become complacent, circling the 6 D-type zombies, attempting to lure them apart for individual strikes. Unfortunately, the zombies, driven purely by instinct, lunged toward him in unison, denying him the opportunity. A glance at the mutated cat's corpse revealed it to be dismembered, with several ordinary zombies still feasting upon it. An idea sparked. Zhang Xiaoqiang led the 6 D-type zombies toward the body. As expected, the D-type zombies collided with the ordinary zombies, creating chaos. Seizing the rare moment, he dashed behind one D-type zombie and thrust his weapon forward. He withdrew the gun. A D-type zombie pressed a regular zombie down to the ground, while the remaining D-type zombies circled around the mutated cat's corpse and continued to converge upon him. With no time to slay a second one, Zhang Xiaoqiang led the remaining D-type zombies in a circular formation, 5, 4, 3, 2. Once the last zombie fell to his spear, he leaned on his iron spear, breathing heavily. There were still 7 regular zombies left, one of which was pinned beneath the lifeless D-type zombie. The recent fierce battle had failed to capture their attention. They cared for nothing but flesh and blood. Even Zhang Xiaoqiang, standing just behind them, went unnoticed. He methodically dispatched them one by one. Looking out, the platform was strewn with the lifeless forms of 15 zombies, instilling in Zhang Xiaoqiang a sense of accomplishment. The scent of blood had lured the higher-tier zombies from the streets to this location. Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded with certainty. After resting, he prepared to descend in search of food. But upon reaching the staircase, he was met with the sight of hundreds of zombies swaying below. Chapter 15. Preparations before departure. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in a daze, gazing down at the street below. Had the zombies come here? The limited space downstairs was densely packed with the undead. At the corner where the staircase met the building, hundreds of zombies were crammed into the angle, and a few at the edge caught a whiff of Zhang Xiaoqiang's scent, shuffling towards him. After a fierce battle, his stamina had plummeted. Attempting to eliminate so many zombies could well exhaust him to death. Returning home, he pondered desperately for a solution. Outside, the street lay deserted, save for a few limping zombies crawling on the ground. Among them was the S-shaped zombie, which had a penchant for consuming rats and was likely to evolve further. This particular creature had suffered severe injuries, with a large dog having gnawed its arm down to the bone. It had been the most ferocious that day, charging the fastest. Yet it was now among the most pitiable. What could he do? Set it ablaze? He lacked gasoline, and even the cooking oil was scarce. What about using a crossbow? He had only 6 bolts and 40 steel balls, enough to take down a quarter, but what of the remaining 3/4? Could he descend with a rope from the window, ignoring the zombies? But how to dismantle the protective railing without tools? Charging out in thick clothing? A shiver ran down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine, and he shook his head. That was courting death. After ruminating without arriving at a solution, Zhang Xiaoqiang considered the zombies themselves. They were sightless but could hear and smell, moving at a sluggish pace. The S-shaped zombie was an exception, who claimed it was slow. He began to contemplate. Lacking vision, possessing average hearing, yet having an acute sense of smell, Zhang Xiaoqiang started to piece together his thoughts. Their sensitivity to blood could extend up to a kilometer, meaning that at least all zombies within that range had converged towards him. The heightened olfactory sense, he repeated to himself. A sense of smell that could reach a kilometer indicated advanced sensory organs, which also meant vulnerability. The more sensitive their olfactory perception, the more critical it was to their being. During their mutation, the development of their sensory organs had become wildly unbalanced, and over-reliance on smell made them susceptible. Their sense of smell functioned as a radar and locator. Should it fail, a zombie would become akin to a headless fly. Since crafting a Molotov cocktail was unfeasible, creating a few makeshift gas bombs should pose no problem. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his way to the kitchen. Before long, several improvised gas bombs lay before him, primarily composed of semi-damp dried chili peppers, with some star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan peppercorn added, all wrapped in a bedsheet. He drizzled peanut oil over the mixture, almost inadvertently adding bean paste, but he caught himself in time. Additionally, he prepared some ground pepper, wrapped in newspaper. With everything ready, he stepped outside. A small group of 7 or 8 zombies had gathered around the corpse of the mutated cat, likely having followed Zhang Xiaoqiang to the platform. He paid them no mind. After all, there was still plenty of flesh left for them to feast upon for a while. Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the stairwell, where the horde of zombies remained clustered downstairs. A few more zombies leisurely approached him from the outskirts. He tossed a newspaper coated with pepper into the mass of undead. The paper unfurled in the air, releasing a cloud of black-gray powder that gradually enveloped the zombies. Soon, chaos erupted within the horde as Zhang Xiaoqiang ignited his homemade gas packets and hurled them into the swarm. Thick plumes of smoke began to rise, filling the air with a suffocating stench that even he, standing on the platform, could detect, let alone the zombies below. The horde, akin to a disturbed nest of wasps, flailed about mindlessly, pushing and shoving one another, shrieking in confusion. Some, overwhelmed by the noxious fumes, viciously clawed and bit their fellow creatures. A number of zombies collapsed to the ground, only to be trampled underfoot by countless others, ultimately entangled in the throng. Watching this rare spectacle from the platform, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a refreshing exhilaration. In the aftermath, the once crowded horde had vanished, leaving behind a handful of unfortunate zombies, their bones shattered and incapacitated on the ground. He turned his gaze towards a few zombies voraciously devouring the remains of a mutated cat, tightening his grip on the iron spear in his hand. Inside the convenience store, the floor was strewn with various packaging. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up a cookie to munch on, occasionally taking large gulps of mineral water. Having consumed all the food at home that morning, he still felt unsated. After slaying dozens of zombies, his energy had waned, leaving him even hungrier. He intended to replenish himself within the store. The shelves of biscuits dwindled rapidly, and upon devouring the last one, he cast a greedy glance at the now barren food racks. He was only 8/10 full, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. The small shop had already been mostly stripped bare after his previous raids, with only a few packets of instant noodles, some rice and noodles, and a fair amount of seasonings remaining. Adhering to an in case of missing out mentality, he stuffed everything into his backpack, pondering the dwindling supply of cigarettes at home. He seized a pack of red-boxed Huangala brand cigarettes, previously too costly to afford, but now an opportunity not to be missed, and a pack of soft zhonghua to take home. Zhang Xiaoqiang planned to escape the city the following day and aimed to prepare various supplies beforehand. After returning home, he would revisit the earlier locations in search of food, though he regrettably anticipated scant rewards. However, he did find a box of steel balls and a multifunctional folding military shovel in a military enthusiast's bedroom, the shovel capable of chopping, scraping, clamping, and sawing, which he concealed under his bed. Ultimately, he also secured a large, unfolded provincial map in his desk. He packed all the instant noodles, a 10-kilogram bag of Thai jasmine rice, 2 packets of noodles, and some pickled vegetables, alongside several bottles of mineral water. His backpack was already filled to capacity, with ample room remaining for additional items. After adding more water, he considered the beef sauce he had brought back. To save weight, he transferred various condiments into an empty mineral water bottle and disassembled a few cigarettes to stow away in the backpack. Next, he retrieved a large, vintage military water bottle that had once belonged to his father during hunting trips. After cleaning it thoroughly, he filled it with water, knowing that extra hydration was prudent. Given the uncertainty of the water quality outside, he unearthed an antiquated military satchel, suitable for accommodating the vintage iron lunchbox from his household, which could be employed to boil water and prepare rice, along with a small enamel cup, all relics bequeathed by his father. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Though the old man's possessions may be aged, each item is a treasure." After a thorough inspection, he pondered for a moment and decided to fill a plastic bottle with the remaining rice wine, daohuaxiang, and placed it alongside 2 packets of salt and a pouch of tea within the satchel. With the essential supplies prepared, it was time to inspect his weaponry: an iron gun, a military knife, and after numerous uses of the crossbow, Zhang Xiaoqiang had discerned a few tricks. He meticulously polished away the protective lacquer from the arrow shaft, thus minimizing wear and enhancing stability. Occasionally applying some lubricant, he secured a military shovel to the backpack. Contemplating the utility of the iron hammer he had previously employed, combining it with the shovel, for one could never predict when such tools might be needed. As Zhang Xiaoqiang completed his preparations, dusk began to envelop the surroundings. He ventured next door and retrieved a few faux mahogany chairs, returning to the living room where he split and ignited them. The breeze wafting through the open window animated the flames in the room, casting flickering shadows that danced across the walls. The interplay of light and darkness stirred his thoughts, evoking memories of all the joys and sorrows that had transpired within this house. This was to be Zhang Xiaoqiang's final night before his departure. Chapter 16. Breaking through and being surrounded as dawn broke, Zhang Xiaoqiang awoke, gazing out the window at the hazy sky. A chill breeze swept across his face, stirring a subtle turmoil within his heart. Having moved 3 times, this place was where he had resided the longest, spending half of his life within these walls. He had once believed that his remaining years would continue here, yet fate had other plans, compelling him to depart today. After packing his belongings, checking his weapons, and donning his attire, he took a final tour of the house, imprinting every detail in his memory. Uncertain if he would return, or what trials awaited him, he wandered from the living room to the kitchen, finally reaching the bedroom. Touching his computer, he reflected on the days ahead without the internet, bidding farewell to his identity as a reclusive gamer forever. In a plastic bottle beside the computer, a cockroach lay motionless at the bottom, seemingly oblivious to the world outside. Zhang Xiaoqiang gently shook the bottle, prompting the cockroach to stir, searching for an escape. The 2 months without sustenance had not diminished its resilience. Suddenly, a realization washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang. The cockroach, so humble and insignificant, remained composed in its dire circumstances. It conserved its every ounce of strength, minimizing consumption, silently awaiting an opportunity to flee. Though instinctual, this tenacity inspired admiration within him. Hope blossomed in his heart, dispelling the fog of uncertainty. I shall take the cockroach as my exemplar, living like it in this apocalyptic world, Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved. He twisted the cap off the bottle and released the cockroach, watching as it scurried into a corner. Silently, he wished its survival. As he opened the iron door, he cast one last glance at his home before stepping outside. The door clanged shut behind him, the key dangling from a thin string around his neck, pressed tightly against his chest. It would carry his spiritual essence, becoming his sanctuary of the soul. On March 27, 2013, nearly 90 days after the onset of the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoqiang left his home to confront the uncertainties of the future. The remains of a mutated cat had been reduced to ash, the air thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh mingling with decay. The concrete floor was littered with the corpses of zombies, which he chose to ignore as he descended the stairs. Though the horde had dispersed, over 40 zombies still wandered the garden. Upon reaching the ground level, Zhang Xiaoqiang encountered several zombies, their bodies broken and contorted by the trampling of the horde. They turned their grotesque faces toward him, their foul mouths gaping in futile attempts to bite, yet unable to rise. He stepped over them and made his way toward the narrow path leading to the street. Using his MP9 military crossbow, he dispatched the zombies obstructing his path and emerged onto the street. After dealing with 2 mutated dogs, and the zombies he had slain on the platform, along with those lingering in the garden, fewer than 100 zombies remained within a kilometer radius, averaging 1 every 10 meters. The street leading to the city center has been completely obstructed, while the road at the opposite end leads out of the city. Walking out could take 3 to 4 hours, and zombies are undoubtedly lurking along the route. Although the population density is low, there are still tens of thousands of residents. At present, one can only proceed cautiously. Zhang Xiaoqiang finds himself at the center of the street, faced with fewer than 50 zombies approaching from the road leading out of the street. Observing the nearly 50 undead, he feels a pang of regret for the remaining steel balls. Despite having found about 1.5 pounds more, each shot diminishes his supply, and he knows he cannot guarantee a 1-to-1 kill ratio. With careful steps, Zhang Xiaoqiang advances along the street, having sprinkled some white liquor on himself. The sharp scent induces a slight dizziness, and he laments not having practiced his tolerance for alcohol in anticipation of such a day. Brandishing his crossbow, he tiptoes, gingerly sidestepping shards of glass on the ground. His iron spear is secured in the leather strap of his backpack, with the tip facing upward, occasionally knocking against his calf. The odor of the liquor keeps the zombies at bay beyond 30 meters, but unfortunately, that protection does not extend within that range. Navigating around each zombie without disturbing them feels akin to a live-action rendition of a tactical video game. When encountering a zombie he cannot evade, he cautiously approaches within 30 meters, waiting for it to draw near before dispatching it with his crossbow at close range. Unbeknownst to him, more zombies await at the street's end, eager to feast upon him, compelling Zhang Xiaoqiang to conserve every ounce of energy in anticipation of the unknown peril. After successfully eliminating the 11th zombie, he finally reaches the intersection at the end of the street. What a struggle. He gazes upward, sighing deeply. Having arrived here at such great cost, the sight before him brings him to the brink of tears. Beyond the intersection lies the main road leading out of the city. A heavy Dongfeng dump truck, overturned, blocks the path with its 8-meter-long body, while countless other vehicles create an impassable barrier. To the left, a street lined with construction material warehouses extends towards the development zone, where factories employ thousands, now likely transformed into zombies. Venturing that way would not lead to salvation, but rather to certain doom. To the right, a street filled with various small restaurants stretches toward the riverside container port. The density of zombies here rivals that of those he has just evaded, forcing him to press onward towards the riverside street with a resolute heart. Here, the concentration of zombies is significantly greater, making Zhang Xiaoqiang's progress laborious. At times, he finds himself contending with more than 2 zombies simultaneously. His techniques for dispatching them have become increasingly adept. He no longer waits for them to approach, but instead eliminates them from a distance. He has even managed to take down 2 D-type zombies, fortunate not to have encountered any S-type, whose speed unnerves him. The D-types, being slower, allow him the time to aim, while the S-types pose a grave risk of injury, potentially transforming him into one of them. Zhang Xiaoqiang has no desire to become a zombie. Having traversed halfway, he pauses beside a tall floor-to-ceiling window to catch his breath. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, sending shards flying through the air. A towering D-type zombie leaped beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, its massive right claw swinging toward him. He instinctively ducked, the claw slicing through the air above his head and striking the iron gun strapped to his backpack. A tremendous force reverberated through the weapon, sending him sprawling onto his back. Almost immediately, the D-type zombie bent down, its left claw poised to strike. Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled aside just in time, the claw crashing down and dislodging a cement tile from the sidewalk, scattering fine sand everywhere. Countless grains of sand fell upon him, slipping into his collar as he remained dazed from the assault. Rolling on the ground, the military canteen strapped to his back clinked noisily against the pavement. He managed to tumble behind the zombie, drawing the iron mallet embedded in his backpack. With all his strength, he brought it crashing down onto the D-type zombie's ankle. A deafening thud echoed as a jolt of recoil surged through the mallet, nearly wrenching it from his grasp. The muscles in his hand feeling as if they were being torn apart with fiery pain. A large foot came crashing down toward him, and Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not linger any longer with the D-type zombie. He desperately rolled toward the riverbank until he collided with the wheel of a parked car. Rising unsteadily to his feet, he was momentarily disoriented. The D-type zombie advanced toward him, and from behind it, through the shattered window, countless zombies erupted forth. At least 4 S-type zombies surged past the towering D-type, charging in his direction. A sudden, overwhelming urge to urinate seized him, and he screamed in fright, turning to flee toward the riverbank. However, after only a few steps, he was confronted by a horde of zombies slowly encroaching upon him from the front. The sound of the shattering glass had undoubtedly attracted their attention, and he found himself surrounded by the relentless undead. Chapter 17. The Closest Distance. The farthest distance. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a chill run through his body as he scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for an escape route. A horde of zombies relentlessly approached from both ends of the street, and he inwardly cursed his own carelessness. As the zombies drew nearer, his anxiety escalated. To evade the S-shaped zombie behind him, Zhang Xiaoqiang had no choice but to run toward a cluster of ordinary zombies ahead. His eyes darted across the throng, catching sight of a large bus at the roadside, which sparked a glimmer of hope within him. It was an opulent bus, its front crumpled against the corner of a building, emblazoned with the words XX City Port Group. Behind the bus was a pickup truck. Its towering height, nearly 4 meters, appeared to provide a temporary refuge from the encroaching zombies. With the S-shaped zombie closing in, he wasted no time and sprinted toward the bus. Zhang Xiaoqiang leapt into the back of the pickup truck, scrambling onto its roof and vaulting over to the bus. He sprawled at the edge of the bus's top, but the weight of his backpack hindered his ascent. As he positioned his upper body on the roof, his lower half clung to the bus, the backpack pulling him downward. "I'm destined to perish because of this backpack," he cursed, furiously kicking against the bus's side as the S-shaped zombie drew nearer. With a surge of determination, he pushed off the bus's window ledge and, using that slight momentum, vaulted onto the roof. Just as he tucked his legs in, a thunderous crash resonated, and the bus swayed violently. Turning his head to look down, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed an S-shaped zombie sprawled on the ground, evidently the cause of the noise. Lying atop the bus, he gazed at the overcast sky, his backpack cast aside, his chest heaving with exertion from narrowly escaping death. The gnawing pangs of hunger returned. Sitting up, he opened his backpack and pulled out several packets of instant noodles, consuming them dry, occasionally sipping water. Despite the tumult of rolling on the ground, his old military canteen remained largely unscathed, save for a few scuffed patches of paint. Below him, the zombies were packed tightly together like sardines in a can. As he munched on his noodles, he lifted binoculars to survey the location where the D-shaped zombie had emerged, a large internet CF, 3 stories tall, with all the glass on the second floor shattered, leaving only dark, gaping windows. Blue Sky Internet CAF, Grand Opening Specials, December 30th, 2012 to January 1st, 2013, all half price. Everyone is welcome. Damn it, Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, irritated that the CAF had opened just as the virus outbreak occurred, explaining the emergence of so many zombies. The D-shaped zombie circled around the bus, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to scrutinize its form. Towering over 2 meters, it was significantly taller than the other D-shaped zombies, which kept their distance from it. Its skin resembled freshly unearthed bronze, dark and thick, with a faint metallic sheen. Its muscles were formidable, almost rivaling those of a governor, with pronounced veins that twisted and coiled, causing the bus to tremble slightly as it moved. Could this be the fabled D2 type zombie? He pondered, wondering how many lives it had consumed to evolve into such a creature. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his crossbow. Aiming at the D2 type zombie, its threat was too great, and it must be eliminated first. This time, he employed a crossbow bolt, of which there were only 6. One of which was somewhat worn. It was unlikely that the bolt would be retrieved. Good steel should be used on the blade. One cannot catch a wolf without risking the lamb. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered quietly, steadying his nerves as he centered the crosshairs of the scope on D2's head. With a squeeze of his finger, the bolt was released with a sharp twang, disappearing into the air. A howl erupted from D2, who sported a gash on its forehead, mockingly grinning at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Where had the bolt gone? Zhang Xiaoqiang searched around D2, and suddenly, a typical D-type zombie collapsed to the ground, a bolt piercing through its right ear and exiting from its left temple. In an instant, the fallen D-type zombie was engulfed by the horde. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the frenzied D2, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Was it fair to be so tormented? Did it have armor plating on its head? The sound of the bolt's release had betrayed his position. D2 charged towards the bus, toppling the zombies that stood in its way. As the bus emitted a pained groan, a massive dent formed in its body, and the windows shattered, cascading to the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang, perched atop the bus, struggled to maintain his footing amidst the vibrations. Alas, a failed attempt at stealth had turned disastrous. The bus creaked and groaned under the relentless assaults as Zhang Xiaoqiang endured the tumultuous jolts, desperately searching for a means to escape the rooftop. With each collision, the bus was lifted off the ground, only to crash back down, leaving him clinging to the window. As if riding a frenzied bull, the bus gradually shifted away from its original position, dragging numerous zombies beneath it, grinding their flesh and bone apart. Despair washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang. Was there still a paradise in this world? Even a non-believer began to ponder the afterlife. He lifted his gaze to the sky, wishing to see it once more before death, only to find it obstructed by the protective railing above. In this apocalyptic world, what was there left to steal? Frustration swelled within him as he lamented the view denied. The railing? A flicker of inspiration sparked within Zhang Xiaoqiang. Perhaps there was a chance. He resolved to act. Detaching a fine hemp rope from his backpack, he tossed the blanket secured by it off the rooftop and tied one end around a heavy hammer. The bus continued to jolt violently, nearly throwing him off several times. Was this what they called a vehicular tremor? His hands busied themselves while his mind raced. Finally, Zhang Xiaoqiang swung the rope-bound hammer in a circle, aiming for the protective railing above. The bus shuddered once more, and the soaring hammer veered off course, striking the head of an S-type zombie beside the bus, sending it crashing to the ground. Patience, patience. There were still several minutes before the bus would fall apart. Zhang Xiaoqiang encouraged himself and hurled the hammer again. When the hammer struck the reinforced railing, it ricocheted back toward him at an alarming speed, landing perilously between his legs. With trembling left hand, he cautiously reached for his groin, exhaling a long sigh after a moment. The violent tremors of the bus posed a constant threat of self-inflicted injury as he repeatedly swung the hammer into the chaos. With a resounding clang, the hammer finally became lodged between the barriers. Grasping the rope, he swung towards the wall, his feet nearly poised to push off. However, the weight of the backpack on his back disrupted his balance, causing him to collide with the wall at an angle. His forehead struck with force, splitting open and allowing blood to trickle down, staining his collar. The agony of the impact almost made him relinquish his grip. This backpack will be the death of me, Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, his voice tinged with despair. As he slowly ascended along the rope, the D2 zombies continued to batter the bus, which remained stubbornly deformed into a V-shape, enduring against the relentless assault. It was indeed an imported vehicle, robust and resilient. Had it been a domestic bus, it would have succumbed long ago. While he climbed, he mused on the situation, noting how the scent of blood had attracted the surrounding zombies to his feet. Looking down, he was met with a sea of zombie heads. The harrowing near-death experiences had numbed his heart. He was no longer frightened by the undead below, as the threats he faced had significantly diminished. Just like now, the relentless strikes of the hammer had loosened the jute rope tethered behind it, and Zhang Xiaoqiang could see it gradually sliding down the hammer's handle. Panic surged within him as he hastened his ascent. Finally, when only 3 centimeters remained between the jute rope and the hammer's handle, he grasped the protective railing. Standing atop it, He gazed down at the throng of corpses still jostling below. The D2 had dismantled the luxurious bus into mere fragments, inching closer to him. What a wretched day. Nothing seems to go right. Please tell me the railing I'm standing on won't collapse. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart raced as he scrutinized the screws and steel caps connecting the railing, relieved to find no sign of looseness, letting out a sigh of relief. Now trapped in midair, unable to ascend or descend, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to reflect on the day's misfortunes. If he were to have descendants, he would tell them, I was a mere 0.01 centimeters away from losing you. If he ever found a woman willing to share the latter half of his life, he would say to her, I was only 3 centimeters away from paradise. Below him, the D2 zombies roared in rage, and suspended in the air, Zhang Xiaoqiang silently pleaded, Oh, great hero, please save me. Chapter 18. The air-dried cured meat. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood atop the protective railing, gazing at the mass of corpses below, filled with resentment. He loathed himself for not discerning the signage of the internet CAF, for choosing this treacherous path, lamenting that even a reckless venture to the development zone would have been preferable to languishing in this fatal wait. He cursed himself for not burning paper offerings for his parents before leaving. Their blessings were now absent. And he even resented the lack of a savior in his dire predicament. Lost in thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself spiraling into regret. Why hadn't he sprinted home? Why hadn't he simply scaled the obstructing truck? Surely, climbing over that vehicle would have been more advantageous than dangling helplessly in midair. He regretted the 2 gas grenades he had failed to produce, lamenting even the few he had managed to create. Standing on the railing, he oscillated between fury and remorse, while the D2 below clamored loudly for his attention. Thud, thud, thud. The glass behind the protective railing rattled violently, revealing a figure swaying against the screen, a zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of urgency. Why this sense of déjà vu? He could not draw back the string of his crossbow, and wielding his iron spear with one hand was precarious at best. Should he resort to his military knife? Alas, the iron bars rendered him incapable of vanquishing the creature, and the potential for harm to himself outweighed the exchange of injuries. This predicament reminded him of a scene from The Legend of the Chain, where a man falls into a chasm, clutching onto a vine while a bottomless abyss looms beneath him. A venomous snake lay poised to strike, and a rat gnawed at the vine's roots, while the man craved the honey glistening on the vine's leaves. A foolish endeavor. Zhang Xiaoqiang had once judged the man harshly. Now he found himself in a similar plight, sans the rat and honey. After narrowly escaping death countless times today, was he to succumb here? The S-type hadn't caught him. The D2 hadn't claimed his life. Was a mere minion to seal his fate? As he approached the brink, a profound calmness enveloped him. The day's myriad surprises and perils had left him physically and mentally drained. An early conclusion would be a blessing, he mused quietly. Thud, thud. The impacts continued to resonate, threatening to shatter the glass at any moment. This zombie had never feasted on flesh nor endured the rain. It was merely a lowly creature. Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected. Had it been a zombie that had tasted human flesh, it would have long since broken through, sparing him this torment. Oh heavens! Do continue to toy with me. I fear you not. Perhaps you could even send another rat my way. The process of awaiting death had driven Zhang Xiaoqiang into a state of hysteria as he shouted at the D2, challenging it to match his volume. Rat, rat, come out. Come out for a brother's embrace. He sang neurotically to his own tune, scanning for any sign of a rat. In the tail, the rat gnawed at the vine above his head, and Zhang Xiaoqiang looked upward, seeking his elusive quarry. Ha ha! Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed maniacally, determined to entertain himself before the inevitable, only to discover the sweetness of honey. Above the protective railing was a massive awning, obstructing the path upwards. The awning had weathered many storms, and the riverbank sometimes bore fierce winds, resulting in a slender crack along its surface. Zhang Xiaoqiang ascended above the protective railing, drawing forth his tiger-tooth military knife and employing its serrated spine to saw away. Fibers from the PC material cascaded down, and soon enough, he had carved out an opening for passage. Above him loomed a series of steel reinforcements, spaced a height of a person apart. With careful maneuvering, one could surely scale it, undeterred by the fear of a fire that might claim his life. Once again escaping the clutches of death, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of ease wash over him. He climbed layer by layer, slicing through the sunshade canopy, and upon reaching the 7th floor, he was on the verge of ascending to the rooftop. That despicable individual who had committed such a vile act. As the saying goes, when a window opens, another closes. Consequently, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself trapped against the final layer of the protective railing before the rooftop. He was certain that the owner of the residence was an extraordinary individual, a person of unique character, one who had transcended base interests, a commendable comrade contributing to the nation's steel industry, a good subordinate, and an exemplary citizen. How infuriating it was that he had constructed a sunshade from stainless steel plates. Zhang Xiaoqiang prodded at it with his knife, producing a resonant clang. Yet it remained utterly immovable. Peering down, the mass of corpses below resembled a swarm of ants, huddled together. Looking up, the chilling steel plate sent a shiver through his bones. The distinction between hanging from the 7th floor versus the 2nd was stark. With the wind at the upper levels howling ominously, Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented that if he hung there much longer, he would soon become cured meat. He relentlessly struck, sawed, and jabbed at the steel plate, but it remained as unyielding as aged leather. His fingers grew increasingly numb, the wind intensified, and his body grew colder. Zhang Xiaoqiang knew that if he did not ascend before nightfall, he would become a desiccated corpse by morning. The resilience of the steel plate was formidable, rendering his knife ineffective. The only tool left available was a hammer. Zhang Xiaoqiang sheathed his knife and withdrew the hammer, striking fiercely. Clang, clang, with each blow. It bent slightly, only to rebound back. After 99 strikes, he was one tremor away from potential doom. Gazing at the steel plate, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt momentarily dazed. The light began to fade, and though the city in central China was not particularly cold during winter, nighttime temperatures plunged below zero. Zhang Xiaoqiang dangled in midair, devoid of any windbreak, and the solitary blanket he possessed had been discarded to the zombies. He hammered with all his might, having already navigated numerous crises. Zhang Xiaoqiang refused to believe that he could not surmount this obstacle today. Clang, clang, clang. The reverberation of metal echoed through the stillness of the city, returning as an echo to Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears. He felt as if he were in a void, unaware of anything but that accursed steel plate. Suddenly, he miscalculated and struck the concrete wall instead, a small fragment of debris striking his face. He squinted at the tiny crater on the wall, pondering the idea of creating a hole there. Yet, Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. It was far more prudent to continue assaulting the steel plate. He raised the hammer once more, resuming his attack, but paused upon reaching the steel plate. Concrete wall? Steel plate? Was the steel plate affixed to the concrete wall? Huh. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted loudly. The hammer ceased to strike the steel plate, and instead pounded the junction between the steel plate and the cement wall, causing an expansion screw embedded in the wall to loosen slightly. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to hammer relentlessly, his arms beginning to ache, and a gnawing hunger creeping into his belly. Oblivious to his fatigue, he mechanically continued to strike, numbly hammering away. More and more expansion screws began to loosen, and as darkness enveloped the sky, only a faint twilight illuminated the world. With a resounding crash, the entire stainless steel plate finally fulfilled its purpose, drifting downwards towards the ground below. Trembling, Zhang Xiaoqiang sheathed the hammer back into his backpack and resumed striking the cement wall, only to have the force rebounded painfully against his hands. After stowing the hammer, his fingers could no longer curl. With great difficulty, he used his left hand and right elbow to maneuver himself up to the rooftop, collapsing onto the ground in a curled position. He had endured far too much today. Chapter 19, yet again Zhang Xiaoqiang sat huddled on the ground. His body curled inward. He tore open a packet of instant noodles with his teeth and washed them down with water. After consuming 5 or 6 packets, he finally caught his breath, massaging his clenched right fist while reflecting on the day's tribulations and triumphs. Home is a sanctuary, yet venturing out proves perilous. The dangers he faced today surpassed all he had encountered in his entire life, even more than the last encounter with the mutated cat. The tumultuous emotional roller coaster left him utterly fatigued. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a tinge of admiration for himself. He had repeatedly managed to escape from seemingly fatal predicaments. The mass of corpses below, coupled with the ferocious D2, had not inflicted significant harm upon him, only leaving a minor scrape on his forehead. Could it be that I possessed the potential to be a protagonist? He mused contentedly. Suddenly, the rooftop access door was forcefully swung open, and a shadow drew closer. The sky had darkened, rendering the rooftop an impenetrable abyss. Zhang Xiaoqiang was uncertain if the approaching zombie belonged to the horde below. He brandished his iron spear and advanced, but stumbled over the bracket of a solar water heater, falling to the ground. Hadn't he endured enough torment today? He cursed the heavens. With his iron spear aimed at the zombie, he regrettably found himself unable to exert much force while lying prone. The spear tip merely grazed the zombie's calf. This momentarily halted its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang knelt and thrust the spear between the zombie's legs with all his might. The creature lost its balance and collapsed. With a swift motion, he withdrew the spear from the zombie's skull. During this brief struggle, no other zombies ascended to the rooftop, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to exhale a sigh of relief. The darkness enveloped him, and he fumbled for a lighter, hoping to ignite a flame to discern the zombie's features. Unfortunately, the wind on the rooftop was too fierce, extinguishing any flicker of light. He retrieved a hammer and pried the zombie's jaw, dragging it into the stairwell. Closing the wooden door that led to the rooftop, he barricaded the penetrating chill outside. Igniting the lighter, he utilized its feeble glow to finally discern the visage of the creature before him. It was a female zombie, her face withered and desiccated beyond recognition. Her attire remained intact, a strikingly vibrant red down jacket paired with worn denim jeans, indicative of a once youthful life. Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded. As he navigated the wall to the 7th floor, he struck the security door with the hammer several times, but there was no response. He continued to descend, unafraid of encountering zombies in the stairwell. As he had occupied the upper levels for so long, the zombies would have been lured away by him, the bloodstains on his body serving as their guiding beacon. Upon reaching the 4th floor staircase, he stepped onto something soft and unidentifiable in the pitch darkness. A chill ran down his spine, causing every hair to stand on end, and goosebumps cascaded across his skin. The unseen instilled a dread in him that eclipsed his fear of D2. Taking 2 steps back, he stumbled and sat on the stairs, pulling out his lighter to illuminate the space. The feeble flame flickered erratically, influenced by his rapid breaths. A milky white women's handbag lay quietly on the staircase. He let out a sigh of relief as he picked it up and began to rummage through its contents. Inside, he found a set of keys, a wallet, some foundation, lip gloss, mascara, as well as a nail clipper and eyebrow pencil among various cosmetic items. Upon opening the wallet, he discovered an identification card, several bank cards, and a few hundred-yuan bills. The ID bore the image of a young and charming woman smiling. Chao Xiuyun, born on May 12, 1984. This must belong to the unfortunate soul who was killed by Zhang Xiaoqiang on the rooftop. She likely resided here, and among those keys, there must be one for the front door. Feeling a sense of relief, he thought at least he wouldn't have to spend the night on the cold cement floor. With a flick, he tossed a lighter onto the ground. It burned too long and felt a bit hot in his hand. Zhang Xiaoqiang reached back into the handbag to retrieve a flashlight, descending to the 4th floor to try the key. No luck. He tried the 3rd floor, but it was still the wrong key. Could it be upstairs? Returning to the 5th floor, he turned the key, and with a click, the security door opened. He cautiously stepped into the living room. The living space was expansive, adorned with a minimalist decor. On a display shelf near the entrance, Zhang Xiaoqiang found a flashlight and tested it. It still worked. Illuminating the surroundings, he observed that the household was structured as a 3-bedroom apartment, a master bedroom, a study, and a children's room. In the children's room, a small bed held the lifeless body of a little boy, approximately 5 or 6 years old. He was emaciated, lying curled up on the bed like a mummy. It appeared he had succumbed to starvation. Zhang Xiaoqiang chose not to linger, stepping back outside. The tragedies of the apocalypse were far too numerous. Who could say whether tomorrow would bring a similar fate for him? He had no appetite for sentimentality. Having to toil endlessly for survival throughout the day, he was utterly exhausted. He made his way to the master bedroom, collapsing onto the large mattress and closing his eyes. That night, he slept in another's bed, indifferent to the corpse in the adjacent room. As dawn's light filtered through his eyelids, Zhang Xiaoqiang awoke in a daze, momentarily believing he was still in his own bed. However, upon noticing the unfamiliar living room, strange curtains, and a foreign comforter, the reality struck him. He remembered he was in a stranger's home, recalled the corpse next door, and reflected on the harrowing escapes of the previous day. Rising from the bed, he felt a vague ache throughout his body, and his stomach began to rumble, reminding him of the necessity to replenish his energy. He entered the kitchen, where the floor was strewn with various snack wrappers and yogurt bottles, making it feel as though he was standing atop a refuse pile. Opening the refrigerator revealed a neatly arranged assortment of ingredients, though most had spoiled due to the passage of time. In the freezer, he found a considerable amount of frozen meat and sausages, as the power outage had not lasted long enough to thaw them. Zhang Xiaoqiang also discovered a good supply of rice, flour, and some coarse grains like cornmeal and mung bean flour in the kitchen cabinets. Children these days, so pampered. At his age, he could already fry an egg or cook rice. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it amusing that the little boy had starved to death surrounded by rice and flour. This household utilized natural gas. He tried to ignite it, but it must have been shut off. After circling the kitchen, he rummaged in a corner behind the cabinets and unearthed a small gas canister. What luck! He opened it and struck the igniter. A blue flame sprang to life. Using the remaining ingredients from the refrigerator, he prepared a hearty breakfast. A pot of rice sufficient for 7 or 8 individuals, along with an array of dishes, was devoured entirely by Zhang Xiaoqiang. He patted his belly and emitted a satisfied belch, pondering whether he had transformed into a glutton. It was somewhat astonishing. He touched his forehead, noting that the wound from yesterday's collision had already scabbed over. Zhang Xiaoqiang utilized the bottled water in the living room to wash himself and donned a fresh outfit belonging to the male head of the household. In the kitchen, he spread flour into dough, cooked all the sausages and frozen meats, and neatly packed them into bags for his backpack. Once organized, he ventured outside and descended the stairs until he reached the first floor. There, he encountered a throng of zombies outside the communal security door. The undead, having caught a whiff of Zhang Xiaoqiang's scent, thrust their arms through the gaps in the gate, reaching out towards him. The zombies outside the iron gate were pushed aside, revealing a towering figure. D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang groaned as he uttered those two syllables. With a loud thud, the iron door became slightly deformed, prompting him to turn and dash back up the stairs. Chapter 20. Escape from despair. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed his index finger in his mouth and closed his eyes, biting down but not breaking the skin. He hesitated to bite again, fearing the potential presence of a virus. The relentless sound of banging on the door echoed in his ears, igniting a fire of anxiety within him. He frantically searched his surroundings for a sharp object, and, upon discovering a crossbow bolt, yanked it free and drew the tip across his hand. Blood oozed from his finger as he marked the iron doors from the 2nd to the 7th floor with crimson stains before retreating to contemplate his next move. He could not ascend to the rooftop. There was nowhere to run, and remaining trapped inside was equally untenable. The security door could not withstand the assault of the D2. Approaching the window, he gazed down at the ground below, where the back of the residential building was flanked by walls on either side. A small patch of open space lay devoid of zombies, yet the protective railing barred his escape. The installation of such barriers had been a grave mistake, and his mind brimmed with resentment. The incessant banging of the door below sent Zhang Xiaoqiang scurrying about the room like a headless fly. In the bathroom, he spotted the ventilation window and realized it was just large enough for a person to squeeze through. He seized a hammer to dismantle the grating over the vent fan, cautiously poking his head outside. The height was daunting. The drop from the 5th floor to the ground was approximately 15 to 16 meters. He tore down the curtains and fashioned a makeshift rope from bed sheets, lowering it through the vent. It was insufficient. Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through drawers, seeking anything that could serve as a tether. The D2 was already at the ground level, the tremors from its assault reverberating through the building, causing picture frames on the wall to sway ominously. What a fool he was. Zhang Xiaoqiang smacked his forehead, then grabbed a blanket, ripping off its cover, and proceeded to the children's room, pulling down the bedding from the small boy's bed. Forgive me, I shall burn paper offerings for you during the holidays," he muttered incessantly. Bang! The D2 had begun to batter the iron door opposite him. In a flurry of panic, Zhang Xiaoqiang hastily lowered his makeshift rope. One by one, he discarded his backpack, satchel, water bottle, and iron spear. He extended his legs outward, gradually leaning his body away from safety. Bang, bang, bang. The D2's relentless assault on the door felt as though it struck at Zhang Xiaoqiang's very heart, as he found himself ensnared in the vent. Thud! The door was breached, and the D2 entered. Zhang Xiaoqiang inhaled and exhaled deeply, cautiously inching backward. Only his shoulders remained trapped. He encouraged himself, retreating ever so slowly, his heartbeat quickening with each movement. The D2 shuffled into the living room, then the bedroom, and finally into the children's room, until it reached the bathroom. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqiang's head was still caught in the vent. The bathroom was cramped, the window low, and the D2 was less than a meter away from him. He dared not breathe a word, praying fervently to the heavens for protection. The D2 sniffed the air, its claws flailing about, attempting to grasp him. One claw brushed against his forehead, the rush of air stirring his hair and sending beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. With a growl, the zombie, frustrated by its inability to seize him, intensified its efforts, wreaking havoc as it shattered the sink and mirror, sending shards flying in every direction. A tiny shard of porcelain grazed his face, and soon a small bead of blood emerged. D2 caught the scent of blood and lunged towards Zhang Xiaoqiang's head. His mind was blank, with only his knees pushing forcefully against the exterior wall. At the moment D2's claws reached for him, Zhang Xiaoqiang managed to escape. The frantic roars of D2 echoed in his ears as he slid down rapidly, his eyes fixed on the air vent, fearing that D2 might follow him out. The bed sheet, taut and then slack, was torn by D2's claws. Zhang Xiaoqiang plunged downwards. Thud! His back slammed against something, and with no time to ponder, he rolled several times on the ground to dissipate the impact before standing up. He had landed squarely on a common zombie, which lay on the ground, its tattered jacket emblazoned with the words XX Greening, pinned beneath the iron gun it was struggling to rise from. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his foot and kicked the zombie's head, snapping its neck and rendering it immobile. He picked up his backpack and water bottle, organizing them as he surveyed his surroundings. On either side loomed high walls. In a small room cluttered with flower pots and odds, and ends was tightly locked. Outside the small room stood an aluminum ladder used for trimming trees. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned the ladder against the wall and climbed to the top. Beyond the wall lay Binjiang Avenue, and upon jumping down, he looked around, finally feeling a sense of freedom. Binjiang Avenue had only recently been completed. The broad road was desolate and quiet. Across the sidewalk, separated by a fence, countless containers were neatly stacked together, with several towering gantry cranes standing in between. As Zhang Xiaoqiang walked along the lonely road, he found it eerily silent, with not a single zombie in sight. To be honest, he detested killing zombies. He had dispatched quite a number by now, including over a dozen evolved ones. Yet he had seen no significant advancement in his own abilities. Without gain, there was no reason to expend effort, and who would willingly slay zombies without benefit? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused. Beside the port group was a greenbelt, which led to the riverbank. He carefully navigated through the occasional zombies, which were merely elderly individuals exercising by the riverside, moving slowly. Before long, he stood at the riverbank, gazing at the broad Yangtze River. Its waters flowed gently downstream. The greenish water sparkled with clarity, untainted by the pollution and discharges of upstream cities. The water quality was pristine, lending the Yangtze a newfound vitality. Zhang Xiaoqiang strolled slowly along the river embankment, gradually easing his mind. Not long after, he found himself confronted by a horde of zombies. From a distance, he could see a dozen or so wandering along the embankment, with fishing rods lined up beside them, casting into the river. These were mere ordinary zombies, and Zhang Xiaoqiang had no desire to waste his steel pellets. Gripping his iron gun as he approached, he engaged in combat with the zombies by the Yangtze River, the waters flowing quietly as they had for millennia, imbued with countless memories and histories, witnessing the passage of time. On the riverbank, beneath the willows, amidst the embankment, he faced the zombies. He dashed and leapt, shouting and commanding. His gun moved fluidly, his body like a dragon in flight. When the last zombie fell, he finally came to a halt. The zombies lay sprawled across the ground, and the river breeze gradually whisked away the beads of sweat from Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead. Seeing himself capable of confronting over a dozen zombies alone filled him with a surge of exhilaration. A stark contrast to the time when he had been cornered by 6 ordinary zombies in a room, racking his brain to find a way out. To this day, he has grown to such an extent. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it hard to believe. He strolled slowly along the riverbank, where the path was treacherous, frequently obstructed by a sewage channel that compelled him to take a longer route, consuming a considerable amount of time. By the time darkness fell, he had barely covered half the distance. Utilizing a military-grade shovel, Zhang Xiaoqiang dug a pit in the sandy soil by the river, just large enough for him to curl up in for the night. He nestled into the sand pit, consuming 2 flatbreads and taking a sip of water. Unfolding the delicate silk quilt he had brought from the 5th floor, he wrapped it tightly around himself. Although the silk quilt was smooth and exquisite, it offered little protection against the wind. As the chill permeated the fabric, he realized he had no materials to ignite a fire along the riverbank. This predicament reminded him of a warm stone he had, which he retrieved from his satchel and placed against his chest. A gentle warmth radiated from it, enveloping his entire body in comfort. Zhang Xiaoqiang listened to the rhythmic sound of the river lapping against the shore and gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 21. Women. The frigid morning breeze from the river stirred Zhang Xiaoqiang from his slumber. The winter chill carried with it the invigorating scent of fresh air, devoid of the pervasive stench of decay found in the city. The mutated caddis stone continued to transmit warmth to him, enveloping him in a cozy embrace. Reluctant to open his eyes, he savored this rare moment of tranquility. A warm breath brushed against his face, prompting him to awaken and revealing 2 imposing dog heads before him. The air expelled from their panting transformed into a mist that caressed his cheeks in the winter chill. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his body tense, paralyzed with fear. The 2 large dogs were Soviet red hounds, which had appeared near his home a few days prior. They had now grown even more formidable, with the larger one towering at 180 centimeters and the smaller one exceeding 170 centimeters. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained motionless in the sand pit, allowing the dogs to sniff him curiously. Previously, the mutated cat had tormented him, but now he faced the threat of 2 even more powerful dogs. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Today would not end well for him. Witnessing his demise at the jaws of these dogs seemed a rather creative fate. As he anxiously observed the 2 imposing beasts, he noted their muscular limbs and massive paws, wider than his own hands, with a narrow waist and expansive chests. The larger dog bore a long white patch on its forehead, while the smaller one sported a tuft of red fur at the tip of its tail. Zhang Xiaoqiang braced himself for the inevitable, yet to his surprise, the dogs lost interest in him. Instead, they retrieved his backpack from the sand, pawing at it and emitting soft whines. Could it be? Without a moment to ponder, Zhang Xiaoqiang unzipped the backpack and extracted a plastic bag. The dog with the red tuft on its tail eagerly took the bag from his hand, using its paws to rip it open and devour the cooked meat and sausages within. In no time, the two dogs had consumed everything, leaving him in despair. That had been 7 or 8 kilograms of cooked meat and more than a dozen sausages, all gone without a trace. Once the red-tailed dog finished eating, it frolicked around the larger dog, while the latter continued to sniff Zhang Xiaoqiang curiously. Was it still hungry? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him. The dog sniffed at his chest, but made no further advances, leaving him in a state of confusion. I have no milk. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented to the dog. The larger dog remained intent on its exploration. An idea sparked in Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind as he retrieved the cat stone from his chest and extended it toward the dog. Could it be that the dog desired it? The dog sniffed the stone a couple of times, but then stepped back, snorting in disinterest. It turned and trotted away with the smaller dog, playfully engaging with one another as they headed toward the riverbank. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled in relief. Observing the two dogs as they drank and played by the riverside, he mused on the superiority of dogs over cats, pondering the truth behind the adage that owning a cat paled in comparison to having a dog. After consuming a modest meal and shouldering his backpack, he embarked on the day's journey. As Zhang Xiaoqiang walked along the path, the two dogs trailed him from a distance. Whenever he paused, they maintained their distance. He recalled that the eyes of the mutated cat had been a sinister crimson, while the eyes of these dogs were clear and bright. Could it be that the mutated cat had contracted rabies? Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself perplexed by the thought. This was a small plaza nestled within a verdant green belt, with several cassette players placed along its edges. 70 or 80 zombies were scattered across the square, interspersed with 1 S-type and 2 D-types. This must have been a dancing spot for the neighborhood antis, concluded Zhang Xiaoqiang as he lowered his binoculars, contemplating how to bypass the area. Suddenly, 2 dark shadows rushed past him toward the plaza with a whoosh. Raising his binoculars hastily, he saw 2 large dogs weaving through the zombies, occasionally tearing off a zombie's head with their powerful jaws. The zombie's sharp claws and teeth proved futile against the dog's thick, dense fur. One by one, the zombies collapsed until none remained standing. Approaching cautiously, Zhang Xiaoqiang observed the dogs cracking open the skulls of several evolved zombies, lapping up the yellowed brain matter of the lickers before tearing into the tough flesh of the D-types. They ignored the withered corpses of ordinary and S-type zombies entirely. After devouring the D-types, the dogs licked their maws hungrily. Tightening the straps of his backpack, Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed onward. Near the urban-rural fringe, the dogs barked at him before turning and disappearing into the distance. Watching their retreating forms, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed at the loss of 2 protective companions before resuming his journey. By a ditch leading to the Yangtze River, Zhang Xiaoqiang dispatched a lone zombie. As the corpse fell, a rusted key tumbled from its pocket. Loot drop? He mused, instinctively scanning for a treasure chest. Though no chest materialized, he discovered a sturdy 28-inch cargo bicycle in a nearby bridge culvert. Its basket held a severely spoiled lunchbox, a teacup, and a portable thermos. A fishing basket strapped to the rear carrier brimmed with angling gear. Must have been a fisherman who turned mid-trip, Zhang Xiaoqiang deduced. Noting the flat tires, his search yielded a foot pump in the basket. The owner had been meticulous. Sheltered from metal-corroding rains in the culvert, the bicycle remained serviceable. After inflating the tires, Zhang Xiaoqiang wheeled it onto the bridge connecting to suburban highways. Pedaling noisily along rural concrete roads, his legs pumping vigorously, Zhang Xiaoqiang swelled with pride. Now I'm part of the vehicle-owning class. Though merely a bicycle compared to cars or motorcycles, it vastly outperformed walking. Scattered zombies drawn by his scent were left in the dust as he whizzed past, watching S-types recede in the distance until he longed to burst into song. Trouble ahead. Braking abruptly, Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his binoculars to survey rows of fish ponds flanking the highway, some half an acre, others spanning 2 or 3, stretching toward the horizon. A Honda sedan rested by the roadside, opposite to which stood a dilapidated metal shack. The rusted exterior bore faint traces of white paint, inscribed with the words tobacco, alcohol, and fishing gear rentals. In front of the shack, a cluster of 7 or 8 zombies huddled together, feasting on their grisly banquet. A skeletal arm, gnawed to the bone, lay abandoned nearby, with a few remaining fingers desperately clutching a bottle of mineral water. What a wretched soul. Observing the remains, Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, intending to pass by. Yet, he recalled that the instant noodles in his backpack had been consumed, and nearly 20 pounds of cooked meat sausages had been fed to the dogs. Only 2 meager pieces of bread remained, scarcely enough for a single meal. Though there was an ample supply of rice, what if he couldn't start a fire? Would he resort to eating it raw? Zhang Xiaoqiang parked his vehicle beside the shack, seized his iron spear, and approached the zombies from behind. The creatures, engrossed in their bloody feast, paid him no heed. It posed no challenge. Zhang Xiaoqiang dispatched each zombie with the ease of a child catching frogs in a field. Upon entering the small shop, he found the inventory lacking in both variety and quantity. To avoid attracting the distant zombies with the scent of blood, he hastily stuffed his backpack with an assortment of food and mineral water, filling it to the brim, before discreetly slipping a few cans of beer into his clothing. As he made his way to his bicycle, he cast a glance at the Honda, lamenting, "What a pity. Why didn't I choose to drive instead?" He reproached himself, failing to recall that his initial hesitation to learn driving stemmed from a fear of accidents. After one last look, Zhang Xiaoqiang adjusted his bicycle stand, preparing to mount it. Suddenly, he turned sharply, fixating on the Honda's window. Indeed, though the view was obscured, he discerned a figure within. Approaching the front of the car, he peered through the windshield and saw a person sitting in the passenger seat, staring vacantly at the small shop outside. She had shoulder-length hair and wore filthy clothes, their original style and color long obscured. Not a zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang was certain. He had never witnessed a zombie so eerily still. He opened the car door, and a wave of putrid odor assaulted him, challenging even his seasoned nose accustomed to the stench of decay. The woman's complexion was pallid, suggesting malnutrition. Yet her face appeared relatively clean, albeit with clouded eyes. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart raced. A woman, and she was still alive. Chapter 22. Yang Kuer. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood outside the vehicle, observing the woman who appeared lost in thought within. It had been far too long since she had engaged in conversation, compounded by the fact that she was the first living person he had encountered in this post-apocalyptic world, leaving him somewhat exhilarated and fumbling over his words. "Ahem, who are you?" He cleared his throat and inquired again. No response. Zhang Xiaoqiang waved his hand in front of her eyes. Still no reaction? He gave her shoulder a gentle push, causing her to sway slightly. Yet, she remained unresponsive. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced around, noticing a few scattered zombies emerging from behind the fish pond. Time was running out. With a resounding slap, he struck her face, and she erupted into a fit of tears. Finally, a reaction. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed in relief. "Who are you?" He pressed on. "Wah, don't cry." The relentless appearance of zombies began to irritate him. "Wah." She paid him no heed. Slap. He struck her face once more, and the cacophony subsided like a noisy radio abruptly switched off, leaving a serene silence. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the back door of the vehicle, placed his belongings inside, and with a decisive click, shut the door. "Drive," he commanded from the back seat. "Hurry up." The surrounding figures of zombies grew denser. "Do you wish to end up like him, devoured by the undead?" Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, pointing at a mangled corpse. "Sir, do you think this is a scene from Resident Evil?" The woman retorted. Sir. The title startled Zhang Xiaoqiang, who quickly adjusted himself in the back seat and touched his freshly shaven face. Hadn't he just shaved before leaving? He pondered, slapping himself. What was he thinking at a time like this? Pointing at the scattered remains of zombies on the ground, he exclaimed, "What else could that be if not zombies?" "Those are monsters," she argued. "The zombies in movies are grotesquely decayed, nothing like those monsters which barely have any flesh." Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an overwhelming urge to slap her into silence, then inflict the same on himself for engaging in such trivial disputes at a time like this. "I don't care whether they are zombies or monsters. If you don't want to be eaten alive, just drive." His eyes burned with fury, his heart igniting like a million detonated bombs. "I can't. I've always wanted to learn, but no one taught me," she replied, her voice tinged with grievance. Her words struck Zhang Xiaoqiang like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily stunned. Without uttering another word, he opened the car door, donned his backpack, slung his water bottle across his shoulder, and prepared to flee on his bicycle. As he turned around, he found her still sitting in the car, staring vacantly. "Let us go. Are you just going to sit there and wait to die?" He yelled at her, utterly perplexed at how she had survived thus far. "Oh," she replied, stepping hesitantly towards him, her eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly pitiful. A prominent vein protruded from Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead as he sat behind me. A roar erupted from his chest. Clumsily, she scrambled onto the rear rack of the bicycle. With a powerful push, Zhang Xiaoqiang sped off, and a sharp scream escaped the woman seated behind him. Suddenly, her backpack tightened, nearly causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to be thrown off. "What's wrong?" He halted and turned back, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "I couldn't sit steadily," she mumbled, her head bowed, looking as forlorn as a young bride. Without a second thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang pedaled fervently. As they rode, it was already mid-afternoon, and after some time on the road, the sky began to darken. Before nightfall, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered a small grove adjacent to a babbling brook. For 1,000 meters around, there were no signs of habitation nor the ever-present threat of zombies. Using a small shovel, he chopped some wood to kindle a fire, placing a metal lunchbox over the flames, where Thai fragrant rice simmered within. Silence enveloped them. Neither spoke a word. "What is your name?" Zhang Xiaoqiang finally broke the stillness. Although he found her infuriating earlier, the thought of solitude reminded him to endure. "Yang Ke," she replied, staring at the flickering flames, her voice muffled. "Yang Ke." Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered slightly, harboring some disdain. The name felt trivial. She reeked of a foul odor. Her physique undeveloped and immature. While others boasted figures akin to papayas or apples, or at the very least, 2 substantial duck eggs. She resembled a mere fried egg, unremarkable in appearance. If not for the vestiges of youth she exuded, there would be nothing noteworthy about her. "Who is he to you?" He pondered, recalling a mangled corpse, bloodied and unrecognizable. Perhaps the question struck a nerve, for she offered no response. Zhang Xiaoqiang remembered spotting a pair of men's Adidas sneakers on the ground. "He must be your brother," he conjectured, thinking of his own sister. "No, he is my husband." She corrected him. Zhang Xiaoqiang cast her a glance, incredulous that someone would want her in such a state. That poor fellow must be desperate. He felt an overwhelming sense of respect for him, saluting his revolutionary spirit. "How have you managed to survive these days?" Zhang Xiaoqiang continued. She lifted her gaze, recalling and narrating. "That day my husband and I went shopping. The day the virus broke out was my boyfriend's birthday. We took sick leave to skip classes and enjoy a day out. Just as we finished shopping and were heading to the Riverside Park for a romantic evening, everything changed as we stepped outside the supermarket. It was terrifying. Everyone on the street went mad," she recounted, her expression distant. 90% of the people began to mutate. Husbands devoured their wives, mothers tore at their children, and sons chased after their mothers. Overwhelmed by the chaos unfolding around her, she collapsed onto the street, paralyzed with fear. Her boyfriend, who had a steadier temperament owing to his love for video games, managed to hold her tightly as they fled into the back of a delivery truck unloading supplies for the supermarket. The monsters relentlessly battered the carriage, and no one answered the phone calls. Emergency services were unresponsive, and even her parents remained silent. Fear gripped her as she spoke while savoring rice, a long-missed delicacy. The aroma was delightful. With her mouth full, she continued sharing her experiences, while Zhang Xiaoqiang munched on biscuits, patiently awaiting her next words. "Uncle, do you have any meat in your bag? I haven't eaten any in ages," she implored, her expression pitiable, a grain of rice clinging to the corner of her mouth. "All gone to the dogs," Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, biting fiercely into his biscuit, imagining he was feasting on braised dog meat. "Well, if there isn't any, then there isn't. How stingy." "Oh, it has been raining heavily for days," she continued, her words flowing with each bite. Following the heavy rain, zombies began to evolve, posing a growing threat to their safety. The monsters' claws incessantly scraped against the carriage, day and night, instilling a deep sense of dread within her. She feared they would breach the vehicle, which trembled with each collision. Fortunately, she had her husband by her side. Thus, she and her boyfriend persevered for nearly 3 months, relying on the provisions stored in the cargo hold. Their lives revolved around eating, drinking, and sleeping within the confines of the carriage until yesterday. Upon hearing the approach of a vehicle, she and her husband peered through the narrow opening of the carriage door. 2 men drove a Honda to the supermarket in search of food, but alas, they were unable to return. Her boyfriend's father was a small truck driver, and her boyfriend had learned to drive from home. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies swarmed into the supermarket, her boyfriend managed to steal the Honda and escape the city. Upon reaching the outskirts, they spotted a small shop, eager for a change after months of the same beverages. Ultimately, her boyfriend met his demise at the hands of the zombies. And that is how it happened, she concluded. Zhang Xiaoqiang, tending to the campfire, glanced at his watch. It was 5 minutes to 10. She had recounted her tale for 4 hours, mostly expressing her fears and how well her husband treated her. Zhang Xiaoqiang tossed a silk blanket to her and uttered 2 words, "Time to sleep." Chapter 23. Peeking at Yang Ke bathing that night was far from restful. Ever since being startled from slumber by 2 large dogs, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself plagued by an acute sense of insecurity during the night, leading to a fitful sleep. At the slightest rustle, he would rise, armed with an iron spear, to patrol the vicinity. Only after ensuring there were no anomalies would he add a few logs to the campfire and attempt to resume his slumber. It was not that he wished to avoid waking Yang Ke to take turns at watch, but upon seeing her cocooned in a blanket, curled up beside the fire in a deep sleep, Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. It was better to have her rest than to disturb her for the sake of keeping watch. Thus, he toiled through the night until dawn. at which point he roused young Kuer and managed to steal a brief nap. The campfire continued to crackle, and a pot of water was heating up. Awaiting the moment it would be ready for tea, a necessary substitute in days devoid of fresh vegetables. "Uncle," young Kuer called out weakly from the side. "What is it?" Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, his gaze fixed on the flames. "May I take a bath? The creek is uncovered. Go wash yourself." Zhang Xiaoqiang responded gruffly. "There is something dirty in the water." Yang Kuer's voice began to rise. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to her with a questioning look. "Yesterday, my husband and I drove out of the city." Yang Kuer began recounting the events. The previous day, they had ventured beyond the city limits and encountered a survivor trapped in an apartment building, beseeching their help. Her boyfriend had warned that there were zombies lurking below, preventing them from accessing the building. The survivor gestured for them to drive to the back of the structure. There lay a patch of grass, untouched by development due to its proximity to the outskirts, and consequently, it remained devoid of the undead. They parked their vehicle behind the building, and the survivor managed to escape down a PVC drainage pipe, joining them in their flight from the city. The survivor was a middle-aged man in his 40s, a believer in the 2012 apocalypse, who had managed to survive on the provisions he had stockpiled at home. Unfortunately, while he had enough food, he lacked sufficient water, and as dehydration loomed, he was fortunate to encounter them. Throughout their journey, they had found no opportunity to procure bottled water, although he and his girlfriend had a few cans of drinks. Yet, as is often the case with human nature, her boyfriend claimed they were in a hurry and did not take the water, promising to figure something out once they were outside the city. The man, unable to resist the sight of water pooled in a roadside flower bed, exited the vehicle and drank to his heart's content. After a few minutes back on the road, he felt nauseous and had to step out to vomit. "Vomit, vomit," he exclaimed, ultimately succumbing to transformation into a zombie. "It must have been the water," Yang Kuer recounted, her voice tinged with excitement. "It was so terrifying. He sat right behind me before becoming a monster. Thinking back, it sends shivers down my spine." She playfully slapped her egg. That poor soul must have ingested water tainted with rainwater. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused that merely a splash in his mouth had left him reeling, while that unfortunate man had imbibed deeply, making it a miracle he had not turned sooner. "If you don't drink it, you'll be fine." Zhang Xiaoqiang imparted his wisdom, recalling how he had been drenched in rainwater yet emerged unscathed. She lowered her gaze to her feet, silent, as she silently protested against Zhang Xiaoqiang's words. "Look," he shouted at her, striding toward the creek to wash his hands. The morning stream was chilly and crystal clear, untouched by human interference for several months, its purity unmarred by any impurities. Zhang Xiaoqiang rose, shaking off the droplets from his hands, and approached the campfire to warm himself. Yang Kuer, watching him warily, took a few steps back, feeling insecure, and only halted her retreat when she deemed it safe enough to observe him. The scrutinizing gaze she cast upon him made him feel uneasy. He inwardly scorned himself for being so sensitive to the gaze of a mere woman. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed, and she remained there, watching. How long will this continue? Zhang Xiaoqiang grew irritated. It was only then that Yang Kuer hesitantly moved closer, advancing a few steps before retreating again, stopping 5 meters away and refusing to come any nearer. "You truly Haven Tea turned into a monster?" she asked, her voice tinged with skepticism. "Would a monster engage in discussions about life and ideals? Would a monster teach you how to bathe?" Zhang Xiaoqiang replied curtly. "Oh," Yang Kuer sighed with relief, walking to the edge of the stream and pausing. Turning around, she said to Zhang Xiaoqiang, "Could you please turn your back? You can wash in a place where I cannot see you." Zhang Xiaoqiang responded proudly, "I will not look away. If I can't see you, I fear there may be a monster." Yang Kuer replied, her tone conveying her discontent. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his back. After a few moments, he glanced back at her, no paragon of virtue himself, and naturally unwilling to miss an opportunity. Yang Kuer had removed all but her undergarments, and sensing something, she began to turn slightly. When she positioned herself, she naturally could not see much, as Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned decorum. He began to sneak peeks again, the chill of early spring still lingering. Yang Kuer rubbed her arms, her calves trembling slightly. Her desire for cleanliness overwhelmed her fear of the cold, and as she removed her top, Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze sharpened. What? Was that a fried egg pushed up by her top? What was that? A quail egg? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt deceived and quickly looked away. His gaze then shifted to her lower half, where she wore a sky blue pair of shorts adorned with a cartoon character. The shorts, which should have fit snugly, appeared a bit loose on her, and had he not seen her relatively smooth and fair thighs, he might have thought he was gazing at the rear of a zombie. No curves to behold, he dismissed the sight. Finally, he cast a hopeful glance towards her waist. Where was it? Her figure was uniform in width, lacking any discernible waistline, and he passed over that as well. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt cheated. He had exerted effort only to behold a figure devoid of breasts, waist, or hips. Before long, she finished washing, now clad only in thermal underwear, and began to clean her clothes by the stream. Watching the water gradually change from clear and bright to murky and dark, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed heavenward, pondering the filth that must have accumulated. Once she had finished her laundry, she wrapped herself in a silk blanket and sat by the fire to dry her clothes. While Zhang Xiaoqiang prepared a meal, calculating the increased consumption with the addition of another person, he decided to limit their meals to 2 a day, disregarding Yang Kuer's thoughts entirely. Yang Kuer held a lunchbox, savoring her meal, while Zhang Xiaoqiang, with the lid in hand, indulged as well. The fragrant and glutinous Thai jasmine rice, paired with a delectable sauce made from Lao Gan Ma beef paste, was indeed delightful. However, after a few bites, Yang Kuer suddenly retched, expelling bile onto the ground. Could she be ill? What's wrong? Zhang Xiaoqiang cautiously inquired, stepping back. With a pitiful gaze, she confessed, I might be pregnant. A wave of relief washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang. As long as it wasn't an infection, all was well. If you're pregnant, so be it. You can always give birth, he remarked nonchalantly. I don't want to be a mother so soon. I'm only 14, she cried, overwhelmed with emotion. Clatter. The lid slipped from Zhang Xiaoqiang's grasp and fell to the ground as he felt a wave of dizziness. He had always assumed she was around 17 or 18, given her height and appearance. What was he doing at 14? Catching loaches, catching frogs, neglecting homework, and doodling transformers in his textbooks. His most intimate encounter with a girl at that age was when a classmate drew a turtle on his back, only for him to tear her textbook, resulting in a slap across his face. The memory of that slap resurfaced in his mind as he touched his cheek, gazing at the inconsolable girl before him. Was the world changing too rapidly, or was he simply out of touch? You all are dating at such a young age? He cautiously asked. Everyone in our class is doing it. She lamented. Girls who can't find a partner are mocked, and boys without a girlfriend are deemed incompetent. She sobbed. Suddenly, a memory flashed through Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind of a small advertisement he had seen a year prior. Solve the worries of blossoming young girls, painless abortion. Another from a decade ago surfaced. Solve the worries of blossoming young girls, acne no more. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself speechless. He had always prided himself on being a modern internet-savvy youth, yet now he felt increasingly out of sync with the times. Why are you all engaging in such activities so early? It's not good for your health, he said, a hint of guilt in his voice, fearing she would label him as outdated. I don't want to either, but what else can we do in the storage room besides that? She retorted defiantly. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left utterly speechless. Chapter 24. Yang Kuer attracts the monsters. Zhang Xiaoqiang chose to ignore her, focusing instead on packing his belongings in preparation for their departure. Exhausted from her tears, Yang Kuer fell silent. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for direction. At home, his aim had been to escape the city, and now, having left, he felt adrift. He pedaled his bicycle along the road, with Yang Kuer seated behind him. On either side of the path lay a patchwork of fields, interspersed with scattered ponds. The arrival of early spring had prompted the trees in the countryside to begin sprouting new branches. Swallows had already commenced their flights, carrying spring mud to distant eaves. The landscape was awash in tender shades of green. The current generation of girls seemed carefree, and Yang Kuer had already regained her composure, momentarily forgetting her pregnancy. Uncle, your stick is poking me, she exclaimed, tugging at the iron spear strapped to his backpack. Startled by her mention of the stick, Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly lost his balance and veered into the ditch. Bear with it, he muttered, refusing to turn around. Your stick is making me feel so uncomfortable. Yang Kuer continued to tug at the spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang, riding his bicycle, felt a warmth in his nose, as if blood might flow, which prompted his thoughts to drift back to the sight of her bathing that morning, causing him to shiver. The memory of her unadorned figure extinguished any lingering heat within him. He chose to remain silent, but she became more animated. Uncle, did you single-handedly slay those monsters yesterday? That's impressive, she recalled. Uncle, where do you live? What do you do? Zhang Xiaoqiang's profession as a reclusive individual was not one he took pride in, and he continued to remain mute. Uncle, isn't it exhausting riding with that heavy bag? Shouldn't we take a break? My backside is sore, she whined. Don't you see the zombies by the roadside? Zhang Xiaoqiang internally grumbled and continued to ignore her. Uncle, what does your mother do? My mom works at XX. Perhaps she knows her. Her incessant chatter buzzed in his ears like a persistent fly. Uncle, what about your father? Help. The words of Sun Wukong from A Chinese Odyssey echoed in his mind. Her voice buzzed incessantly, a constant presence that grated on his nerves. He imagined silencing her, wishing he could throttle her and end the noise. Shut up if you don't want to die, he shouted. The clamor behind him ceased, and the world fell into silence. Albeit briefly. Mom. Dad. I'm so scared. She began to wail, her sobs echoing into the distance. The nearby zombies were drawn to her cries. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of regret wash over him. He shouldn't have saved her yesterday. She was nothing more than a clueless girl, unable to discern the danger around her, consumed by her own tears. Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated abandoning her and fleeing alone, yet he ultimately lacked the resolve to do so. He was a recluse, but certainly not a murderer. Dear sister, please cease your tears. Must I truly admit my faults? He implored. If you continue to weep, you shall summon the wolves. In the distance, he spotted a passenger bus, encircled by a horde of zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang was determined that Yang Kuer's crying would not attract them. Fortunately, she had not descended into utter foolishness. Her sobs subsided into quiet sniffles behind him. He sped past the bus on his bicycle, with the zombies in hot pursuit. Creak. Zhang Xiaoqiang halted, one foot planted firmly on the ground. An S-shaped zombie lunged onto the road before him, blocking his path. Run. The monster is closing in. Yang Kuer cried anxiously from behind. The S-shaped zombie moved with alarming swiftness. If Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to bypass it, he would surely be pulled from his bike. Its sudden appearance caught him off guard, and the pursuing zombies drew ever closer. We have a burden in the back. Get off the bike. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, drawing his hammer and flinging it towards the S-shaped zombie. Silence followed. Their S.A. monster. Yang Kuer shrieked. Ignoring her, he leapt from the bike. Too pressed for time to retrieve his iron spear and brandished his military knife to confront the creature. Clang. The sound of the bicycle crashing to the ground echoed. But Zhang Xiaoqiang had no concern for her fate. His past encounters with zombies had instilled in him a sense of confidence, even without his iron spear. Facing a single S-shaped zombie did not instill fear in him. The hammer struck its chest, forcing it to stagger back 2 steps. Zhang Xiaoqiang dashed forward, aiming for its neck. The zombie sensed his approach and swung its arm towards him. The military knife clashed against its claw, producing a jarring metallic screech. What manner of talons does it possess? Is it a wolverine? Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped in shock. The knife was jolted from his grasp as another claw swiped at him. He leaned back, narrowly avoiding the claw that whisked past his face, carrying with it the stench of decay. Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly kicked its thigh, sending the zombie tumbling to the ground. Seizing the moment as it struggled to rise, he raced behind it and thrust the knife downward, reversing his grip. The blade pierced through the top of the zombie's head until it became lodged. With a forceful tug, he extracted the knife, using his foot to push against the zombie's shoulder. From Yang Kuer's direction, horrific screams echoed, sending shivers down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine. Surely, she had already become a meal for the zombies. He lamented as he glanced back towards the bicycle. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. The girl was scampering along the edge of the road, shrieking and jumping as she led the zombies in a chaotic pursuit. The horde behind her jostled and stumbled, occasionally tripping over one another. It was as if she were playing a video game, drawing aggro. Whenever a zombie fell behind, she would foolishly run closer, scream upon sighting them, and continue her frantic dance. Truly remarkable. Her pace was perfectly calibrated, ensuring the zombies could neither catch her nor fall too far behind. The entire process flowed seamlessly, captivating to behold. If it weren't for the fact that she was utterly petrified, one might assume she was filled with exhilaration. Come here. Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to her. She was unresponsive to the outside world, merely burying her head and running and jumping about. Zhang Xiaoqiang steadied his bicycle and hurried to her side, gently patting her. She waved her arms frantically, seemingly not recognizing him. Without hesitation, he lifted her onto his shoulder and began to run back. In a daze, she clutched the backpack on his back. Zhang Xiaoqiang seated her on the crossbar of his bicycle, propped it up, and rode forward. Fields of crops gradually slid past his periphery as she settled quietly against his chest, lost in thought. The sky began to darken, heralding the arrival of yet another night. Chapter 25. I won't come down even if it kills me. The bright campfire cast a warm glow, as Zhang Xiaoqiang leisurely honed his military knife by its side. Yang Kuer, tightly wrapped in a silk quilt, stared vacantly at the flames, her body trembling incessantly, untouched food in her lunchbox beside her. She seemed deeply shaken. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at her from the corner of his eye, but chose to ignore her, continuing to sharpen the blade. The intense usage over the past few days had slightly damaged this high-quality replica of a tiger's tooth, and naturally, one must take good care of such a life-saving tool. Aside from the crackling sound of burning wood, the only noise that lingered in the night was that of the whetstone grinding against the knife's edge. Uncle, am I going to die? Yang Kuer suddenly lifted her face and asked Zhang Xiaoqiang, her eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Yes, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied firmly, perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, maybe next month, or even next year. It all depends on your luck. He recalled the scene from his first encounter with a zombie, charging forward with a pot lid in hand. "Uncle, can you protect me?" She gazed at him with pleading eyes. "I cannot," Zhang Xiaoqiang asserted even more resolutely. "I am unsure if I can survive myself. I might die before you tomorrow." Memories of his bruised encounters with mutated cats flashed through his mind, as did the feeling of despair when he hung helplessly from a guardrail. Yang Kuder's eyes dimmed, a hint of desolation appearing on her face. She had begun to lose hope. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed her expression. She fell silent, and he too remained quiet, merely assessing the military knife by the firelight. As time passed, a sense of restlessness overcame him, and he was suddenly reminded of the despair he felt upon waking up to find himself in a post-apocalyptic world. "Do you want to live?" Zhang Xiaoqiang broke the silence. She looked up at him, bewildered. "Do you wish to continue living?" He reiterated, and her eyes brightened once more as she nodded vigorously. "If you want to survive in this apocalypse, you can only rely on yourself." Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the countless times he had practiced drawing and reholstering his gun, pushing himself to train hard at home. "Rely on myself?" Yang Kur questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. "From this moment on, you must forget everything from your past," Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed her. "You are no longer your parents' precious daughter, nor the mischievous student of your teacher. You must even forget that you are a woman." He suddenly remembered the blissful days of his former life as a recluse. "You need to learn to observe zombies, confront them, and ultimately eliminate them." He spoke with the authority of one who had walked that path. "But how do I kill them?" Yang Kur inquired. "Your body is quite agile, and your speed is commendable." He recalled the scene of her luring monsters with a train. "As long as you are not afraid, ordinary zombies won't be able to catch you, but you must be cautious of evolved zombies." Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to impart his experiences to her, gradually instilling confidence within Yang Kur. "Uncle, thank you." She expressed her gratitude. "Get some rest. We will begin training tomorrow," Zhang Xiaoqiang advised. "Okay." Yang Kur settled down under her quilt. "Uncle, what did you think of my appearance while you spied on me in the shower this morning? Did you find me attractive?" Yang Kur suddenly inquired. What a loss it was. Lacking in curves, devoid of a bust, waist, or hips, an utterly featureless figure. Zhang Xiaoqiang involuntarily exclaimed. "Humph." Yang Kur turned away, ignoring him. As the night deepened and the chill set in, Yang Kur unconsciously moved closer to the fire. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed a few logs between her and the bonfire, concerned that she might accidentally roll into the flames. He wished to sleep, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in the air, unsettling him. He was uncertain when this feeling would manifest, nor when it would dissipate. Each time it emerged, misfortune seemed to follow. The first time, he was tormented by the rain to the brink of despair. The second, he was harried by a mutated cat. Now, he found himself in a third predicament. Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated to awaken Yang Kur, for he was unaware of when danger might strike or from whence it would come. At least with her in his sight, he could keep a semblance of watch over her. The night wind danced with the flames like a mischievous spirit, casting flickering shadows all around. The warmth of the fire no longer provided him with comfort. Instead, a chilling sense of dread seeped into his bones. He readied his crossbow, reluctantly using a steel bolt he had previously reserved. He checked the military knife at his waist and gripped his iron spear, still feeling a touch of insecurity, prompting him to seize a hammer and tuck it into his belt. Zhang Xiaoqiang vigilantly awaited the unknown, and as time slipped by, his anxiety intensified. He despised this feeling, as if everything were at the mercy of fate, with him merely a pawn, liable to be cast aside at any moment. Even facing D2 would be preferable to enduring this ominous uncertainty. After an indeterminate span of time, a towering figure, reminiscent of an ancient beast, shattered the night and appeared beside the firelight. Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted to scrutinize it. A massive head crowned with two robust, sharp horns seemed poised to pierce through the darkness. Those horns spiraled upward, becoming increasingly pointed, glinting with a metallic sheen in the fire's glow. Its gigantic hooves were sturdy and unwavering, while the rest of its form remained obscured in shadow. What manner of creature was this? Zhang Xiaoqiang could not discern the specifics of this mutated beast. Its formidable horns and powerful hooves hinted at incredible strength. He dared not move, fearing the creature might misconstrue his stillness as a threat. Through his encounters with large dogs, he had learned that not all mutated animals pose danger to humans. He exhaled slowly, inhaling equally deliberately, remaining perfectly still, silently wishing for the beast to depart. The creature took a couple of steps forward, studying the flames with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, its expression revealing a hint of evasiveness. While it overlooked Zhang Xiaoqiang, standing by the fire, Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the beast in return. It stood approximately 160 centimeters tall, its coat mottled and somewhat yellowed, with a robust body resembling a wall. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to a goat, though he could not be certain. The goats he had seen had thick, short horns that curved backward, whereas this creature's horns were akin to those of an African antelope, straight and elongated. As time gradually passed, the beast inched closer, heightening Zhang Xiaoqiang's vigilance. He aimed the crossbow bolt between its eyes, ready for whatever might unfold. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. The creature exhibited an unusual fascination with the flames, fixating its gaze upon them, while Yang Kuer lay blissfully unaware beside the fire. Yet, the creature seemed to lose interest in the flickering flames, retreating a step as if to depart. Suddenly, a spark erupted from the burning logs, startling the creature, which then lunged towards the bonfire with a sense of urgency. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained oblivious to the creature's intentions, which were clearly aimed at the blazing fire. In a swift motion, a crossbow bolt materialized at the creature's forehead, the tip quivering slightly. The creature halted, pressing its head, still impaled by the bolt, down towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. A bitter taste filled Zhang Xiaoqiang's mouth. What weapon could possibly defeat a beast that could withstand a crossbow bolt? Discarding his sniper crossbow, he grasped his iron spear, resolved to confront the situation head-on. There was no escape. Retreating into the darkness would be a swifter demise, and his vision was far inferior to that of the beast. The creature, seemingly in excruciating pain, shook its head in an attempt to dislodge the bolt, but upon failing, directed its wrath towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. The beast charged at him, its sharp horns aimed menacingly, with the spear's butt end angled into the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned forward into a stance, the spearhead poised to meet the creature's onslaught. As the creature surged forward, its speed was not as swift as that of the mutated cats, yet its force rivaled that of a D2-type zombie. At the moment of impact, Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled aside. The collision echoed with a resounding thud, followed by the sickening crack of the spearhead splintering. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang watched in dismay as his iron spear shattered into two sections, a chill running through him. The tremendous force of the impact also inflicted damage upon the creature, causing it to stumble slightly. Shaking its head as if to regain clarity, Zhang seized the opportunity and lunged onto the creature's back, gripping its nape with one hand while plunging his military knife towards its throat with the other. The blade struck the skin with a sound reminiscent of tearing leather, yet it merely grazed the surface. The creature, clearly dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaoqiang's presence upon its back, began to thrash about in agitation. Discarding the military knife, Zhang locked his arms around its neck, his mind consumed by a singular determination. He would not relinquish his hold, even if it meant death. Chapter 26. A magnificent slice of meat. The beast danced fervently around the campfire, akin to a frenzied bull, while Zhang Xiaoqiang clung desperately to its back, utterly disoriented. With a sudden convulsion, the remnants of his dinner were expelled, leaving him lost in a haze upon its back. His fingers, tightly gripping, throbbed with pain. Had it not been for the agony, he might have forgotten the very existence of his arms. His legs felt as though swarmed by countless ants, stinging and aching. With each jolt, it felt as if his coccyx had shattered, and a numbness stretched from his hips to his abdomen. He retched repeatedly, until only bitter bile remained, flooding his mouth with a wretched taste. Draped across the creature's back, his body rose and fell with its erratic movements, his joints feeling as if they had been dislocated. Devoid of strength, merely mechanically clutching its neck and waist. A bitter sweetness welled at the corners of his mouth, his clenched teeth causing his gums to bleed. His eyelids drooped heavily, waves of dizziness crashing over him. Zhang Xiaoqiang was oblivious to where the creature would lead him or what fate awaited him. He found himself unable to dismount, unable to bear the sharp wind stinging his eyes. He buried his face into the coarse fur of the beast, surrendering himself to its relentless pace. He listened to the rushing wind and the pounding of its hooves, feeling the vibrations and jolts beneath him. His mind became a void. He cared for nothing anymore, embracing a fleeting sense of tranquility. Time slipped away, and gradually the sky began to lighten. The creature's speed diminished, and he could feel the dampness of its neck fur. As dawn broke fully, the beast heaved with labored breaths, its steps wavering. A spark of opportunity ignited within him, and he released his grip to grasp the horns atop the creature's head, hoisting himself forward. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself perched upon its neck, his legs tightly coiling around its throat. With his left hand clutching one of its spiraled horns, he drew forth the hammer lodged at his waist and struck fiercely at its skull. The beast emitted a mournful cry, thrashing its head in an attempt to dislodge him. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt the onset of dizziness once more. Yet, whenever the creature momentarily calmed, he seized the chance to strike again. Each blow met with the creature's frantic head shaking. He clung on, determined to avoid being thrown off, biding his time until it halted before striking once more. Back and forth they went, the creature growing weary, while Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his strength waning. Suddenly, he was pitched backward as the beast reared up, its head arching back, taking him along in its fall. Clinging to its horn, he braced himself for its return to the ground. After a brief interval, no more than 10 seconds, it planted its front hooves firmly on the ground. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang glimpsed a chance. A crossbow bolt was lodged in its forehead, embedded just enough to inflict pain without reaching the brain, causing the creature considerable distress. Hope surged within him as he summoned the last of his strength, steadfastly remaining upon its neck, awaiting the perfect moment. The opportunity arose once more as it reared up. Zhang Xiaoqiang, seizing the large horn, stood tall, his left foot hooked beneath its chin and his right foot pressing down upon its shoulder blade. With a determined stance, he brought the hammer down upon the tail of the bolt, the sound resonating as it sank deeper into the flesh. The beast emitted a tremendous wail, reverberating through the air and causing his ears to hum. The creature bounced up and down, and as he sat upon its back, he felt as though he were soaring through the air, only to plummet back down. The hammer flew from his grasp, and his left hand, gripping the massive horn, was lacerated by its spiral patterns, blood pouring forth. Time lost all meaning until the creature stood upright once more, retreating a few steps, then a few more, before collapsing sideways onto the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time to leap off, and he tumbled down along with it. Groaning, he managed to extract his left leg from beneath the beast, feeling a disconcerting numbness in his foot, as pain surged through his calf. Was it broken? His heart raced. He meticulously examined the injury. The bones appeared intact without any fracture, yet his left foot dangled limply from his calf, dislocated. Gently, he moved his foot a few times before forcefully jerking it upward. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he winced in pain. Upon closer inspection, it had not been rejoined. Overwhelmed with despair, he lamented his lack of knowledge. After several agonizing attempts, he finally managed to relocate his foot. Limping, Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the corpse of the beast. "Wow, what a gigantic sheep!" came the astonished exclamation from Yang Kuer behind him. Dazed, Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to find the campsite just 10 meters away, the extinguished bonfire slowly emitting wisps of smoke. Yang Kuer, still bleary-eyed, gazed at the carcass of the mutated creature, having endured a night of turmoil only to return to the starting point. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at her for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the sky, which had brightened significantly, an overwhelming wave of fatigue crashing over him. "Don't mind me, I'll catch some sleep," he croaked, his voice hoarse and dry, collapsing onto the beast's body, seeking warmth from its residual heat. Meanwhile, the young girl practiced her frog jumps nearby, her breath coming in labored gasps while Zhang Xiaoqiang studied the creature's massive horns. Each horn measured nearly 60 to 70 centimeters in length, spiraling gracefully from base to tip, exuding a smoothness akin to jade, producing a metallic resonance when struck. These horns were hollow, broad at the base and tapering to a sharp point, their hardness unmatched. Not even a military knife left a mark upon them, while the blade itself bore the scars of their encounter. Truly, a treasure. Zhang Xiaoqiang caressed the horn, admiring its polished, intricate patterns that occasionally reflected an elegant, mysterious luminescence. He recalled the trepidation he felt during the process of removing them. Using a military knife had proven futile, and striking with the hammer yielded no results. Ultimately, he resorted to painstakingly chiseling them away from the mutated beast's skull using a hammer and a steel crossbow arrow. Nearby, he propped a piece of animal hide with several bamboo slats. The hide was also a valuable asset, impervious to punctures or tears, and remarkably lightweight. The removal process had taxed his ingenuity, culminating in the slow sawing of the hide with a shovel's serrated edge, peeling it away bit by bit. Now, the mutated creature lay bare before him. "Uncle, that's 2,000 jumps." Yang Kuer reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang of her accomplishment. "Let us take a break. Then jump 2,000 more." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied casually, pondering what to craft from the two horns. Uncle Yang Kuer spoke again. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at her. "It's quite exhausting. Do you have any meat to eat? Otherwise, I want to be able to jump." She complained. "None," Zhang Xiaoqiang asserted with unwavering certainty. "Isn't that a substantial piece of meat?" Yang Kuer remarked, pointing at the sleek mutated beast. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to ponder. Zombies consume flesh and blood, while mutated dogs feast upon zombies. The fact that the large dog did not transform into a zombie dog after consuming a corpse infected with the virus suggests that the virus induces evolution rather than mutation. This implies that certain substances within animals might interact positively with the virus, signifying that animals possess immunity to it. Furthermore, zombies do not consume other zombies, indicating that the flesh of one zombie holds no allure for another. thus having no effect on their continued evolution. The conclusion is that zombies are only interested in fresh flesh and blood devoid of the virus. On that day, when the zombies besieged the large dog, it was evidently in pursuit of its blood and meat, which implies that the dog's flesh was free of the virus, having been purified within the animal's body. This means that humans would also be safe if they consumed it. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered to himself. Uncle, can we hurry up? Yang Kuer urged. Let us continue practicing. We can discuss it during dinner. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied dismissively. Yay, we'll have meat for dinner. Yang Kuer exclaimed gleefully as she skipped away. Chapter 27. Call me cockroach to eat or not to eat? That is the question. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed vacantly at the large piece of meat. If only he could find someone to test it out. He glanced at Yang Kuer, deliberated for a moment, then decided against it. Letting her be the guinea pig? Despite her being somewhat childish, she was certainly not innocent anymore. But then again, innocence was a rarity these days. Someone once remarked, virgins? You might as well look for them in kindergarten. Zhang Xiaoqiang, however, did not quite agree. Surely, there were still a few in the lower grades of elementary school. Dismissing those thoughts, he returned his gaze to the meat, which had a slightly darkened hue, indicating it had not been bled properly. Its blood had pooled within. It weighed around 300 to 400 pounds. He swallowed hard. It had been days since he last had meat, and his appetite was piqued. Limping towards the meat, he steeled himself and sliced off a piece the size of a fingernail with a small shovel. With a quick squeeze of his eyes shut, he shoved it into his mouth. Pausing just before it reached his lips, he detected the raw, gamey scent. He moved to the campfire to roast it, watching as the slice gradually turned yellow and curled, releasing an enticing aroma. Relying on his body, which had survived the bizarre rain, he tossed the meat into his mouth. It was somewhat tough, Zhang Xiaoqiang assessed. Chewy, he concluded. Is it done yet? I can hardly wait. A mutated beast's thigh sizzled over the flames, and Yang Kuer urged him on. Zhang Xiaoqiang checked the meat. Not quite yet. After consuming the meat slice without any adverse effects, he coaxed the little girl into trying it, confirming his hypothesis. The D virus was harmful to humans, yet beneficial to animals. He pondered whether monkeys could turn into zombie monkeys. Gazing into the fire, he reflected. It's burnt. It's burnt. I told you so, but you wouldn't believe me. Humph. Yang Kuer complained as the meat charred. If you find it burnt, then don't eat it. What a waste of good intentions. Zhang Xiaoqiang chided her. All right. I'm sorry. Ouch, this is tough. Yang Kuer grimaced. No matter how much you chew, just pretend it's pork. Zhang Xiaoqiang imparted his wisdom. Uncle, what is your name? Yang Kuer finally remembered to ask. Hearing her question brought back memories that pierced his heart. Xiaoqiang, stop playing and come home for dinner, echoed his mother's voice from his childhood. Now, everyone, please introduce yourselves. The teacher descended from the podium, and he stepped up, facing over 50 pairs of eyes. I am Zhang Xiaoqiang, he replied timidly, recalling his middle school days. Xiaoqiang, what is wrong with you? Lamented his classmates, reciting lines from a movie. Zhang Xiaoqiang. Ha, isn't that just Cockroach? I'm sorry, I can't hold it in, it's just too funny. This was a memory from his blind dates. He harbored resentment towards his name. It felt like a curse, binding him throughout his life. A name is merely a symbol, a remnant of the past, devoid of meaning. Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke seriously to Yang Kuer. But how should I address you? I can't keep calling you uncle, can I? Are you still lamenting about not being married? What of the 31 flowers? You are blossoming, after all. Upon hearing Yang Kuer's question, he fell silent. Suddenly, he recalled the cockroach trapped in the bottle, desperately clinging to life, and the countless narrow escapes he had endured since leaving home. Just call me the cockroach. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved with sudden determination. Oh, a cockroach. How revolting. Cockroaches are the most detestable creatures. Uncle, why would you choose such a name? Yang Kuer offered her candid assessment of the name. Have you eaten enough? If so, go to sleep. Tomorrow, we continue training. Zhang Xiaoqiang sent Yang Kuer off to rest. Muttering under her breath, Yang Kuer wrapped herself in her blanket and drifted off. Zhang Xiaoqiang polished off the remaining grilled meat, clutching his stomach in contemplation. Each injury seemed to enhance his appetite, while the swift healing of his wounds brought joy. The consumption of food tugged at his heart. He meticulously sliced off chunks of meat from the mutated beast and roasted them over the campfire, preparing for future sustenance. Although the flavor was not exceptional, it sufficed to stave off hunger. As he continued to carve the meat, the mutated beast gradually became nothing but a skeleton. Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through the creature's abdominal cavity, but found nothing akin to the stones found in cats. Could it be that only cats develop stones? He pondered, somewhat perplexed. Once all the beast's meat was roasted, Zhang Xiaoqiang calculated in his mind. The creature was large, yet yielded only about 100 pounds of meat, as the rest was taken up by bones and organs. After roasting, he estimated it would amount to around 40 or 50 pounds. Once he had organized the meat, he turned his attention to the beast's hide, scraping away the residual flesh and preparing it for tanning with plant ash. After a considerable effort, he paused to contemplate its potential uses. His primary weapon was now destroyed. The iron spear had shattered into 2 pieces. The triangular file that served as its tip had bent into an S shape, and the galvanized pipe had warped. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of regret. The iron spear had accompanied him through numerous fierce battles, and now it had reached a point where he had no choice but to part with it. He buried the remnants of the spear and, clutching 2 beast horns, closed his eyes. "Uncle Zhang, slow down. I can hardly keep up." Zhang Xiaoqiang pedaled ahead, his rear rack laden with a heap of roasted beast meat, while Yang Kuter trailed behind, ostensibly for exercise. Ignoring her, he continued riding. "Zhang Xiaoqiang, stop right now." Yang Kuer, now exasperated, had formally learned his name that morning. Creak. He halted his bicycle. "Finally, you are willing to stop." She gasped, "I'm exhausted." Panting heavily, she approached Zhang Xiaoqiang. Unfazed, he lifted his binoculars to survey the surroundings. "What's the matter?" Yang Kuer inquired, puzzled. Nearby, at the edge of the farmland, a solitary zombie wandered, the area around it vacant, with the nearest zombie over a mile away. "What a rare opportunity." Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed out the zombie to Yang Kuer. "What's the matter?" "It looks quite ordinary," she replied, seemingly unconcerned, fanning herself with her hand. "You should go and take care of it," Zhang Xiaoqiang said in a tone reminiscent of instructing someone to stomp on an ant. Yang Kuer was taken aback. But I have no experience," she stammered, gazing at Zhang Xiaoqiang in bewilderment. "No one possesses experience from the outset. This is an opportune moment. Go forth, I shall observe from behind," Zhang Xiaoqiang reassured Yang Kuer. "But if I find myself in peril, will you come to my aid?" Yang Kuer implored with a hint of desperation. "I will not," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied with unwavering conviction. "I have made it clear, one must rely on oneself. If you are too fearful to ascend today, then you might as well dig a grave for yourself to avoid further suffering." His expression was grave, his tone resolute. "But how am I to combat the monsters?" Yang Kuer protested, clutching the hem of her garment tightly, her eyes gleaming as they sought Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze. "Here." Zhang Xiaoqiang produced a heavy iron hammer. Chapter 28. Yang Kuer versus the zombie. "Hey, uncle, why are you bullying me? Why not give me that?" Yang Kuer pointed at the crossbow strap to Zhang Xiaoqiang's backpack. "You must possess the courage to confront the zombies directly, rather than cowering from a distance." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied with growing impatience. "If you don't move soon, I will leave you behind. I refuse to carry a burden while fighting for my life." He feigned the intention to ride away on his bicycle. All right. I'll go. I never said I wouldn't." Yang Kuer reluctantly accepted the hammer and slowly made her way toward the zombie. The creature was merely 60 to 70 meters away, yet after 5 minutes of hesitation, she hadn't even approached within 40 meters of it. "Move faster, or I'm leaving," Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, his voice so loud that it startled the zombie, which began to shuffle toward them. Yang Kuer's pace quickened as she drew closer, and the zombie caught her scent, lunging toward her. "Oh my God," she screamed, turning to flee. Even Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was several dozen meters away, could hear her terrified cries. A steel ball whizzed past, barely grazing Yang Kuer's hair, freezing her in place, too frightened to move. "If you run again, I will shoot you." Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed the crossbow at her. "Wah!" Yang Kuter burst into tears. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood the harsh reality of a 14-year-old girl facing a zombie alone, yet he felt powerless. The countless perils he had endured since the arrival of the apocalypse had taught him that no one could be anyone else's savior. To survive in this world filled with zombies and mutated beasts, one must rely solely on oneself. If she could not slay the zombie today, then let the zombie claim her life. He reminded himself that the apocalypse had forced all survivors to start from scratch. Zhang Xiaoqiang was just an inconsequential figure, with no responsibility or obligation to save anyone. Thus, in this world, there were no laws, no human rights, and certainly no emotions. To dwell on such things would only hasten one's demise. With tears in her eyes, Yang Kuer looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was aiming the crossbow at her. After a brief hesitation, she turned and ran back toward the zombie. She halted about 7 or 8 meters away, then veered left, attempting to flank the creature. Is she finally using her brain? Some progress, Zhang Xiaoqiang mused as he lit a cigarette, watching intently. As Yang Kuer reached her position, the zombie also turned around. She swiftly dashed to the right, trying once more to get behind it. However, as she passed, the zombie pivoted to face her again. The game of hide-and-seek unfolded between the girl and the zombie. Suddenly, the zombie stumbled and fell, unable to keep pace with Yang Kuer's movements. Good opportunity. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed. Recognizing the rarity of the moment, Yang Kuer rushed toward the fallen zombie. But in her single-minded focus on the creature, she neglected to watch her footing and also tumbled to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Xiaoqiang choked on the smoke as he witnessed her squander such a golden chance. His frustration flared within him. By the time Yang Kuer stood up, the zombie had risen as well. Thus, the first round between Yang Kuer and the zombie ended in a stalemate. After a period of adaptation, Yang Kuer no longer harbored the same fear of zombies as she did at the outset. She found herself drawing ever closer to them. Within a mere 2 meters of a zombie, she began to taunt it, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of gratification witnessing her progress. After finishing a cigarette, he glanced at his watch. 15 minutes had passed. Peering at the sky, he hoped she would conclude her encounter before exhaustion overcame her, a wicked thought crossing his mind. Yang Kuer remained steadfast against the zombie, which suddenly lunged forward. Unfazed, she ducked and swiftly maneuvered to its rear, delivering a powerful blow with her hammer upon its back. Unfortunately, the zombie was impervious to such damage, and it turned, swiping at her with its claws, narrowly missing the fringe that framed her face. In the second round of their clash, Yang Kuer held a slight advantage. Watching in boredom, Zhang Xiaoqiang lit another cigarette, exhaling rings of smoke. Having survived the earlier peril, Yang Kuer became more composed and audacious, actively provoking the zombie, which appeared bewildered by her antics. She leaned left then swayed right, causing the zombie to miss its mark. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered a kick to the back of its knee, forcing it to topple forward. Ah! Yang Kuer exclaimed, stepping forward to execute a textbook defensive kick aimed squarely between the zombie's legs. Witnessing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a tightening sensation. Following this, she leaped onto the zombie's back, gripping the hammer tightly as she rained blows upon it. The zombie attempted to rise several times, only to collapse back to the ground, until it lay still. In the third round against the zombie, she achieved a resounding victory. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached Yang Kuer, who continued to strike, muttering something under her breath. Suddenly, with a loud smack, he placed a hand on her shoulder. In response, the hammer swung towards his face, and he narrowly evaded it, breaking into a sweat. Yang Kuer persisted in her assault on the zombie, appearing somewhat disoriented, lost in her frenzy. Zhang Xiaoqiang crouched beside her, witnessing her sobbing as she exclaimed, "Woo-woo. Dead cockroach, woo-woo. Stinky cockroach. I'll spray you with pesticide. Spray, spray, spray you to death. Woo-woo." A powerful wave of resentment enveloped Zhang Xiaoqiang. Standing aside, he observed as Yang Kuer continued to pummel the zombie. Gradually, her strength waned, and the once flailing hammer slowed to a halt. Zhang Xiaoqiang helped her to a seated position, inquiring about her condition. "I'm hungry," she replied, patting her stomach, indicating she had regained her composure. "Uncle, you should have seen it. The monster's claw was so close to my eye, just a hair's breadth away. Really, it almost touched my eye. I was so scared." Sitting on the ground, her eyes sparkling with excitement, Yang Kuer recounted the harrowing experience. Her right hand clutching half-eaten jerky, occasionally gesturing in the air to emphasize her thrilling tale. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat beside her, munching on jerky, captivated by her animated storytelling. What has just transpired is vividly clear, rendering Yang Kuer's topic of conversation rather uninteresting. "Ha. Today I can slay one, and tomorrow I shall dispatch two. Ha. Two indeed. I might even unleash my fury and eliminate 10,000. Ha hee hee." As Yang Kuer spoke, her excitement escalated, and she began to revel in her own exuberance. Observing Yang Kuer's audacious demeanor, Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unimpressed, reflecting on the saying that a wolf from Zhongshan becomes arrogant once it gains power. Here, Zhang Xiaoqiang presented the crossbow before Yang Kuer. Yang Kuer looked at him with uncertainty, hesitant to reach out for it. "Take it." Zhang Xiaoqiang placed the weapon firmly in her hands. "You are now worthy of wielding it," he stated to Yang Kuer with utmost seriousness, his expression remaining composed. Chapter 29. Ambushed by night, is this truly for me? Yang Kuer exclaimed with delight as she fumbled with the sniper crossbow, her disbelief evident as her clumsy hands struggled to operate it. "You're doing it incorrectly. It should be like this." Zhang Xiaoqiang patiently guided her, demonstrating how to draw the string and load the steel balls and crossbow bolts. With a click, Yang Kuer successfully loaded the crossbow and aimed it around. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the first zombie she had slain. To be candid, that unfortunate creature was rather pitiable, as its head remained unscathed while the entirety of its torso was reduced to a mere pulp, lacking a single intact bone, a fate more gruesome than ancient torture. "Uncle, will you abandon me and flee?" Yang Kuer asked nonchalantly, her gaze occasionally darting towards Zhang Xiaoqiang, her grip on the sniper crossbow firm. Zhang Xiaoqiang swallowed nervously, the sharp tip of the bolt sending a tremor through his legs. He stammered, his throat dry. Yongkur inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. As long as you commit to training and possess the courage to face the zombies alone, I assure you I will not leave you behind, Zhang Xiaoqiang declared earnestly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yes, I will certainly strive to improve. Yongkur replied with a radiant smile. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaoqiang regained his composure. After a brief rest, the two resumed their journey, with Zhang Xiaoqiang riding a bicycle and Yongkur sitting on the crossbar. However, soon enough, the bicycle began to tremble, and upon dismounting, they discovered that the front tire had been punctured and was now flat. Darn it, what bad luck. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered under his breath. We need to switch vehicles. Get down. He called out to Yongkur. What vehicle are we switching to, uncle? Yongkur inquired, steady on the bicycle's crossbar. Route 11. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, retrieving some jerky from the rear rack. Carrying the jerky on his back, Zhang Xiaoqiang trudged along the rural path, with Yongkur following closely, her sniper crossbow in hand, while a solitary bicycle loomed in the distance behind them. Breathing heavily under the weight of the jerky, Zhang Xiaoqiang heard Yongkur call out that she was tired and needed to rest. Observing the dimming sky, he realized that nightfall was approaching rapidly. Not far ahead, a modest two-story villa stood alone at the edge of a field, devoid of any obstacles or the ever-present hordes of zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang decided that they would spend the night in that villa. Since the last time he had been trapped inside by D2, he had developed a sense of aversion to being confined within walls, yet he felt that sheltering indoors was preferable to the dangers of the wilderness, especially with mutated beasts attracted by the night campfire. This was a quintessential farmhouse, showing its age. The once bright white exterior tiles had dulled, and the corners of the foundation were covered in dry, withered moss. The cement ground of the threshing area in front of the villa bore numerous fine cracks. The stainless steel doors and windows of the villa were tightly locked. Zhang Xiaoqiang knocked several times, then pressed his ear against the iron door to listen for any sounds within, but the house remained eerily silent. He stepped back, surveying the villa, searching for a way to enter. Uncle, what are you looking for? Yongkur asked, observing Zhang Xiaoqiang's movements with curiosity. Do not disturb me. Can't you see I am pondering how to gain entry? Zhang Xiaoqiang expressed his annoyance. If we cannot enter from below, then let us try from above. Yongkur angrily gestured towards the second floor. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced upward. Above the main entrance lay a balcony, behind which was a glass door. From the ground floor, the lock was obscured, but even if it were secured, it mattered not. Was there not a hammer available? Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yongkur to step onto his shoulders and ascend, intending for her to enter and then unlock the door from within. Uncle, there might be monsters inside, Yongkur said, her expression betraying her apprehension. Are you still afraid of zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted. Oh right, I am no longer afraid. Yongkur recalled their victorious battle against the zombies earlier that day. Be careful. Don't step on my face. I apologize, it was just a hair's breadth away, truly just a little. Forget it, just tread on my head. Consider it my misfortune. Uncle, I cannot reach. Why not let me come down and you step on me instead? With that petite frame of yours, you would hardly support my weight. Ready? Lift off. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised Yongkur's shoe soles upward. Her feet flailed momentarily before disappearing. Uncle, wait for me. I shall unlock the door. Yongkur called from beyond, though she had already vanished behind the glass door. A click. The iron door swung open. Uncle, it is so dark inside. I am terrified. Yongkur confessed to Zhang Xiaoqiang, still shaken. Ignoring her, Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly entered the house, which had been devoid of life for quite some time, rendering the atmosphere somewhat eerie. Inside was a hall, adorned with a portrait of the longevity deity upon the wall facing the door. And beside it stood a cabinet housing a now invisible porcelain statue of Chairman Mao. The decor was quite ordinary, with the white ceramic tiles on the floor having yellowed with age. Zhang Xiaoqiang wandered through the ground floor and discovered the kitchen, which was barren save for a full water tank. There were no condiments, nor grains, so pristine that even a rat would weep at the sight. Adjacent to the kitchen was a corridor leading to the back of the building, which opened into a small courtyard. Flanking it were several earthen houses, one serving as a shed filled with scattered tires and tools, while another was a firewood storage. Additionally, there were two more rooms, one a pigsty, and the other a smokehouse, typically used for curing meat, which, of course, was conspicuously absent. The courtyard featured an iron gate leading to a small hill, securely locked with a hefty General S padlock. Zhang Xiaoqiang speculated that the homeowner had evaded the virus, fled with supplies, and still had the time to secure both front and back doors. One room on the ground floor served as a bedroom for the elderly, furnished with antiquated wooden furniture and a large bed. The remaining rooms had been repurposed as storage, with a few grains of rice scattered across the floor. The second floor comprised a living area featuring a lounge and 3 bedrooms. The The lounge boasted wooden flooring, a sizable sofa set, and a high-end home theater system. The bedding in the 3 bedrooms was still intact, ready for immediate use. After their meal, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuer utilized the large pot in the kitchen to boil water for a refreshing bath. You sleep inside while I take the living room. Be attentive to any disturbances tonight, and do not sleep too soundly, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kuer as they prepared for rest. Is it not obvious? It's been ages since I last slept in a bed, Yang Kuer exclaimed as she cheerfully entered the bedroom. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the sofa, cocooned in a blanket with his eyes closed, a military knife resting beside him. The sofa's plush comfort enveloped him, allowing him to relax completely and soon drift into slumber. A metal pipe jabbed at Zhang Xiaoqiang's abdomen, yet he remained oblivious, lazily scratching at the spot as he continued to sleep. The pipe then tapped against his face, prompting Zhang Xiaoqiang to abruptly open his eyes. A blinding beam from a flashlight pierced through the darkness, rendering him momentarily unable to see. A shadowy figure lingered behind the light. After a moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted to make out the scene before him. A crude hunting rifle was aimed at him, the flashlight's beam sweeping over him in search of concealed weapons. Who are you? The figure inquired, their voice suggesting a youthfulness. I am a survivor, just seeking refuge here for the time being. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied earnestly. I don't care if you're some damn survivor. Why are you in my home? Speak. The figure responded, irritation creeping into their tone. Put down the gun and let me explain. I mean you no harm, Zhang Xiaoqiang urged. You're in my house, and you expect me to lower my weapon? How audacious! The individual retorted, their anger boiling over. With a sudden motion, the butt of the rifle struck Zhang Xiaoqiang's face, causing him to clutch his injury in a bid to continue persuading. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot, Yang Kuer declared, brandishing a sniper crossbow as she joined the fray. Chapter 30, Madness? The man turned the gun towards Yang Kuer, ready to pull the trigger. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang lunged forward. A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the ceiling, causing plaster dust and cement debris to rain down. The living room was filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder as Zhang Xiaoqiang and the assailant wrestled on the ground. They rolled incessantly across the floor, crashing into the sofa with a loud thud, then colliding with the coffee table, shattering glass and scattering shards across the wooden floor. Both men bore wounds on their faces and hands, yet remained oblivious to their pain. In a moment of opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang wrested the shotgun from the man's grasp. However, the assailant seized the chance to ram his head into Zhang Xiaoqiang's nose, sending a wave of pain coursing through him. As if various spices had exploded on his face, tears and mucus streamed from his eyes and nose, but before he could react further, a pair of large, calloused hands tightened around his throat, gradually increasing their grip. Struggling to breathe, Zhang Xiaoqiang's face turned from red to blue, the lack of oxygen rendering his mind increasingly foggy. He attempted to pry the hands away from his throat, but to no avail, his tongue slowly slipping from his mouth. A flashlight rolled into the corner, casting light upon the wooden floor. Yang Kuer stood at the bedroom door, unable to discern the struggle between the two men, feeling helpless. Waves of intense dizziness assaulted Zhang Xiaoqiang's brain. He curled his right leg and planted his foot against the man's abdomen, exerting force to kick him away. Coughing and gasping for air, Zhang Xiaoqiang sat up, rubbing his throat as he took deep breaths, attempting to reclaim the oxygen he had lost. Suddenly, the assailant lunged at him once more. With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaoqiang grabbed the shotgun barrel nearby and swung it, striking the man. A scream escaped the assailant as he turned and fled downstairs, disappearing quickly into the surroundings he knew all too well. Why are you just standing there? Come help me up, Zhang Xiaoqiang called out weakly from his position on the wooden floor. Oh, Yang Kuer snapped out of her daze and hurried over, helping him to sit on the sofa. The recent attack left Zhang Xiaoqiang bewildered. He retrieved the flashlight and checked the time, 5:20. It seemed sleep was no longer an option. Who knew if the man would return? Yang Kuer, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, returned to her slumber while Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the sofa, waiting for dawn. Was the man the homeowner? Did he mistake them for intruders? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. But something felt amiss. Why wasn't he at home? There were no zombies around. It was quite safe. The confusion deepened. Why sneak back in the dead of night if there were no threats? Good morning, uncle. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up as Yang Kuer emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes. Outside the glass door, daylight had fully arrived. The stainless steel door to the living room was securely locked, with light filtering through the window above the door, casting a few bright spots inside. Not from this entrance, could it be? Following the narrow corridor adjacent to the kitchen, I arrived at the small courtyard behind the building. The iron gate of the courtyard stood ajar, with a heavy lock suspended by a chain from the gate itself. Pushing open the wrought iron gate revealed a dusty path extending towards the rise of a small hill. The path, lined with yellow earth, meandered beneath the hill, where sparse vegetation struggled to thrive. Scattered across the slope were a few pine trees, their height reaching only to the shoulders of a person, while the remainder of the hillside was predominantly adorned with waist-high shrubs. Stay here and don't wander off. Wait for my return, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kuo, as he carefully inserted 2 spiral beast horns into 2 bamboo tubes that had been hollowed out. The 1-foot-long tubes accommodated the horns perfectly, leaving 2/3 of the horns protruding, making it less likely for them to fall when slung across his back. What if you don't come back? Yang Kuo pouted, her voice tinged with concern. Then you should perish as far away as possible. Keep an eye on the bag. Zhang Xiaoqiang disregarded her ominous words, securing the beast horns and grasping the sniper crossbow as he ventured along the dusty path towards the hill's rear. As he treaded upon the firm ground of the path, he remained vigilant, observing the surrounding environment for any signs of movement, and continued walking for about 15 minutes. In the distance, he spotted an opening at the foot of the hill, the area around it devoid of cover. The cave was not the terminus of the path, which wound around the cave and faded into the hill's shadow. The cave's entrance stood approximately 6 to 7 meters high and about 5 meters wide, with signs of human carving evident on the surrounding rock. Loading steel balls into the crossbow, Zhang Xiaoqiang cautiously entered the cave, which seemed to extend deeply, a faint breeze brushing against him from within. Not far from the entrance, he noticed several faded large characters etched into the cave wall, reading "Prepare for famine. Prepare for war." After traversing a few meters, he came upon a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle parked beneath the rocky wall. This motorcycle tricycle, painted in a vibrant red, bore the words "Double Guns" emblazoned in large white letters across its cargo area. It appeared to be in excellent condition, with a substantial fuel tank still affixed with a key. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of excitement as he approached to examine it more closely. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him from behind. A large foot delivered a brutal kick to Zhang Xiaoqiang's back, causing him to stumble forward and collapse onto the uneven ground. Inadvertently, his finger pulled the trigger, launching a steel ball into the darkness ahead. Without pausing to think further, he rolled to the side as he lay on the ground. A loud thud reverberated as a rock, the size of a basin, crashed onto the spot where he had just fallen. Rising to his feet, Zhang Xiaoqiang drew the beast horns from his back and turned to face the direction of the attack. A man stood behind the agricultural vehicle. The dim light of the cave obscured his features. Clutching a kitchen knife, the man appeared frantic and agitated. "I knew it. You've come for me, haven't you?" The man shouted at Zhang Xiaoqiang. With a firm grip on the beast horns, Zhang Xiaoqiang took a couple of cautious steps forward, gradually making out the man's appearance. He was quite young, likely in his early 20s, with a robust physique. One hand clutched the knife tightly, while the other formed a fist, his legs trembling in evident fear. "Don't come any closer. I don't want any trouble. Please don't catch me." The man's voice quavered as he saw Zhang Xiaoqiang approach, his grip on the knife tightening, the tremors in his arm growing more pronounced. Could he be mentally unstable? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered inwardly. "Calm down, my friend. I am merely passing through, not here to apprehend you." He endeavored to demonstrate his lack of malevolence. "No, you are deceiving me. You have come to seize me. You intend to kill me." "Ah!" the man bellowed, brandishing a kitchen knife and lunging towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaoqiang intercepted the knife with a beast horn, then delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him staggering backward nearly 10 paces. "Ah!" The man hurled the knife towards Zhang Xiaoqiang and turned to flee towards the cave's exit. Zhang Xiaoqiang crossed the beast horns defensively before him, and the knife clattered to the ground upon striking them. "Oh no, the girl!" Zhang Xiaoqiang feared for Yang Kuo, who was inside the small building, and he pursued the man outside. Upon exiting the cave, he spotted a figure racing up the mountain, and he closely followed. The man eventually reached the summit. Halting against a rocky cliff, with a quarry below, there was no escape. "Do not approach. I do not wish for this. I never wanted to kill them. It is not my fault." The man retreated, backing against the cliff until half his body dangled precariously over the edge. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for words. After being ambushed in the dead of night and waiting for dawn in vigilance, he now had to witness the man's madness. He was reluctant to engage, yet apprehensive that the man might attack him from behind. "I did kill them, but they are no longer my grandparents, nor my parents, nor my elder brother and sister-in-law. They are monsters. They devoured Xiao Hao right before my eyes." The man's face twisted with fury and despair, his words a ceaseless torrent. "Hey, brother, take it easy. No one is accusing you of killing the wrong people." Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned persuasion, albeit with a sense of disbelief. This man, clearly out of touch with the world, seemed oblivious to the apocalypse that had transpired, believing himself to be a murderer. "Huh, you cannot fool me. I know you are here to capture me. I refuse to go to prison. You will not seize me. The man, now frenzied, declared, before leaping off the cliff. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood atop the mountain, watching as the man plummeted, crashing onto a massive rock below, blood oozing from the crevices and pooling on the ground. What a foolish act, Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked. Being out of touch with the internet is truly terrifying. He reflected on the state of the world. Chapter 31. Uncle. You are a villain descending along the narrow mountain path. I eventually came upon a row of newly erected graves. Father, Wei Ji's grave. Mother, Huang Xiu's grave. Brother, Xiang Wei's grave. Sister-in-law, Chen Xiangyun's grave. And continuing down the line, nephew, Xiang Jiahao's grave. A total of 7 fresh tombs. On the day the apocalypse arrived, the man's family gradually succumbed to transformation, ultimately devouring his young nephew, Xiang Jiahao, right before his eyes. In a fit of madness, he slaughtered his family members who were turning into zombies, and his psyche was shattered, leaving him tormented by guilt and fear for months in the aftermath. The man grew fearful of the outside world, even dreading the confines of his own home, returning only at night to check on things until he encountered Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang was uncertain whether the man's fate was altered for better or worse by their meeting. Had he not crossed paths with Zhang Xiaoqiang, the man would not have perished, but he would have continued to languish in suffering and remorse. This damned apocalypse. A wave of pent-up frustration lingered within Zhang Xiaoqiang, refusing to dissipate. After descending the mountain, he recalled the 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle in the cave and turned back towards it. The vehicle roared to life as it emerged from the cave, and a sense of exhilaration washed over Zhang Xiaoqiang as he drove it. Today, he had finally acquired a functional vehicle. After circling outside the cave a few times to familiarize himself, he came to a halt, sitting in the front seat. He lit a cigarette and took a long, satisfying drag. This small pleasure lifted his spirits. Having a vehicle was infinitely better than walking. Despite the myriad challenges faced since leaving home, the joy of possessing a means of transportation felt exceptionally precious. He opened the fuel tank cap, discovering half a tank of gasoline remaining. Contemplating whether he might find some diesel within the cave, he ventured back inside. The cave was enveloped in silence, its long passageway dimly lit. As he walked deeper with a flashlight, the corridor narrowed after about 30 meters, just wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. Upon reaching 50 meters, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. Before him lay a colossal cavern, its ceiling soaring approximately 30 meters high. A slender crack in the rock wall allowed shafts of light to penetrate, illuminating the interior of the cave. After advancing 7 or 8 meters, he encountered a staircase descending into a small pond, roughly 5 or 6 square meters in size. Its depths unfathomable and the water crystal clear. The spring water seemed pure, as the man had consumed it for months without any ill effects. Ascending the steps led him to a spacious platform, about 500 or 600 square meters, dry and well ventilated. In the center rested a bed made of straw, covered with several layers of cotton quilts and blankets. Not far from the bed, a fire pit constructed from stones housed a large iron pot atop a stove. Around the perimeter of the platform, various jars and containers could be seen, alongside hundreds of tightly packed plastic woven bags. Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the surroundings and discovered an abundance of supplies. The hundreds of plastic bags were filled with rice, corn, and other grains, each capable of holding 100 pounds, totaling several tons. The area also boasted an ample supply of smoked meat, indicating that at least 2 fat pigs had been slaughtered to yield such a bounty. Additionally, he found nearly 1,000 pounds of neatly stacked cabbage. There are still over 10 pounds of preserved vegetables, 2 jars of pickled greens, and even a dozen free-range chickens, with a large rooster leading its flock of hens happily foraging in a corner. Remarkable, it is akin to a miniature base, Zhang Xiaoqiang mused. Should I continue to live here until death? He felt a deep attachment to the resources available. Yet, the thought of spending a lifetime with Yang Kuer sent a shiver down his spine. That girl was far too formidable. If he were to claim her, it would not merely be finding a partner, but rather acquiring an ancestor. The tricycle rattled as it rolled into the courtyard, leaving Yang Kuer, who was exercising, momentarily stunned. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain for her naivety. Surely she had never seen someone ride a tricycle with such flair? Uncle, where did you steal this tricycle? The question nearly caused Zhang Xiaoqiang to topple from his seat. Mind your own business about where it came from. Let us pack up and move, he shouted back at Yang Kuer. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to rest in the cave for a while before heading to the provincial city. Humans are inherently social beings, and in the face of the dangers posed by the apocalypse, a group is undoubtedly stronger than an individual. Moreover, Yang Kuer needed time to train. While she was still in her formative years, her adaptability would afford her better chances of survival in this harsh world. He moved 2 mattresses, several quilts, sheets, and other necessities from upstairs into the tricycle, calling for Yang Kuer to prepare for departure. "Uncle, have you noticed anything different about me today?" she asked, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear with an unusual tone. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at her, still seeing the same unremarkable figure. "I haven't noticed anything," he replied dismissively. "Uncle, look more closely," Yang Kuer insisted as she stood before him, tilting her head upward. Instinctively, Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to distance himself. Although her clothes had been washed, they bore the scent of 3 months' neglect, combined with fermentation from storage. A smell that was difficult to articulate. However, something was amiss today. Whenever Yang Kuer came within 3 meters, he would be overwhelmed by an unbearable odor. But today, instead, there was a hint of fragrance. Her hair was neatly arranged, shoulder-length and gathered into a playful little ponytail at the right side of her head. Around her neck, she wore a vibrant silk scarf, and she was clad in a light yellow mid-length coat paired with slightly faded jeans, her feet adorned with white hiking shoes. Yang Kuer appeared fresh and sprightly. Having been cleaned yesterday, her previously pallid complexion was touched with blush, and her lips glistened with gloss. Her crescent-shaped large eyes and pert little nose gave her an adorable appearance, revealing the potential of a youthful beauty, stirring something within Zhang Xiaoqiang, who felt a surge of desire. Yet, upon once more observing Yang Kuer's figure, all such desires dissipated without a trace. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized that he had once fancied himself an admirer of youthful girls, believing he had the makings of a lecherous uncle. Now, confronted with this faux loli and her flat physique, he understood the truth. Deep down, he had always yearned for the curves of womanly allure. Zhang Xiaoqiang truly came to understand his inner self. "What a sight you are. How long has it been since you last brushed your teeth? Your breath is quite foul," he teased Yang Kuer. "You, old man, are quite the scoundrel," Yang Kuer retorted with a final remark. Her attire reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang that his own clothing was somewhat dirty and tattered, with several large tears that necessitated a change. Ascending the stairs, he rummaged through all the wardrobes and found a few outfits that fit reasonably well, though their vibrant colors might attract the attention of mutated beasts from afar. In his search, he even stumbled upon an unopened set of intimate apparel. Should he suggest that Yang Kuer try it on? A wicked thought crossed his mind, but he dismissed it, shaking his head, deeming it a waste of such fine lingerie. Descending back downstairs, Zhang Xiaoqiang donned a black and gray down jacket over a turtleneck sweater, paired with a pair of vintage blue military trousers made of durable fabric. They seemed to be remnants of his father's labor, still in good condition and quite comfortable. He tossed the spare clothing into the vehicle's compartment and, ensuring he was settled, called out to Yang Kuer before steering the tricycle towards the cave. Chapter 32. What on earth is this? Yang Kuer was running in circles around the platform, while Zhang Xiaoqiang skillfully fitted a sharpened wooden stick into the beast's horn. It felt surprisingly manageable. The horn was both lightweight and incredibly sturdy. After fashioning it into a spear, it proved to be much lighter than his previous makeshift iron spear. He twirled it playfully for a few moments. Yet he harbored some concerns about whether the horn was securely fastened. With a swift motion, he drove the spear into the ground, the tip easily sinking into the earth. A slight shake of the spear confirmed its stability. He retrieved a few iron nails and used a hammer to secure the connection between the horn and the spear shaft. With each strike of the hammer, the spear embedded itself deeper, and upon completion, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered that the spear's tip had been driven into the ground by over 40 centimeters. Grasping the shaft, he shook it. It remained utterly immovable. He bent down to inspect the spearhead, which was firmly anchored to the ground. The surrounding earth cracked and sunken. Digging into the soil revealed the shocking truth. The layer of dirt was merely 2 or 3 centimeters thick, beneath which lay a massive slab of rock, the horn firmly fastened to it. How effortless was that? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered as he gazed at the horn embedded in the rock. He randomly grabbed another horn and thrust it against the stone. To his astonishment, its tip penetrated the rock by 2 or 3 centimeters. An idea sparked. Utilizing the second horn, he excavated the spear. Observing the large pit he had created in the rocky floor, he then examined the spear in his hand. The spearhead showed no signs of wear. The horn remained exceptionally sharp, its surface smooth and unblemished, as if untouched by his earlier actions. What a formidable weapon! Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled while cradling the spear. Musings of its potential to pierce even the toughest of foes flooded his mind. The sky remained bleak and overcast, the clouds perpetually shrouded in dullness. Zhang Xiaoqiang steered the tricycle along the rural path, while Yang Kuer sat in the back, surrounded by a pile of grains and miscellaneous items. "How many stops have we made?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired as he drove. "This is the 3rd one," came Yang Kuer's response. Uncle, why do we need to gather so many supplies when the food in the cave is more than enough? She questioned. Bewildered from the rear compartment. Why bother worrying about that? Zhang Xiaoqiang replied curtly, focusing his attention on the road ahead. Although he had resolved to venture to Wuhan City in search of a survivor's haven, it did not mean he would forsake a backup plan. The cave could serve as a secret base, and since it was to be used as such, the more abundant the supplies, the better. Now, during this period of respite, he was taking Yang Kuo to scour for provisions nearby. In the morning, they had already visited 3 locations, unearthing several thousand pounds of rice, a few ears of corn, and various other foodstuffs, yet he felt it was insufficient. This was their second search for the day. The tricycle halted by a narrow river, approximately 6 meters wide, with shallow waters revealing the sandy bottom. The riverbank was flanked by overgrown weeds, littered with colorful plastic bags, bottles, and glass containers that once held pesticides. Swirling in the mildly turbid water, a cement bridge spans the small river, leading to a flat expanse where dozens of uniquely designed 2-story buildings are scattered like stars in the sky. Surrounding these structures are patches of vegetable plots, long abandoned, where scarcely a trace of produce remains after months of neglect. Zhang Xiaoqiang parked his tricycle at the bridgehead and, accompanied by Yang Kuo, stealthily made his way across, intending to enhance her experience in confronting the undead. However, despite reaching the nearest building, they encountered no zombies, which felt rather peculiar. Raising his binoculars, Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the area, noting the eerie silence that enveloped the village, suggesting it had been deserted for quite some time. The duo proceeded cautiously, searching ahead. A relatively new building stood at the edge of the village, flanked by 2 brick houses on either side, completely surrounded by over 100 zombies. Yet there was no sign of life from within. Could there be survivors? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered as he observed through the binoculars. To rescue or not to rescue? This dilemma weighed heavily on his mind. This marked the 3rd potential survivor he had encountered, and the 6th for Yang Kuo. Thus far, apart from themselves, all other survivors had perished for various reasons. In this apocalyptic world, the chances of survival were grim, and Zhang Xiaoqiang yearned to meet more living souls. Yet the overwhelming presence of zombies made the situation fraught with peril. A handful of zombies might be manageable, but the sheer number now was daunting. Ultimately, he resolved to abandon the idea of rescue, hoping to take advantage of the zombies' distraction to scavenge supplies. Wait here. I'll drive around, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kuo. Dad, look. Yang Kuo pointed behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, indicating a disturbance in the horde that began moving in their direction, led by 2 S-type zombies, with D-type and ordinary zombies following suit. Run, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, pulling Yang Kuo towards the opposite bank. Are you injured anywhere? He inquired while running. No, why, uncle? Yang Kuo replied, her expression puzzled. Have you come into contact with any blood? Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed on. Blood? Uncle, does that count? Yang Kuo blushed slightly, indicating something vague. As they reached the bridgehead, the S-type zombies closed in, pulling ahead of the ordinary ones. We'll talk later. Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened his grip on his beast horn gun, ready to confront the more significant threat first. 2 S-type zombies lunged at him, one after the other. Taking a deep breath, he thrust his weapon forward, causing the leading S-type zombie to freeze momentarily. A spiraled beast horn emerged from the back of its skull, and with a swift turn of the gun, half of the zombie's cranium was blown apart. Just as he retracted his weapon, the second S-type zombie lunged, claws outstretched. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his gun to deflect the attack, preparing to thrust again. A twang echoed from behind as a sniper crossbow was fired, and a hole appeared in the white eye socket of the S-type zombie, which then collapsed to the ground. Uncle, how did I do? Yang Kuo asked, a proud expression on her face, as if seeking praise. The D-type zombie is still quite distant from the ordinary ones, as Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuo slowly approached the tricycle. What do you think that thing is? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Oh dear, you must be out of touch. It's what women experience every month. Yang Kuo rolled her eyes in exasperation, displaying a look of incredulity at his ignorance. It truly is quite a significant wound. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded silently, yet felt a twinge of confusion. Did you not say you were pregnant? He asked curiously. What does being pregnant have to do with that? Yang Kuo responded, her expression one of bewilderment. Indeed. Is there a connection? Zhang Xiaoqiang, equally puzzled, admitted to his lack of knowledge in physiological matters. He cast a wistful glance at the small building across the river, pondering the abundance of supplies it likely held. As he withdrew his gaze, he inadvertently noticed the guardrail of the cement bridge, crudely constructed with red bricks stacked vertically to conserve materials. Giving it a firm kick, he felt some bricks loosen. An idea sparked in his mind. If he could kick open a gap large enough for 2 or 3 people near the edge of the bridge and then position the tricycle across the middle, It would effectively block the bridge. Hand me that thing of yours. Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded Yang Kuer. What thing? She asked, puzzled. The proper term is sanitary napkin, colloquially. It's referred to as jelly. Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression was serious. Chapter 33. Cannibalism. After much persuasion, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally procured the object from Yang Kuer, its warmth still lingering in his grasp. He instructed Yang Kuer to maintain a safe distance, lest the scent confuse the zombies. A shiver ran down his spine as he delicately pinched the object between his fingers, carefully affixing it to the tip of his beast horn spear. The horde was rapidly approaching the bridge, and Zhang Xiaoqiang extended the spear, adorned with the object, through the gap in the railing, eagerly awaiting the zombies to take the bait. The spear, displaying the object like a flag fluttering in the breeze, attracted the horde with its crimson center, drawing their attention for worship. Positioned behind a tricycle, Zhang Xiaoqiang ensured that the spearhead hovered approximately 1.5 meters from the gap, just out of reach of the zombies standing there. The D-type zombies had already reached the bridge, their fixation on the fresh blood of the object rendering them oblivious to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who stood merely inches away. With a sudden lurch, one D-type zombie misstepped and plummeted beneath the bridge, while the remaining ordinary zombies, intoxicated by the scent of blood, became invigorated. Their steps lightened as they clambered toward the gap, leaping into the river with reckless abandon. Beneath the bridge, the D-type zombie struggled to rise, only to be toppled by the onslaught of its fellow creatures. The pile of zombies accumulated rapidly, forming a grotesque tower of bodies, limbs entangled in a chaotic display. As the last of the zombies descended, a small pyramid of over 100 corpses emerged, limbs stacked in a macabre monument. While the muffled cries of the trapped D-type zombie echoed from the bottom, Zhang Xiaoqiang could hardly contain his delight, exclaiming in triumph at the spectacle before him. He beckoned Yang Kuer to return, tossing the object into the heap of corpses below before disregarding the zombies entirely and steering the tricycle back toward the village. As he pedaled along, a cheerful tune escaped his lips, while Yang Kuer sat in the back, brooding. The demise of the D-type zombie was indeed peculiar. Lured to its end by something as trivial as jelly, a sense of satisfaction filled Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yet a nagging thought crossed his mind. Was it true that men faced misfortune upon encountering such objects? His heart was heavy with uncertainty. The tricycle came to a halt before the small building that had recently been besieged by zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismounted to survey the surroundings. The residence appeared prosperous, with a small garden flourishing in front, enclosed by walls that suggested its owner was a lover of flowers. He knocked on the wrought iron gate, but received no response. Is anyone there? I have come to rescue you, he called out, but silence lingered in reply. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaoqiang climbed over the wall and ventured into the neglected garden, where many flowers had withered from lack of care. The garden was modest, spanning about 30 to 40 square meters, with a well at its center, its opening sealed by a metal plate to prevent debris from falling in. Approaching the front door of the building, he twisted the handle, and to his surprise, it creaked open. Inside, a handful of antiquated furniture lay scattered about, cloaked in dust, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The absence of modern decor imparted a vintage charm, transporting Zhang Xiaoqiang to an era reminiscent of the 1920s and 1930s. Ascending the wooden staircase to the second floor, one finds a decor that starkly contrasts with that of the ground level, embellished with opulence and infused with a modern essence. The lighting is somewhat dim, casting a somber atmosphere over the space. A faint sound, reminiscent of a clucking, emanates from a corner. Zhang Xiaoqiang squints to peer into the shadows. In that secluded corner, two genuine leather sofas are arranged, with a tall glass coffee table in between, on which several plates and bowls of soup are placed. Nestled against the wall on one of the sofas sits a man of considerable age, his hair beginning to turn gray. He is emaciated to the point of resembling a specter, and upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang, his expression shifts to one of fervent excitement. He attempts to speak, but his words falter, emerging only as incoherent clucking sounds. He struggles to rise, yet his strength fails him, intensifying his desperation. Eat, eat. At last, he manages to articulate the two words. Zhang Xiaoqiang retrieves a piece of beast meat from his pocket and offers it to him. The middle-aged man clutches it eagerly, yet in his haste to consume it, he begins to choke, his eyes rolling back. Zhang Xiaoqiang remains silent, observing as the man devours the meat with remarkable speed, finishing it in mere moments. Zhang Xiaoqiang is aware of the meat's texture, tough, coarse, and difficult to chew. Yet it is filling, sufficient to stave off hunger, akin to a compressed biscuit. Once the man has finished, he appears considerably improved, his speech regaining coherence. Is there more? Please give me some more. He gazes at Zhang Xiaoqiang with hopeful eyes. You have been hungry for too long, you cannot eat any more now. Wait until evening to have more. Zhang Xiaoqiang counsels him. No, I want it now. I will pay you. I can give you a lot of money. Truly, I am not deceiving you. Please, give me something to eat. The man's desperation mounts. I do not want your money. I have food. But I will not give you more now. You must wait until evening, Zhang Xiaoqiang replies calmly. You do not want money? I assure you, I will give you everything I have. Please, I beg you for just a little more to eat, the man pleads with fervor. If you eat more, you will die? It is a miracle you have survived this long. Zhang Xiaoqiang continues to persuade him. Haha, die? Am I afraid of death? I have been waiting for death. Awaiting to be starved to death. Do you know what that feels like? My greatest wish while waiting for death was to die from being overfed, the man responds. A hint of madness creeping into his tone. You need not face death now. Come with me. I possess an abundance of food that could sustain you until the end of your days, Zhang Xiaoqiang proposes, eager to rescue him. No, I shall not go anywhere. This is my home. My wife is here. My wife. Woe is me. The man's demeanor shifts to one of hysteria. My wife has been with me for 30 years, a full 30 years. Through the man's recounting, Zhang Xiaoqiang learns of his past. Once wealthy, he had managed numerous projects in Wuhan, living there most of the year. Each new year, he would return home to celebrate. Last year, having concluded his projects early, he returned ahead of schedule. Then the virus outbreak occurred, and both he and his wife were fortunate to remain uninfected. However, their food supplies dwindled after being trapped for over 2 months. His wife's frail health succumbed to starvation, and in a moment of desperation, he resorted to consuming her remains. Surviving until now. I have consumed her. I deserve to die. I should have joined her long ago. Give me food to let me perish. The man, after finishing his words, began to crave food once more. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a profound disdain for the middle-aged man. The mere thought of cannibalism filled him with revulsion. Nonetheless, Zhang Xiaoqiang refrained from casting blame, for he pondered whether he would resort to such desperation were he in the man's position. Do you possess any weapons? Do you have a weapon? Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to acquiesce to the man's desires, believing that hastening his own demise might release him from this wretched apocalypse sooner. Weapons? Huh. Yes, just wait for me to fetch it. The man, leaning on the sofa, rose unsteadily and ambled into the study. Moments later, he emerged, cradling a wooden box, which he handed to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Upon opening it, Zhang discovered a pistol nestled within, accompanied by 3 magazines, all filled to the brim with bullets. Why don't you use the gun to eliminate those monsters? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, somewhat perplexed. I have tried. They cannot be killed. The man replied. Zhang Xiaoqiang fell silent. He descended the stairs and retrieved several dozen kilograms of rice and cured meat from the tricycle, delivering them to the man, who subsequently locked the door tightly and never reappeared. Chapter 34. Do not pick. Just move everything back. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the driver's seat of a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle. A redwood box opened on his lap. In his hand, he gripped a heavy, glossy black pistol, its handle adorned with a dark 5-pointed star, an emblem of the Type 54 pistol, reminiscent of the iconic Black Star pistols featured in Hong Kong cinema. Although the age of this firearm surpassed that of Zhang Xiaoqiang, its previous owner had maintained it remarkably well, showing little evidence of wear over the years. He pulled back the bolt and aimed at a small tree ahead. Pulling the trigger, a crisp click echoed, the sound of an empty chamber. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of satisfaction at this unexpected acquisition. Possessing this pistol afforded him an additional layer of security. However, with only 3 magazines and around 50 rounds, his ammunition supply was limited. Inserting the magazine into the grip, Zhang Xiaoqiang raised the Type 54 pistol, surveying his surroundings. It is a universal truth that no man is indifferent to firearms, and for someone like Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had only ever handled toy guns, this moment was exhilarating. Uncle, did you find this thing inside? Yang Kuer inquired, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Children should not play with guns, Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, holstering the pistol at his waist, leaving Yang Kuer looking even more dejected. Rice, coarse grains, beans, vegetable oil, and cured meat were loaded into the cargo area, all destined for the cave, transforming the once spacious platform of over 500 square meters into a cluttered space. The small village had yielded a bountiful harvest. Just before the viral outbreak, families had been slaughtering pigs and curing meat in preparation for the new year, which had now become a boon for Zhang Xiaoqiang. When will I finish all this? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, gazing at the mountainous pile of cured meat before him. In rural households, pigs were commonly raised, and with the rising prices of pork, each family typically fed 3 to 4 pigs, with some even accommodating over 10. Although some would be sold before the new year, each household still retained at least 1 or 2 pigs for the festivities. On average, Each family had around 150 pounds of cured pork, not to mention the dried fish, air-dried chickens, ducks, rabbits, and lamb legs. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 2 plus 2 equals 4. 3 plus 3 equals 6. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself momentarily dazed as he stared at the dozens of cured pig heads and hundreds of pig trotters. Along with an abundance of fatty ribs, his calculations muddled. Finally, he completed the inventory of cured meats, approximately 10,000 pounds of smoked pork, and nearly 1,000 pounds of other cured delicacies from the mountains. In the countryside, fresh meat was a rarity. Families primarily consumed their own cured meats, venturing into town only for festive occasions. The sight of meat accumulated for over 100 individuals was indeed striking. Zhang Xiaoqiang calculated that he and the little girl could sustain themselves for a century with this bounty. Yet, cured meat does not last a century. 2 years would be pushing it, especially with towns now overrun by zombies and animals gradually mutating. Resources in this post-apocalyptic world would only become scarcer. The thought of so much cured meat spoiling and rotting made Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart ache. Suddenly, a vivid memory flashed in his mind, recalling his childhood visits to his grandmother's home. In the 1980s, the living conditions in the countryside were quite poor, and it was a rarity to enjoy meat. Zhang Xiaoqiang, accompanied by his parents and sister, visited their grandmother in the village. To welcome them, she presented a piece of cured meat, which she usually cherished. It had been a long time since Zhang Xiaoqiang had seen his grandmother, and he sought to bond with her by following her closely until he witnessed her unearthing a golden piece of smoked meat from the chaff. He had once inquired why it was hidden among the grains, and through her narrative, he learned that the cured meat could be preserved for an extended period, remaining edible even after 7 or 8 years, with some individuals keeping it for over a decade without any change in flavor. Ah, the chaff. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused. Let us seize the day and venture out again while it is still early, he exclaimed to Yang Kuer, who replied with a pout. Wah. Uncle, you are bullying me. I can hardly stand up straight from exhaustion. Look, my hands are all torn. She displayed her palms to him, her face a picture of distress. Fine, you need not go. But know this, you shall not have meat in the future, Zhang Xiaoqiang declared with a flourish. Wah, I knew you would pick on me, and I am still underage, Yang Kuer complained, trailing behind him. Underage? Uft. You youngsters have done all that adults ought or ought not to do, and you still claim you are not of age? Humph. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought bitterly. The three-wheeled agricultural vehicle rumbled into the village, where a horde of zombies had already risen beneath the bridge, gathering and jostling beneath the archway at the scent of human presence. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no heed. The riverbanks were steep and high, impassable even for a fully grown man, let alone these sightless creatures. Following the established protocol, they parked and began their search for essential supplies. The chaff was typically stored in the storage room or beside the pigsty, as farmers generally used it to feed pigs. Zhang Xiaoqiang worked on the ground while Yang Kuer organized the supplies from the vehicle. Uncle, Yang Kuer called out as Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to lift another load. What? He paused, glancing at her as he pulled out a cigarette, preparing to take a short break. May I go upstairs? She pointed toward the small building. What for? Zhang Xiaoqiang was puzzled, as grains and cured meats were usually kept in the kitchen or pantry, making an upstairs visit unnecessary. Well, I am running low on my supplies and thought to check the bedroom upstairs, she replied, her gaze sharpening as she looked at him. Well, what exactly is this supply? Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling slightly irritated. Ugh, uncle, you're so annoying. It's the thing you use to lure zombies. Yang Kuer remarked shamelessly. Oh, your expression back then was so lewd. Go on, go on. Find more of it. That thing is crucial. Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression mirrored hers in its lewdness. It's a powerful weapon. As he watched Yang Kuer ascend the small building, he began to reminisce about earlier events. What was it that Archimedes once said? Give me a place to stand, and I shall move the earth. Well, I say, give me a sanitary pad, and I can make zombies jump off a building collectively. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of pride swell within him. Of course, it must be fresh. He concluded with a mischievous grin. Uncle, come quickly. There are wonderful treasures here. Yang Kuer called from upstairs. Had she stumbled upon a hidden treasure chest? Zhang Xiaoqiang ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a labor protection supermarket. The living room spanned approximately 70 to 80 square meters, its walls adorned with rows of shelves brimming with various sundries. Camouflage uniforms and even old-fashioned green military attire and blue trousers hung decoratively on the walls, presumably intended for farmers to wear while working in the fields. As he stepped into the living room, Zhang Xiaoqiang examined the surroundings with keen interest, while Yang Kuer joyfully rummaged through the shelves. 9 shelves were positioned neatly against the corners of the walls. One shelf was filled with liberation shoes, serving as training footwear, alongside high-top rubber boots. Another shelf displayed an array of brushes, towels, soaps, and laundry powders. A small hardware shelf contained screwdrivers, screws, switches, plugs, wires, light bulbs, and utility knives. One shelf was dedicated to feminine hygiene products, toilet paper, and shampoos. Zhang Xiaoqiang even spotted a shelf stocked with men's underwear, long johns, women's lingerie, and various socks. How many days has it been since I last changed my underwear? He pondered. Although he had changed into 2 different outfits at someone else's home, he could not wear another's undergarments. The sight of clean underwear made him feel an itch in his groin. Other shelves held either farming tools or treats favored by children, along with school supplies and backpacks. Finally, he discovered a glass display case filled with cigarettes, offering a limited selection priced at 3 to 4 yuan, 5 to 6 yuan, and the best ones at around 10 yuan. Notably, he found 10 packs of Huangalu cigarettes priced at 18 yuan each tucked beneath the counter, likely intended for entertaining guests during the New Year festivities. Yang Ke, the spirited girl, was busy rummaging through a backpack she had unearthed. Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to her. Stop selecting and just gather everything to take back. Chapter 35. Uncle, I'm going to take a shower. Would you like to join me? Hee hee. Haha. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the myriad of supplies before him, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloping every corner of his being. After more than a week of intense labor and enduring aches and fatigue, he was rewarded with a mountain of provisions. Reflecting on his efforts brought tears to his eyes. Not only had he lost several pounds, but even Yang Ke's once plump chin had reverted to a sharp point. As Zhang Xiaoqiang reveled in his bounty, he noticed Yang Ke squatting nearby, vigorously brushing her teeth as if to compensate for the toothpaste she had skimped on over the past 3 months. It seemed the little girl harbored some resentment toward Zhang Xiaoqiang's earlier remarks. The rice and grains were beyond count, with nearly 200,000 pounds stacked high. Farmers, in addition to securing a year's worth of food, typically stocked an extra year's supply, a lingering effect of the Great Famine in the 1960s. Coupled with surplus that could not be sold, everything was now piled here. Various fabrics for bedding, mattresses, and every piece of clothing salvaged from the wardrobes had been brought back by Zhang Xiaoqiang. As for the inventory from the small shop, that was even more extensive, including the shelves that had been transported along with it, as well as 10 sizable white plastic jugs used for holding bulk corn liquor, each towering half a person high and capable of containing dozens of pounds of liquid. Yang Ke was perplexed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's frugality, particularly his insistence on retaining all the white plastic jugs. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood that having ample water for consumption was vital when out and about, as 2 jugs could sustain 2 people for over a month. Had it not been for the discovery of several barrels of diesel, he surely wouldn't have amassed such a haul. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze drifted to the steps below, where 5 large iron barrels stood in a neat row, filled with diesel and 1 half full. Beside the barrels lay a Yamaha single-phase diesel generator. The sight of the generator stirred a mix of trepidation and nostalgia within Zhang Xiaoqiang. He had stumbled upon the diesel generator in a red brick building behind the small shop, its doors and windows securely locked. Upon prying open the wooden door, he was greeted by the sight of this blue-painted generator, its oil nearly new, accompanied by 6 large barrels, 5 of which were brimming with diesel. After managing to push the generator out, the ordeal began. The single-phase generator was not particularly heavy, weighing just under 100 kilograms, a weight Zhang Xiaoqiang could easily manage when carrying a 100-pound sack of rice. However, he found himself unable to lift the 200-pound generator. Yang Ke, being slight of build, was equally ineffective, and after much struggle, they could not hoist it onto the vehicle. At a loss for what to do, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed in despair. Ultimately, it was Yang Ke who, from an unknown source, produced a rusty pulley that alleviated Zhang Xiaoqiang's troubles. With considerable effort, they managed to hoist the diesel generator onto the 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle. Looking at the barrel of oil weighing 300 pounds on the ground made Zhang Xiaoqiang want to cry. Uncle, can you smell anything? Yang Ke asked, blowing air towards him with her mouth agape. If you brush for another week, you should be just about done. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied absent-mindedly. Oh, how annoying, you smelly uncle. Really? Yang Ke, somewhat skeptical, exhaled onto her palm to discern her own breath. Regaining his disrupted thoughts, Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but lament. How many years had that pulley endured before it fell apart while hoisting the oil drum? Staring at the disassembled parts of the pulley, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of confusion. Without the pulley, the oil drum could not be lifted, and without the oil drum, there would be no diesel. What could the painstakingly loaded diesel generator do without diesel? Ultimately, he resorted to the siphoning principle to draw the original diesel into the empty barrels on the vehicle. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xiaoqiang still sensed the lingering taste of diesel in his mouth. Uncle, I'm going to take a shower. Want to come watch? Yang Kur asked, holding a bucket of steaming water and sidling up to Zhang Xiaoqiang, a peculiar smile lighting her face. Go away. What's there to see for a child? We'll talk when you've grown up. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied gruffly. Humph. Yang Kur retreated behind the grain sacks. The days without computers or the internet truly felt dreary. The older homebody began to express new sentiments. Once outside, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt constantly on edge. Hauling supplies in the cave left no room for other thoughts, but now, as he settled into comfort, the homebody's heart began to rekindle. Why hadn't he thought of bringing back a computer? Looking at the generator, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of frustration, suddenly recalling a PSP 3000 he had found in a small building, likely left by the children of a family working out of town. Once the thought struck him, he acted swiftly. He retrieved a power strip, connected it to the diesel generator, introduced diesel, and manually started the generator. The generator buzzed. In the distance, the diesel generator emitted a continuous hum, while beside the two makeshift beds stood a bamboo pole, from which hung an incandescent bulb radiating a warm orange glow. Sitting on the bed, Zhang Xiaoqiang played with the PSP, and the long mist light gave him a sense of returning to a civilized society. Is there power now? Yang Kur inquired, standing beneath the light, tilting her head as she dried her damp hair with a towel. Yes. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded proudly. Yay. Does that mean we can use the water heater to take a shower? Yang Kur exclaimed joyfully, leaping up. Little sister, even if you brought back the water heater, you wouldn't know how to operate it. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied solemnly. After placing 2 blankets into the vehicle, Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a sigh, feeling prepared. A barrel filled with diesel was securely fastened in the cabin, alongside 3 large barrels of spring water, 2 bags of rice, some smoked meats, and a large red plastic bucket containing a dozen free-range chickens, all residing in the cave. Finally, he stuffed in a large waterproof tarp to serve as a tent. Everything was ready. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded in satisfaction. Uncle, are we really leaving? Yang Kur gazed at the pile of supplies, addressing Zhang Xiaoqiang. He silently nodded in response. Can't we stay? Yang Kur was reluctant to part with the current comfort. You can stay here alone, Zhang Xiaoqiang said earnestly, looking at Yang Kur. She glanced at the supply-laden platform, then at the dim path leading to the cave entrance, shivering slightly. Uncle, I've made up my mind. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Yang Kur remarked nonchalantly to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Who would want to die alongside you? If death is to come, let it be at a distance, so as not to be vexed by your presence. Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, his words laced with irritation, yet a flicker of warmth stirred within him. Oh, I see. In that case, if it's a matter of life and death, I shall find a charming young man to share a world of 2 right here. Yang Kur pouted defiantly. Damn it, I haven't even kicked the bucket, and you're already plotting to claim my inheritance? Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed in exasperation, the earlier sentiment evaporating into thin air. All right then. No more talk. Get some rest, uncle. Tomorrow, you'll be embarking on your journey. Oh, and by the way, while you sleep, let me have a turn with the PSP. You've been playing for ages. With a mischievous glint, Yang Kuo snatched the PSP 3000 and nestled into bed, engrossed in her game. What was I thinking, saving this troublesome soul? Why did I let myself be so captivated? Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented, lying back on the bed and gazing up at the cave ceiling. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from outside, the sound of spring thunder faintly resonating within the cave. Chapter 36. Digging deep and storing grain. It is raining. We cannot leave now. Uncle, you may take your time to ponder. By the way, could you lend me the PSP for a while? That fish dragon in that hunter game was incredibly difficult to defeat. Today, I am determined to conquer it. Yang Kuter cheerfully dashed into the cave with the PSP in hand, while Zhang Xiaoqiang remained outside, lost in thought. The relentless rain poured down, creating a fine curtain that obscured vision beyond 10 meters. Water cascaded down the hillside, pooling at the cave's entrance in varying sizes, while countless raindrops fell upon the puddles, generating a flurry of bubbles that burst almost as quickly as they formed. The last downpour lasted 11 days. How many days will this one last? As he gazed at the torrential rain, a chill crept into Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart. The previous deluge had catalyzed the evolution of zombies in the mutation of animals. What calamity would accompany this rain? To Zhang Xiaoqiang, the unevolved zombies resembled docile sheep. While they might trample a person in a herd, they hardly instilled fear. In contrast, the evolved zombies were akin to ferocious beasts, capable of snapping one's neck or ripping open a chest to devour flesh and blood, an insidious threat. However, compared to mutated animals, zombies were less daunting. Zombies acted purely on instinct, pursuing flesh to evolve, whereas mutated creatures were unpredictable. Their intelligence and inherent hunting instincts made them masters of ambush and surprise. With the apocalypse unfolding, dangers multiplied, and every survivor who endured to this point had faced great trials. As he reflected on the fallen survivors before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply. The heavens may pour, and mothers may remarry. Let it be. He trudged into the cave, his steps growing heavier with each stride. The flickering lights, which dispelled darkness, illuminated the cave in erratic bursts, casting shadows. The grinding wheel of the cutting machine whirred swiftly, filling the air with the acrid scent of singed fur as Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully operated the tool to cut the skin of a mutated beast. After much effort to skin the creature without a clear use for the hide, he recalled the cutting machine and electric drill he had found at a roadside repair shop. Thus, he resolved to fashion the hide into armor. What are you doing, uncle? It stinks. Yang Kuder shifted her attention from the PSP to Zhang Xiaoqiang. If you find it unpleasant, keep your distance. I am busy and cannot entertain you now. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to focus on his task without looking up. A few minutes later, Yang Kuder exclaimed, Uncle, my stomach hurts. She rubbed her belly while gazing at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Figure it out yourself. I am not a doctor, and certainly not a gynecologist, he retorted, still engrossed in his work. No, I just need to use the restroom. Yang Kuder replied, her voice dropping to a shy whisper. Then why are you lingering here? Do you expect me to wipe your bottom? Zhang Xiaoqiang finally lifted his head, a mischievous smirk gracing his lips. How disgusting. Uncle, you are so gross. Your thoughts are impure and utterly filthy. Yang Kuder rose to her feet, hands on her hips, and indignantly exclaimed to Zhang Xiaoqiang, Humph. Compared to you middle schoolers, I am truly too innocent. Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling a twinge of discomfort, could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. He was a good comrade with traditional values, having only shed his virginity at the age of 27. Ever since his girlfriend had cast him aside, abruptly ending their brief yet blissful affair of 3 to 4 months, he had lost all sense of carnal pleasure. Countless times, Zhang Xiaoqiang had found himself wandering in front of Wenzhou's salons and the entrances of nightclubs, clutching the bills in his pocket as perspiration dampened them, wrestling with the resolve to step inside. Yet, the thought of the syphilis and gonorrhea awareness posters in the community bulletin board would wash over him like a bucket of ice water, sending him homeward in tears, retreating to converse with fifth sister as a monk might. The lamentation. How many years had it been since he had experienced intimacy? 7 years? Or was it 8? The memory was beginning to fade. Uncle, what should I do? It's pouring outside. Yang Kuder's slightly anxious tone interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's solitary reminiscence. Typically, one would address nature's call outside the hole, but today, the rain rendered that impossible, leaving the restroom unavailable. You must find a place to take care of your business. As long as it's not in the corridor, by the puddles, or near the supplies, you can go anywhere. Zhang Xiaoqiang insisted on his 3 prohibitions. So, I can only go to the darkest corner inside. But it's so dark in there. I'm a bit scared. Yang Kuder hesitated, glancing towards the innermost depths of the platform with reluctance. Then you may hold it in. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed her concern and returned to his tasks. Yang Kuder stood there hesitating for a moment, ultimately deciding to venture inside to resolve her personal dilemma. Grabbing a flashlight and clutching her PSP, she made her way into the depths. Could it be that this little girl possessed the potential of an introverted homebody? Observing her slow, deliberate steps, Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed inwardly. That's left over from my gaming sessions. Uncle, come quickly and take a look. Yang Kuder called out from the depths, startling Zhang Xiaoqiang, who nearly cut his hand with the saw. What is so interesting about your bony backside? Nonsense. Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted angrily as he rose to his feet. No. There's a door here. Came Yang Kuder's voice again. A door? Was the girl attempting to entice him? Zhang Xiaoqiang's wicked thoughts wandered as he found himself drawn towards her. In the corner, a rusted iron door stood quietly against the uneven stone wall, its rust resembling the overlapping scales of a serpent, making it difficult to discern where the door ended and the wall began. How did Zhang Kuder even spot this door? Ah, uncle, you wouldn't know, but it was so dark here. The ground was littered with small stones, making it difficult to walk. I was using one hand to support myself against the wall, and suddenly, I felt the rust, and there it was. Aren't I clever? Yang Kuo proudly proclaimed, momentarily forgetting the urgency of her predicament. She knocked on the iron door, producing a dull thud, and rust cascaded down like raindrops. The door was securely locked with a rusted iron padlock, appearing as though it were a solid mass of iron. With a resounding thud, Zhang Xiaoqiang pried the iron door open with a crowbar, releasing a wave of stale, oppressive air that had languished within, as there were no ventilation openings. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment, restraining Yang Kuder, who was eager to rush inside and uncover the mysteries within. Once the air had circulated sufficiently, He switched on his flashlight and stepped inside, with Yang Kuta impatiently trailing behind him. Just a few paces past the iron door, they entered a vast chamber. The beam of the flashlight casting a large circle of light upon the distant stone wall. The expanse was immense, nearly 1,000 square meters, devoid of any furnishings, save for the faint remnants of ancient slogans etched upon the far wall. Long live our great leader Chairman Mao. All imperialism is but a paper tiger. Dig deep holes and accumulate grain. Yang Kuer recited, captivated by the unfamiliarity of it all. Uncle, what does dig deep holes and accumulate grain mean? She inquired with curiosity. It means to dig holes when there's nothing to do and to burrow when there's something to do, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, his mind somewhat elsewhere as he found no merit in the phrase. Chapter 37. Just want to sleep? Alas, it has been raining for 3 consecutive days. When will it finally come to an end? Gazing at the seemingly endless downpour outside, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, pondering what the world outside would look like after the rain. But one thing was certain, the zombies would not simply vanish. Shaking his head, he retreated into the cave. Upon entering the cavern, he spotted Yang Kuer indulging in playful antics. With one hand gripping a beast horn spear slung across her back, she used the other to shield her forehead, striking a pose reminiscent of Sun Wukong. When she noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang's arrival, she hurriedly attempted to perform a thrusting motion with the spear. Have you been slacking off while I was away? Zhang Xiaoqiang chided her, expressing his frustration. In this apocalyptic world, every skill acquired could mean a greater chance of survival. Talent alone was one thing, but effort was another. Without diligence, even the greatest gifts would amount to nothing. Oh, come on. I merely needed a short break because my hands were sore. It was just a tiny moment. Yang Kuer protested, stamping her foot in a playful manner. Besides, you never notice when I'm working hard. How can you claim I'm not putting in the effort? All right. Continue your practice. I will keep an eye on you. Zhang Xiaoqiang responded, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The beast horn spear, measuring approximately 1.6 meters, was nearly as tall as Yang Kuer herself. This thought brought a frown to Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. She had developed in all the wrong places, with little growth where it truly mattered. There was nothing pleasing to the eye anymore. After crafting a smaller beast horn spear, he found it had become quite the bargain for the young girl. Zhang Xiaoqiang was not a miser. Despite Yang Kuer being somewhat scatterbrained and carefree, she possessed a fundamentally good heart and knew who treated her well. She had matured a little, though her occasional attempts to flirt with Zhang Xiaoqiang, leveraging her youthful figure, were quite bothersome. The girl's flirtations felt like a torment to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Each time she teased him, memories of her slim figure while bathing surfaced, extinguishing any lingering desires. It wasn't that he didn't want to. Rather, the thought of her slenderness left him feeling impotent. Moreover, with Yang Kuer always at his side, he had no opportunity to even chat with the fifth lady, which brought tears to his eyes. Lighting a cigarette, he surveyed the 2 pieces of rudimentary leather armor before him, feeling a swell of joy. The strips of beast hide he had sewn into the camouflage outfit would not stop bullets, but they should be able to withstand the claws of zombies, he mused, his mind drifting to the image of D2 dismantling a luxury bus into parts. D2 was to be avoided at all costs in the future. Is it a bit too big? It doesn't seem to fit quite right, Yang Kuer remarked, eyeing the camouflage outfit adorned with the hide. The outfit hung loosely on her, reminiscent of a young girl donning her father's clothing. Indeed, it is a bit large. I have an idea. Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through the supplies and retrieved a tactical belt to fasten around Yang Kuer's waist, transforming her into an adorable little soldier. Yang Kuer puffed out her chest and attempted to adjust the belt, but it felt a tad tight. This is a bit constricting, she complained. Just make do with it. After all, who told you not to have a waist? Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes in response. Yang Kuer was engaged in a series of waist-stretching exercises, while Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for activities. After lighting another cigarette, boredom enveloped him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He grasped a plastic bucket and ventured out of the cave. At the entrance, he discovered the bucket brimming with rainwater. Zhang Xiaoqiang was uncertain if this decision was prudent. Recalling the last time he had been splashed with rainwater, which had left him in a state of distress he wished never to revisit. Yet, the countless narrow escapes he had experienced outside, the terror of being cornered by the D2 at the air vent, and the feeling of helplessness while riding on the back of a mutated beast ignited within him a yearning for power, the desire to command his own fate rather than relying on the whims of chance. Approaching the platform, he noticed Yang Kuer laboriously altering a camouflage outfit under the light, seemingly unimpressed with Zhang Xiaoqiang's craftsmanship. Observing the bucket brimming with rainwater, he pondered how he had managed to collect such a substantial amount. Was it his insatiable greed that led him to fill it so? After all, it was free. Why not fill it to the brim? He scooped a ladle of rainwater and found himself engulfed in a tumultuous internal struggle, to drink or not to drink. This dilemma was profoundly troubling. Just a sip, merely a taste. Yet, the sight of the ladle filled to the brim made it nearly impossible to swallow. Finding a tall glass, he watched as the rainwater trickled from the ladle into the glass. And the memories of his previous torment flooded back to him. The searing heat and biting cold rendered him momentarily shuddering. By the time he regained his composure, the glass was nearly full. The courage he had mustered, as minuscule as a sesame seed, dissipated like smoke in the air, and he carelessly placed the glass on the makeshift dining table beside his bed. With a long sigh, Zhang Xiaoqiang squatted on the steps, cigarette in mouth, gazing vacantly at the pool of water below. Gurgle, gurgle. Ah, thud. The sound of Yang Kuer drinking water and setting down a glass on the table broke his reverie. Something felt amiss, prompting him to whip around. The tall glass was now empty, and Yang Kuer was retreating to her small bed to continue her needlework. Wait, Zhang Xiaoqiang called out, his voice tinged with urgency. Yang Kuer turned, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Why did you take my glass without asking? He exclaimed, irritation bubbling within him, chastising her for her recklessness. Come on, don't be so stingy. I don't mind, so why should you? Yang Kuer replied nonchalantly. Forget it. Do you feel anything unusual? He pressed once more. Yang Kuer, slightly baffled, rubbed her belly, touched her cheek, and scratched her head before responding. Nothing at all. There must be something. Think again, he insisted. Nothing. Just a tiny bit sleepy, she said, rubbing her eyes. Just sleepy? I find that hard to believe. Is it possible you put something in the water? You're quite devious, she said playfully as she climbed onto her small bed and nestled under the covers. As Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated speaking once more, Yang Kuer had already succumbed to slumber. Observing the sleeping figure of Yang Kuer, he felt a sense of trepidation as he vigilantly stood by, intent on neutralizing her should she undergo any transformation. It was evident that the young girl would not wish to succumb to becoming a monster. Zhang Xiaoqiang refrained from disturbing Yang Kuer, choosing instead to quietly watch over her. After an indeterminate period, Yang Kuer stirred suddenly, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to tense, his grip tightening around the beast horn spear, poised for action. She turned over, mumbling unintelligible words, scratching her rear, and returning to her peaceful slumber. Relieved, Zhang Xiaoqiang allowed himself to relax slightly and continued his watch. Throughout the night, Yang Kuer slept soundly while Zhang Xiaoqiang endured considerable unrest. Despite her tender age, the girl exhibited a plethora of ailments, grinding her teeth, snoring, smacking her lips, and drooling. She possessed every conceivable quirk, each sound prompting Zhang Xiaoqiang to remain on high alert. The most amusing spectacle occurred when, midway through her sleep, an unknown substance oozed from her nostrils, leading Zhang Xiaoqiang to believe she was beginning to mutate. However, with each breath she took, the mysterious substance transformed into a bubble of mucus, expanding and contracting rhythmically. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he had been transported into a cartoon, watching animated characters in their slumber. Glancing at the clock, he realized that over 8 hours had passed. With heavy eyelids and dark circles beneath his eyes, Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer stave off fatigue and, succumbing to exhaustion, inadvertently drifted into sleep. Chapter 38. Uncle, you must take responsibility. Zhang Xiaoqiang, still in a haze of slumber, suddenly felt something teasing the tip of his nose. He struggled to stifle a sneeze, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a pair of crescent-shaped, sparkling eyes. A breath of fresh, invigorating air wafted from the owner of those eyes, bringing a subtle warmth amidst the early spring chill. Uncle, you're quite amusing. Why are you sleeping on the floor instead of in bed? Yang Kuer said with a playful smile, observing Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was still somewhat disoriented while seated on the ground. When did you wake up? Zhang Xiaoqiang stuttered, finally coming to his senses. Just now. I slept so well last night. By the way, Uncle, why are you sleeping on the floor? It's quite cold. Yang Kuer persistently inquired. Oh well, ahem. It's like this. I was originally sleeping in bed, but halfway through, I rolled off onto the floor. That's just how it is. Zhang Xiaoqiang evaded the truth, not wanting to reveal that she had nearly turned into a zombie the previous night. Yang Kuer glanced at the neatly piled bedding 5 meters away, and then back at Zhang Xiaoqiang, bewildered. Humph, do you take me for a fool? Do you really expect me to believe you rolled all the way from there to sit up and sleep here? She scoffed, her expression hinting at her astuteness. Forget it. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Tell me, do you feel any different from usual? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, his voice tinged with anxiety as he studied her delicate features. Different? Yang Kuer scratched her head, tilting it in contemplation. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed her intently, not missing a single detail. Do you feel extremely hungry? As if you could devour an entire cow? He prompted. Not at all. Yang Kuo replied blankly, gazing at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Then do you feel any pain throughout your body? A deep, aching kind of pain? He pressed on, still hopeful. Still no. Yang Kuo had no idea what Zhang Xiaoqiang was getting at, merely responding instinctively. Do you sense a powerful force swirling around you? Capable of conjuring fireballs or ice arrows at will? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt disheartened, wondering if his night of vigilance had been in vain. Uncle, did you dream of time traveling last night? Would you like me to cast a super forbidden spell to turn all the monsters in the world to dust? Yang Kuo thought Zhang Xiaoqiang was still half asleep. Seriously, is there anything at all that feels off? If not, find something. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, frustrated, unsure whether he was angry at Yang Kuo or at himself for inviting trouble and then suffering for it. There's nothing wrong. Why are you getting worked up? Well, I do feel like I need to use the restroom. Does that count? Yang Kuo said timidly. Zhang Xiaoqiang was thoroughly dejected. Yang Kuo confronted her personal issues at the depths of the cave, while Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the upright cup in his hand, filled halfway with crystal-clear rainwater. The rainwater was pristine, devoid of any impurities, resembling a glass of pure water. Could it be merely a hypnotic effect? Doubtful yet curious. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a sip from the cup. It was somewhat bland, with a hint of bitterness. He smacked his lips in contemplation of its taste. Why was sleep eluding him? Lying on the bed, he stared at the cave's ceiling, pondering how the young girl could fall asleep so easily after drinking, while he remained wide awake. Was it truly a case of different fates for different people? Alas, what torment! Did you give me a laxative yesterday, uncle? Yang Kuo emerged, rubbing her stomach, her face contorted in discomfort. In a short span, the young girl had ventured to the depths of the cave 3 times. Gurgle, gurgle. Another sound echoed from her belly. Ah, here it comes again. Oh no. At this rate, my intestines will spill out, she cried, running towards the cave's depths. Zhang Xiaoqiang, lying on the bed, was utterly confused as a similar gurgling sound emanated from his own stomach. Had he also been affected? He sprang from the bed, hastily grabbing a roll of toilet paper and chasing after Yang Kuo. Hey, how could you do this? Did you not see me here? Yang Kuo yelled, squatting in a corner facing the cave entrance, her back against the stone wall. Emergency. I also have diarrhea. Can we not manage this together? Zhang Xiaoqiang, seemingly unfazed, unbuckled his belt and squatted down beside her. But, I'm a girl. Can't you handle this outside? Yang Kuo stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Would you prefer me to relieve myself on your bed or on the rice? Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, justifying his actions before releasing a torrent, akin to a dam bursting forth. A pungent odor flooded the cramped space. Feeling relieved? Comfortable? He remarked, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, completely disregarding the foul stench surrounding him. Humph! Yang Kuo exclaimed, hastily pulling up her pants and fleeing. Unbothered by her dismissal, Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated whether she had left without cleaning herself. A few minutes later, just as he was about to rise, Yang Kuo dashed back, squatting opposite him. Do you not realize there's a man here? Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, momentarily forgetting his previous indiscretion. Would you prefer me to relieve myself on your bed or on the rice? Yang Kuo echoed, demonstrating her quick learning. Zhang Xiaoqiang, pulling up his pants, rushed toward the platform, only to hear Yang Kuo call out, Uncle, you forgot to wipe. He stumbled and fell, pants in hand. Thus, the two engaged in a comical exchange at the cave's depths until they could relieve themselves no longer, the discomfort subsiding only when they felt utterly drained. Exhausted, they each slumped onto their respective beds. Yang Kuo hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something, while Zhang Xiaoqiang endured the lingering discomfort, pondering whether the rainwater contained some laxative properties. Suddenly, Yang Kuo's voice broke through his thoughts. Uncle, well, you see, you need to take responsibility, Yang Kuo lamented, sitting on the small bed with a sorrowful expression directed at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Did you not notice that I was busy? Who has the time to pay attention to you? Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed, thinking to himself, Humph, why should I be responsible for you? Who is responsible for me? No, that's not it. I didn't even let my husband see. Yang Kuo clarified to Zhang Xiaoqiang. You haven't seen it yet? You've already done it but haven't seen it? Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared incredulous. Really, truly. It was with my ex-husband in the car, and I helped him out with my hand. They say it hurts a lot for women. Yang Kuo squatted on the ground, drawing circles with a sense of grievance. They? Who are they? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, intrigued. They are my sisters who live with me, just above my floor. Did you not say you were pregnant? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yes, they said that when a woman lets a man ejaculate on her, she can get pregnant. They said to avoid pregnancy, one must use a condom. Since I got that on my hands, I will definitely get pregnant. Yang Kuo seemed to recall something and began to fidget restlessly. Little sister, Do you never read the physiology and hygiene sections in your biology textbook? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked seriously. Her sisters did not explain things clearly. I thought pregnancy and a young girl's arrival were not directly related. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, feeling frustrated. Others say that for the high school entrance examination, biology is not a subject worth studying. Yang Kuter still did not quite understand the connection between pregnancy and biology class. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless. Chapter 39. Oh dear. My back lying quietly on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered how many days had passed since he left home. He felt a sense of boredom and recalled the previous day, wondering why he had insisted on drinking that glass of water. The memory of accompanying Yang Kuer through a chaotic night made him tense up. Good morning, uncle. Yang Kuer stood before him, brimming with vitality. Utilizing the light filtering through the cracks in the stone walls, Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted at her. There was something different about Yang Kuer today, an indescribable quality that set her apart. Her hair was styled in a ponytail, just as it always was, resting behind her right ear. The strands were fluffy, dark, and lustrous, while her large eyes sparkled playfully, resembling crescent moons. Her delicate nose wrinkled slightly, and her rosy lips revealed a glimpse of tiny, porcelain-like teeth, visible as she smiled. Her smooth, oval face was adorned with charming dimples, and although she wore no blush, a natural, healthy flush graced her cheeks. Combined with her subtly protruding chin, she resembled a radiant sunflower. Dressed in a camouflage outfit, she appeared as a spirited little soldier. Today, Yang Kuer shone as brilliantly as a sunflower, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang feeling dizzy. What a disgrace. He scorned himself. How could a seasoned man, who had seen countless films, be so captivated by a young girl? Wow, uncle, you seem to have become younger today, Yang Kuer exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new world. Really? Zhang Xiaoqiang stroked his chin, feeling pleased. Could the rain have rejuvenating properties? He mused. Indeed, you used to look as old as my father, but now you seem as young as my uncle, Yang Kuer asserted, searching for a small mirror to prove her words. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt deeply affected. His title had diminished from uncle to uncle in her eyes. I am not a creepy uncle, he silently shouted. If you keep this up, you might even become brother. Yang Kuer added playfully. Brother? A nostalgic song flashed through Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind. Sister, boldly move forward. Do not look back. On this vast road, countless paths await you. Just then, Yang Kuer, having unearthed a small mirror, interrupted his reverie. Kiki. Haha. Zhang Xiaoqiang grinned mischievously at his reflection in the mirror, his youthful visage eliciting delight. Before the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoqiang was an introverted young man, gazing into the mirror at a pair of vacant eyes belonging to a feeble, plump figure. Now, he appeared as a young man of approximately 27 or 28, with smooth, fair skin and a hint of charm. His chin adorned with stubble that exuded a touch of masculinity. As he stroked his chin and admired his reflection, he couldn't help but exclaim a classic line. Ah, the feeling of youth is simply delightful. Dude, when are we having dinner? I'm starving. Yang Kuer interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's self-admiration once more. The sound of a spatula dancing within the iron pot filled the air, as smoked meat and cabbage were tossed about, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted into his nostrils, stirring the hunger within his belly. A pot of white rice and a large plate of stir-fried smoked meat with cabbage were set firmly on the makeshift dining table. Yang Kuter swiftly picked out the lean meat, disregarding the fatty portions entirely. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched in frustration, feeling a silent scream within himself. I enjoy lean meat too. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Xiaoqiang loaded his bowl with all the lean meat, savoring it slowly. Uncle, how can you be like this? Yang Kuo exclaimed. Her anger palpable, her gaze fierce, reminiscent of a peasant's deep-seated resentment towards a landlord, as if she were poised to crush Zhang Xiaoqiang like a cockroach at any moment. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unyielding amidst the tempest of her fury, until her intense stare made his skin feel as though it were ablaze. Alas, my skin is not thick enough, he lamented, shaking his head as he placed a piece of fatty meat into Yang Kuer's bowl, casually remarking, children should not be picky eaters. You stingy, miserly, shameless person. I'll poke you to death, Yang Kuer muttered, jabbing at the fatty meat with her chopsticks. Unfazed, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued his meal, when suddenly, a crisp sound echoed from her hand. He looked up, stunned. A pair of chopsticks had pierced the fatty meat. Emerging from beneath the rice at the bottom of the bowl, Yang Kuer, releasing her grip on the chopsticks, stared blankly at her right hand, while Zhang Xiaoqiang gaped at the spectacle, grains of rice falling from his mouth. It's the bowl's fault. Yang Kuer expressed her grievance to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Look, this stick is too flimsy. She held up the broken beast horn spear, displaying it to him. Ridiculous. You must have broken it on purpose. How could I not know what I made? Zhang Xiaoqiang believed this was Yang Kuer's revenge for having made her eat fatty meat. Oh, truly, just look. Yang Kuer raised her right hand, the spear's body supported by 3 fingers, when it snapped again with a crack. Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped in disbelief. Go lift a bag of rice and see, he suggested, standing beside the grain pile. Dude, you're bullying me again. How can I lift something so heavy? Yang Kuer complained as she approached the grain pile, grasping a rice bag with both hands. The bag, weighing over 100 pounds, seemed as light as a balloon as Yang Kuer effortlessly held it to her chest. She weighed the bag in her hands, appearing puzzled, twirling it in the air. Dude, is it filled with cotton? Yang Kuer questioned in disbelief. No way. Throw it over here, let me see. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoqiang was enveloped in profound regret over the decision he had made. A bag of rice, caught in the wind, collided fiercely with him, the tremendous force sending him sprawling to the ground. Oh dear, my back, he cried out, trapped beneath the weight of the rice sack. Haha, uncle, do you think I've transformed into a superhero? Teased Yang Kuer, her exuberance palpable. Haha, a female superhero? I am the salted egg superhero, ha ha ha. As she spoke, her grip intensified, eliciting a wince from Zhang Xiaoqiang. Ouch, be gentle, do you wish to crush me? He exclaimed, lying on the bed as Yang Kuer continued to administer a massage to his aching back. Chapter 40. The sun has risen. Why? Why has it come to this? Zhang Xiaoqiang, on the verge of tears, gazed at Yang Kuer, who frolicked joyously on the platform. He was engulfed in frustration and turmoil. His back injury from yesterday had healed remarkably, yet his strength and agility had not improved substantially. He could barely muster an increase of 2 to 3%. In other words, his strength was now comparable to that of a D-type zombie, and his agility to that of an S-type zombie. But what good was that? Previously, slaying D-types and S-types had been no different from dispatching small fry. Would he not be reduced to mere fodder against a D2? Even when faced with mutated beasts, would he be forced to play the part of a reckless cowboy once more? Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented his circumstances, questioning why Yang Kuer, that little girl, had transformed into a veritable Popeye, while he was reduced to an indestructible cockroach. Why did she, after merely indulging in sweet slumber and making a few trips to the restroom, gain such formidable strength, while he suffered endlessly and became a mere shell of himself? And what about the adverse effects of injury rendering him a starving ghost? Was it his name that bore ill fortune? He pondered, attributing his misfortunes to the infamous Tang Bohu Spot's autumn fragrance. Invisible clouds of discontent swirled around him, heavy with resentment. Alas, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply, resigning himself to his fate. No matter how unfortunate his name, it was bestowed upon him by his parents, accompanying him for over 30 years. Despite enduring teasing from classmates and scorn from potential suitors during his youth, he had managed to survive to this day. How many of those former classmates had now become zombies? Uncle, don't sigh so much. Rest assured, I will protect you, Yang Kuer declared proudly as she approached. Her chin held high, her eyes seemingly fixed on the ceiling, and her petite chest puffed out, tightly encased in her camouflage attire. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt even more disheartened at the sight of Yang Kuer, who resembled a proud little peacock. Fear not, uncle. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I shall confront them. If you wish to bully someone, I shall join you in the endeavor, she assured, patting her chest. This was somewhat amusing. At least his efforts had not been in vain. There was a flicker of conscience. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit of comfort, but then realized, had he not become reliant on this little girl? His masculine pride was shaken as he contemplated depending on her. A smile from you is mistaken for love. A ray of sunshine is misconstrued as brilliance. Just look at your current state. Have you practiced today? Zhang Xiaoqiang assumed the role of a sage, admonishing the somewhat naive girl. What? Now that I have gained strength, do I not deserve a slight reprieve from practice? Yang Kuer retorted timidly. Can an ant, no matter how strong, contend with a cat? What is your attitude now? Are you puffing your tail in pride? Zhang Xiaoqiang chastised her, his expression reflecting deep disappointment. Reluctantly, Yang Kuer shuffled off to train, muttering, no matter how much an ant trains, it can never defeat a cat. Such ignorance, such poor metaphor. What are you mumbling about? Don't assume I can't hear you. Hurry up. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly bellowed from behind her. It's nothing, she replied hastily. Exasperation engulfed me. I no longer resembled a distinguished gentleman, but rather a matron. Yang Kuer brandished a spear forged from rebar, engaging in her assassination practice. Oh, so you wish to play with me? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, his spirits momentarily lifted by the adage that those who labor intellectually govern the less astute. Yet, soon melancholy seeped in as he pondered the burdens of masculinity. A man ought not to hide beneath the skirts of a woman, but must rise to the occasion. Zhang Xiaoqiang rallied himself. Reminiscing about the previous day's details, the cup of rainwater consumed by the girl was filled to 8/10, while his own was merely half full. Was the quantity not sufficient? Convinced he had unearthed a rationale, he dashed towards the water bucket with fervor. Why was there no response? He felt neither drowsy nor the urge to relieve himself. An unsettling emptiness enveloped him. Seated on his bed with a roll of toilet paper in hand, he awaited a reaction, yet reality proved to be harsh. No response whatsoever. Was this phenomenon exclusive to women? Zhang Xiaoqiang was tormented, grappling with the disheartening realization that he was inferior even to women. Was efficacy limited to the first encounter? A sense of frustration overwhelmed him, a sensation of being subjugated by femininity. His belief in traditional masculinity was his sole creed, one for which he had labored throughout his life. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity, but now, having tasted the exhilaration of being a man through young carve, he found himself crushed by the weight of reality. Being a man was no easy feat, particularly for a resolute and steadfast individual like himself. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented continuously. Yang Ku diligently practiced her assassination techniques on the platform, sweat trickling down her forehead, glistening as it cascaded down her cheeks to her chin, then dripping with each precise movement. Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed dreamily at her, relinquishing hope for the peculiar rainwater, convinced that its effects were only potent during the initial encounter. Unlike Yang Ku, who gained immense strength and beauty, he only reaped the benefits of enhanced appearance. Although his power and speed had improved, they paled in comparison to hers. In a world ravaged by calamity, relying solely on one's appearance was futile. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed his youthful transformation with disdain. Even with cosmetic enhancements, he could never achieve the standard of a pretty boy, and besides, there were no affluent patrons in this apocalyptic reality. Rainwater was indeed a wondrous substance. The first rainfall was a stark contrast to the second. The initial rainwater had left him feeling akin to a soldier of the 8th Route Army, tortured by the Japanese, while the mere trickle had nearly claimed him. The second rainwater felt more akin to a weight loss tea. Aside from a slight discomfort, it was largely agreeable. And consuming a large cup posed no issues. It seemed to be a medicinal elixir tailored for humanity. My dear, Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, contemplating the still abundant rainwater in the bucket. Feeling a surge of delight, regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to preserve it. Though the plastic container was filled more than halfway, it still felt insufficient. He could always save some for his son. With thoughts of his offspring, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed again. Where on earth was the boy's mother? That girl? With her lack of curves? Such matters were to be set aside for now. Good things are never in excess, he thought, as he prepared to fetch more rainwater. Upon witnessing the perspiring young Kutter, the spirit of the reclusive man descended upon him once more. And the mantra of the homebody echoed in his mind. If one can sit, one should not stand. If one can lie down, one should not sit. And if one can avoid exertion, one must resolutely refrain from it. Regardless of her strength, it is of no consequence to waste it. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhibited no awareness of the exploitation of child labor as he beckoned Yang Kuo to lift 2 large plastic jugs and proceed towards the cave entrance. With a clatter, the plastic bucket tumbled to the ground and rolled away. Oh, the sun has emerged. It has been ages since I last beheld the sun. Yang Kuo exclaimed joyfully, basking in the sunlight. For nearly 4 months since the advent of the apocalypse, the sky had been shrouded in gloom, with the indistinct clouds reluctant to offer even a hint of brightness, rendering the world all the more desolate. Now, with the rain ceased and the sun shining forth, golden rays cascaded upon the earth, igniting a brilliant panorama of gold. The warm sunlight enveloped Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yet a chill settled within his heart. Could it be that men truly encounter misfortune upon touching that object? Why does everything seem to go awry? Observing Yang Kuo dance with joy in the sunlight, a children's book he had once glimpsed flashed through his mind. The sun has come out, and the little girl smiles in the warmth. Chapter 41. What is it? The air was suffused with oppressive waves of heat. The blazing sun casting down as if it were the height of summer, an unusual climate wreaking havoc on the seasonal vegetation. The tender new buds hanging from the branches along the roadside drooped lifelessly, while the once vibrant green grass of the wilderness had reverted to a desolate yellow, collapsing to the ground in silent protest against the relentless sun above. Zhang Xiaoqiang navigated his 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle along the asphalt road, clad in a camouflage outfit. The fabric clung to his body, soaked through with perspiration from collar to cuffs and waist to back. The hot wind blowing against his face offered no respite, only a stifling sense of discomfort. His clothes, perpetually damp, dried only to become wet again, forming large patches of salt crystals. Yang Kuo sat in the rear compartment, calling out in distress from the heat, having discarded her camouflage attire, her upper body clad only in a chest wrap. In her hands, she fanned herself with a piece of cardboard unearthed from somewhere, her bare feet perched atop a sack of rice. Surrounding her were provisions, cooking utensils, and clothing. a veritable trove of supplies. Today marked the third day since the rain had ceased, and the second since Zhang Xiaoqiang and she had departed from their cave. Before setting off, Zhang Xiaoqiang had pulled Yang Ku'er along, using gravel to barricade the passage to their supply cache, ensuring that only those familiar with the area would be able to discern the hidden resources beyond the stone pile. The remaining half jug of rainwater had also been carefully concealed in the depths of their refuge. As they prepared to continue their journey into the post-apocalyptic world, Yang Ku'er felt a pang of reluctance. Although the cave was rudimentary and poorly lit, it provided a sense of safety and comfort. The supplies within had been painstakingly transported back by the two of them, as if they had fashioned a little nest from thin air with their own hands. "We will return," Zhang Xiaoqiang assured Yang Ku'er, but as he climbed into the vehicle, he mused to himself. Without computers, the internet, or the allure of the outside world, who would wish to return? It's so hot, so hot, so hot. Yang Ku'er lamented from the back, her cries seemingly an attempt to expel the heat clinging to her. The loss of moisture left Zhang Xiaoqiang feeling lightheaded, and the salt-crusted, half-dry clothing wrapped around him was an uncomfortable burden, coupled with Yang Ku'er's incessant wailing. His ears buzzed with irritation. Creaking to a halt, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted back at Yang Ku'er, "Be quiet." "It's maddening." Yang Ku'er fell silent, her cardboard fan shaking more vigorously as she expressed her discontent. Zhang Xiaoqiang reached for an empty plastic bottle in the driver's compartment and handed it to her. "Fill this with water and add some salt. My throat feels parched, like it's being scorched by flames," his voice hoarse. "Uncle, it's so hot. Let us find somewhere to rest, can't we? Aren't you feeling the heat too?" Yang Ku'er pleaded, her bare upper body adorned only with a chest wrap, as she swayed her hips playfully at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Her fair skin, flushed from the heat, resembled a ripe apple. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid no heed to the charming sight before him. He simply gulped down the water Yang Ku'er passed him, drinking until the bottle was turned upside down and no more drops could be coaxed out. "I am on the verge of heat stroke. Look at the red spots on my skin." Zhang Ku'er relentlessly continued to persuade Zhang Xiaoqiang. "I, who am driving, do not complain. Yet you, who are merely a passenger, are whining here." Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed at Yang Ku'er, lamenting how the younger generation cannot endure hardship. In the past, during sweltering summer days, he would ride his bicycle in search of work, cycling for hours on end, and when he had no money for water, he would drink straight from the roadside tap. "Humph. Regardless, I am still to be your future wife. Is this how you cherish your beloved? If not, I shall stand atop the car, completely unclothed, and let the wind blow upon me, not even wearing my underwear." Yang Ku'er began to throw a tantrum, shaking her small fist at Zhang Xiaoqiang in a mock threat. Though she had taken it upon herself to claim the title of fiancée, her threats proved effective. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. This girl might indeed do something so outrageous, and if others were to witness it, it would be a significant loss for him. Although Yang Ku'er's figure was not particularly impressive at present, her youthful charm held much promise for the future. Having cared for her tenderly all this time, the thought of her being taken by someone else was unbearable. Zhang Xiaoqiang momentarily forgot how he would often bully Yang Ku'er. All right, I yield to you. Let us find a place to rest," he conceded, acknowledging that the heat was indeed overwhelming and wishing to find a spot to relax. "Oh, victory! All imperial ambitions are mere paper tigers," Yang Ku'er triumphantly exclaimed, shouting slogans from the cave, but upon seeing the change in Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression, she quickly fell silent. Not far from the roadside stood a towering evergreen tree, its thick trunk too large for 3 people to encircle, and its expansive canopy offered a generous shade that felt refreshing just to behold. Zhang Xiaoqiang gradually maneuvered the car beneath the tree, and before he could bring it to a complete stop, the girl eagerly jumped out, brandishing her beast-horn spear. The coolness of the shade alleviated much of the heat enveloping them, and Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled a sigh of warmth, preparing to exit the vehicle. Suddenly, a lithe figure leaped down from the treetops, hurtling directly towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. As he stood, one foot still in the driver's seat and the other suspended in midair, he was caught off guard, unable to react as he beheld a pair of crimson eyes and a mouthful of gleaming fangs lunging towards his throat. His mind went blank, and his body tensed, paralyzed to the point where he could not even close his eyes. With a swift motion, Yang Ku'er, quick-witted and alert, swung her beast-horn spear, striking the creature with a resounding blow. The impact was akin to a hammer smashing a watermelon, resulting in an explosion of gore as the creature's head burst open, sending its eyeballs, brain matter, blood, and shattered bones into the air. Yet, before Zhang Xiaoqiang could even exhale in relief, another figure descended from the treetops, pouncing towards him. With her spear now depleted of its strength, Yang Ku'er could only sweep the weapon horizontally at the creature. Unfortunately, the attack lacked power, and the creature adeptly dodged the spear before rebounding off it, adjusting its angle to continue its assault on Zhang Xiaoqiang. Having finally regained his wits, Zhang Xiaoqiang pushed off from his seat with his right foot and leaped backward just in time. Bang! Snap! Zhang Xiaoqiang and the creature crashed to the ground in a tumultuous heap, the tremendous impact nearly rendering him breathless, making each inhalation a laborious task. The creature, as if equipped with springs, sprang back to life the instant it hit the ground, lunging once more towards Zhang Xiaoqiang's throat. As he lay on the ground, still unable to rise, the beast was already upon him. He instinctively raised his left arm to shield his windpipe, his mind racing with the singular thought, he must not allow it to sink its teeth into his throat. With a sudden weight on his left hand, the creature seized the cuff of his sleeve, prompting Zhang Xiaoqiang to summon strength and, with his palm facing down, forcefully slammed the creature into the earth. He then pressed his entire body down upon his left arm. Its blood-red eyes, ghastly white fangs, and round head loomed menacingly before him. In that moment of intimate confrontation, a pungent, animalistic odor invaded his nostrils, bringing tears to his eyes. With his body pinning the creature beneath him, Zhang Xiaoqiang clenched his right hand into a fist and began to rain down blows upon its head, again and again. He lost count of how many times he struck. His knuckles bloodied and torn, revealing glimpses of bone beneath the flesh. The creature's head, too, became a gruesome mess, its original form obscured by the carnage. Only when he sensed stillness beneath him did Zhang Xiaoqiang exhale deeply, lying on the ground while gazing up at the canopy of trees, struggling to catch his breath. Chapter 42. Wow. So adorable. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly beneath the shade of a tree, gazing up at the sky. His breath coming in quick bursts as his chest rose and fell. His right hand throbbed with a painful sensation that ebbed and flowed like relentless waves, akin to being immersed in a pot of hot oil. Unfazed by the agony in his hand, he continued to stare at the heavens, seemingly unable to shake off the turmoil from the recent fierce battle. The brief yet intense skirmish had drained much of his stamina, leaving him too lethargic to even twitch a finger as he reclined on the ground. Suddenly, a charming little face appeared before him, giggling. "Uncle, you're so pathetic. I took down my foe in an instant, yet you took ages to finish yours. Besides, it looks like the one you defeated is even smaller than mine." Yang Kuer squatted beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes at her, thinking, easier said than done. Does this little girl possess some mystical aura that draws all the trouble to me? As Yang Kuer tended to his injured right hand, Zhang Xiaoqiang lay there like a lifeless dog, contemplating his unfortunate luck. Before encountering Yang Kuer, he had already faced misfortune. After meeting her, it only escalated. He had narrowly escaped death by a mutated beast while camping, almost suffocated in the small building overnight, and nearly met his end by drinking rainwater. Now, seeking respite, he had almost been bitten by another creature. Could it be that this little girl was a harbinger of bad luck? Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the diligent girl before him, lost in thought. When Yang Kuer noticed his gaze, she flashed him a radiant smile, her fair cheeks flushed from the surrounding warmth, resembling a delectable red apple. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled like a clear spring, radiating starlit joy, complemented by her adorable dimples and tiny tiger teeth. At that moment, Yang Kuer appeared irresistibly cute. Instantly, Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart, often isolated, was ignited by her charm. A fierce protectiveness surged within him. This girl is mine, and no one can take her away. He silently vowed to the spirit of the reclusive. Ouch! Be gentle. You're bandaging me, not depilating a pig's trotter, Zhang Xiaoqiang complained, interrupted from his reverie by the sting of his hand. All right. I know. It's not my fault. I've never done this before. Besides, who told you to get yourself into such a mess? You should take better care of yourself, Yang Kuer retorted, her tone reminiscent of a wife playfully chiding her husband as she eased her movements. Zhang Xiaoqiang secretly relished Yang Kuer's playful grievances. Having lived alone for many years had rendered him somewhat reclusive, yet her lively antics brought a spark back into his life. Yang Kuer busily cleaned his wound, applied medicine, and wrapped it in gauze with a blend of clumsiness and caution. As Zhang Xiaoqiang lay under the cool shade, he felt a sense of tranquility envelop him. Even the pain in his hand seemed to dissipate. His mind drifted into a state of blissful emptiness, simply relishing this moment of serene comfort. Uncle, all done. Are you satisfied? Yang Kuer's voice shattered the rare tranquility. Huh, so soon? Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself momentarily taken aback. Uncle, please take a look. How's my handiwork? Yang Kuer urged, seemingly eager for Zhang Xiaoqiang's praise. How should he put it? Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand now bore a weathered appearance, truly worn and weary. It was wrapped in bandages resembling an underdeveloped wild pear, with unsightly protrusions and indentations. There were 3 places where the gauze met, suggesting that Yang Kuo had noticed areas that needed wrapping but had missed, while excessively covering areas that did not require it. She had patched it up again. And seeing the layers of bandages made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel as though his right hand weighed an additional half a pound, absent of a bow or lipstick marks. The little girl had whimsically scrawled with a red marker, its origin unknown, produced by Kuer, alongside a heart symbol that resembled a counterfeit protection mark. It was passable at best, a reminder to not be complacent and to strive for improvement. Zhang Xiaoqiang stifled his amusement and feigned seriousness as he commended Yang Kuer. Yes, I understand. Yang Kuer beamed with satisfaction. However, she quickly added, but uncle, it seems there are no more bandages. She turned to observe the bundle of gauze on Zhang Xiaoqiang's right arm. Understood, I will find a solution. Zhang Xiaoqiang assured her with a stoic expression, inwardly lamenting. That is over a pound of gauze. Feeling sufficiently rested, he stood up. The sleeve of his left arm had been shredded into tatters resembling a fishing net, and the animal hide lining it was riddled with small punctures. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang drew a sharp breath. That hide could withstand even a military knife without a scratch. If it had bitten directly into his flesh, his skin and bones would have fared no better. Secretly relieved that he had not been negligent in embedding the hide into his clothing, he approached the corpse of the creature for a closer inspection. It was roughly the size of a rural dog, elongated in form, with a narrow body and stubby limbs. The proportions of its legs to its body were quite peculiar, nearly 1:5. The sight was indeed bizarre. One head had been smashed by Yang Kuer, reduced to a bloody pulp, leaving only the jaw and neck intact. The other, killed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's fist, was barely recognizable, with a somewhat rounded head. Its bushy tail was thick and long, nearly half the length of its body, resembling an African mongoose. Uncle, what is this creature? Yang Kuer inquired curiously, prodding the corpse with her beast horn spear. It looks quite familiar, smaller. It could resemble the weasels that rural folk often catch for stealing chickens, sometimes referred to as huangxianzi in certain regions. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled seeing a weasel pelt hanging on the wall at his uncle's house during his childhood. Is it edible? Yang Kuer seemed eager to taste the wild delicacy. Not sure. It should be edible, I suppose. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied uncertainly, as his father had never hunted a weasel. Do they bite? Why was it up in the tree? Can weasels climb trees? Yang Kuer treated Zhang Xiaoqiang as if he were a fountain of knowledge, bombarding him with incessant questions. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yang Kuer held a small knife, seemingly discovered from an unknown source. Unfazed by the pungent scent of blood clinging to the weasel, she skillfully skinned the creature, displaying a potential transformation into a resourceful homemaker. Zhang Xiaoqiang, with his right hand suspended against his chest, observed Yang Kuer's industriousness with a sense of quiet satisfaction. Though he found it peculiar how she often produced curious and bizarre items, leaving him to wonder where she concealed them in her daily life. Suddenly, a series of chirps emanated from above, drawing both Yang Kuer and Zhang Xiaoqiang's attention. Yang Kuer gripped her beast horn spear, while Zhang Xiaoqiang, adopting a posture of injury, remained hidden behind her. The chirping continued, calling out with an air of urgency. Moments later, 3 round little heads emerged from the tree trunk, 3 small yellow weasels, slightly larger than mice, peering down with bright eyes. How adorable! Yang Kuer exclaimed, her voice ringing out, causing the trio of weasels to retreat in fright. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to realize that perhaps they had encroached upon the weasels' territory, prompting their defensive behavior. Chapter 43. Yang Kuer loses her temper. Why can't we take them? They're so adorable. It's not like we can't care for them. Yang Kuer incessantly lamented in the back of the vehicle, questioning Zhang Xiaoqiang's decision not to take the 3 little yellow weasels. Zhang Xiaoqiang, maneuvering the tricycle with the grace of a one-armed hero, drove at a speed barely exceeding 20 miles per hour. His posture felt awkward, and he was far from accustomed to this situation, yet there was no choice. Who knew if there were other mutated beasts lurking in that area? Thus, he pressed on while nursing his injuries, though he had contemplated letting Yang Kuer learn to drive. Her newfound confidence after transforming into a formidable figure left him apprehensive. Who could say whether she would turn the tricycle into a racing vehicle? Reluctantly, he embraced the adage that the capable bear more burdens, taking on the task himself despite his injuries. Hey, are you even listening to me? Yang Kuer pressed. Noticing that Zhang Xiaoqiang was unresponsive, silently focused on driving. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to ignore her, his left hand skillfully navigating the rudimentary agricultural vehicle. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you've seen me, you've touched me. What's the deal? Are you denying it now? Yang Kuer began to throw a tantrum, her voice rising in irritation. With a creak, Zhang Xiaoqiang brought the tricycle to a halt, turning back with exasperation. Yang Kuer was peering through binoculars, playfully mocking him. It seemed that 3 days without discipline had emboldened her. He would need to address her behavior firmly, determined to teach her a lesson about the beauty of flowers. His eyes ignited with fiery indignation, his fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly, his chest puffed out as if ready to explode. Observing Zhang Xiaoqiang's brewing fury, Yang Kuter stood her ground, binoculars in hand, gazing at him defiantly. After a prolonged silence, his inflated pride deflated, resembling a tire losing air. Now, as someone with a significant injury, he found himself powerless to reprimand Yang Kuer, feeling a mix of despair and frustration. I see you fine. Even if I've seen you, when have I ever touched you? Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to reason. How could you say that? Remember when you hurt your back and asked me to massage you? I touched you for quite a while. Doesn't that count? Yang Kuo countered, assuming a defiant stance. Seriously? Are you suggesting that if I wash your feet, I'm expected to marry you? Zhang Xiaoqiang's anger flared. How could she be so unreasonable at such a young age? What would come of this in the future? Yang Kuter said nothing, one hand gripping the binoculars while the other gestured at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a teasing motion. Do you still wish to challenge me? Come on. Today I shall let you experience the family discipline of the Zhang clan. Zhang Xiaoqiang, resolved to teach this headstrong girl a lesson despite the risk of further injury, braced himself for confrontation. No, not that. There's someone over there. Yang Kuter stammered, pointing behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. He snatched the binoculars from her hands and turned to look in the direction she indicated. Ahead, the main road branched off into a side path, leading to a small factory approximately 200 meters away. The factory was surrounded by a wall, obscuring a clear view of its premises. But on the roof, whether a workshop or a warehouse, someone waved a red banner, evidently trying to attract attention. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, seeking the opinion of the only one who could assist him in his current predicament. Let us observe for now, Yang Kuer replied. Rest assured, I shall not be swayed by a dandy. Yang Kuer seems to be aware of Zhang Xiaoqiang's petty nature. The tricycle halted over 200 meters away from the factory's entrance, where Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuer, one wielding binoculars and the other a crossbow, observed intently. The modest factory comprised 3 workshops, 2 storage rooms, and a 3-story office building, which appeared to also serve as a dormitory, with various garments flapping in the wind from the windows, enduring the elements. A man clad in an indistinctly colored suit stood atop the warehouse, fervently waving a banner, seemingly extending a warm welcome to the pair. Uncle, what should we do? Should I charge in? Yang Kuer eagerly suggested. Wait. Zhang Xiaoqiang, peering through the binoculars, spoke tersely. Wait. Yang Kuer questioned in confusion. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his right hand, which was bandaged like a dumpling, and feigned solemnity. Yang Kuer seemed to grasp the notion. Yet her understanding remained elusive. Noticing her lack of reaction, Zhang Xiaoqiang reminded her. Have you forgotten the last time I used that thing of yours to lure the zombies into the river? Oh dear, why must you bring that up? Yang Kuer blushed and lowered her gaze, only to quickly lift her head again, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I thought only women resorted to that. I didn't expect men to partake as well. Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly tumbled under the vehicle at her remark, acutely aware of the generational gap in their conversation. A joke flitted through his mind. A man who could not grow a beard, troubled, sought surgical intervention. The doctor, lacking suitable hair, transplanted some from the man's wife. Later inquiring how he felt, the man replied, everything is fine, except for a few days each month when I experience nosebleeds. My right hand is injured, and the scent of blood will attract the zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang explained patiently, lamenting internally, I fear not the wolf-like adversary, but rather the pig-like companions. Yang Kuer finally comprehended, her expression one of disappointment as she muttered, why must only women engage in that? It's so annoying. As they conversed, zombies began to emerge from the factory in droves. An S-type zombie led the pack, flanked by 2 D-types, followed by a horde of ordinary zombies. The S-type appeared well-fed, nearing the S2 stage, standing approximately 1.4 meters tall, its arms extending to its calves, resembling a gibbon. This S-type zombie surpassed any Zhang Xiaoqiang had previously encountered in speed, swiftly creating a significant gap between itself and the others. Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped Yang Kuer, who was about to leap from the vehicle, and urged her repeatedly, above all else, do not allow the zombies to harm you. Yang Kuer, brimming with confidence, nodded nonchalantly and jumped down to confront the threat. Zhang Xiaoqiang, however, harbored little faith in her abilities. The S-type zombie was far too swift, and he himself felt uncertain in a direct confrontation. Resolving to act, he bit his lip, tore away the bandage on his hand, and struck the side of the vehicle with a punch. The recently closed wound burst open once more, crimson blood oozing forth rapidly. Before the S-type zombie could engage with Yang Kuer, It caught the scent of fresh blood and disregarded her, lunging directly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. With a resounding thud, the S-type zombie floated through the air like a delicate scarecrow, spinning gracefully before landing some distance away. As the S-type zombie brushed past Yang Kur, it was struck at the waist by the beast horn spear, causing its upper body to twist a full 180 degrees before it was sent flying. Unsatisfied with her current achievements, Yang Kur eagerly dashed towards the D-type zombies, her impatience evident. She should have waited for the zombies to approach her. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed from behind, offering commentary. Reaching the D-type zombies, Yang Kur swung her arms, and the beast horn spear traced a circle, slicing through the space between the necks of the two D-type zombies. With the rush of wind from the spear, it was retracted, and two heads fell to the ground, their robust bodies gradually slumping down. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of relief. The most formidable zombies had been eliminated, leaving only the mere cannon fodder behind, lacking both speed and strength. As long as they remained cautious and avoided being surrounded, they would be just fine. Chapter 44, Otherwise. I'll kill him, oh dear. At your age, you should really take better care of yourself. Look, the freshly bandaged wound has opened up again. As Yang Kur lamented over Zhang Xiaoqiang's reckless handling of her lovingly prepared rice dumplings, she busily rebandaged his injury. Behind her, a gruesome scene unfolded, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. With dozens of zombies lying in disarray, each corpse marred beyond recognition, missing heads or limbs. The sun was nearing its descent, casting a melancholic glow over the apocalyptic battlefield, enhancing the desolation of the moment. The fading sunlight enveloped Yang Kur in a halo, lending her an ethereal golden radiance, reminiscent of a young goddess. Having just engaged in strenuous activity, the petite girl bore the remnants of perspiration, with beads of sweat glistening on her adorable little nose, sparkling in the sunset. The sweat clung her bangs to her forehead, accentuating her charm. Her clear, bright eyes were wholly focused on Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand as she applied the medicine. A warm breath occasionally escaped from her mouth and nose, gently caressing his hand, alleviating the pain, replaced instead by a tingling sensation from her breath. Watching Yang Kur meticulously tend to his wound, Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts drifted back to her earlier combat prowess. Yang Kur possessed remarkable talent, or more accurately, an acute combat intuition. She did not mindlessly charge into the horde to wreak havoc, but instead danced around the zombies, utilizing their clumsiness to strike with precision, methodically whittling them down as if peeling a large potato. The beast horn spear she wielded ought to be dubbed a beast horn club. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of regret at her treatment of the spear. She did not use it to stab, but rather to bludgeon. Zombies were left with severed limbs, and many unfortunate ones met their demise with crushed skulls, bodies cleaved in two. The beast horn spear, carelessly thrust into the ground, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, and Yang Kur wielded it with ease. The steel shaft and beast horn were tightly fused, the latter catching the sunlight and shimmering with a subtle brilliance, not blinding, but rather a restrained and elegant glow, both understated and magnificent. The glimmering beast horn possessed a remarkable quality, impervious to dust and grime. Any blood or brain matter that accidentally splattered would swiftly drip away along the spiral grooves, restoring its former luster. What a pity for this spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, observing how Yang Kur neglected it. Uncle, are you even listening to me? Yang Kur exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation, a flicker of fire igniting within them. Her cherubic face, with rosy lips forming a cute pout, was the very picture of an irate little girl, utterly adorable. Ahem. Zhang Xiaoqiang had indeed not caught her murmurs and cleared his throat to mask his lapse. Quickly shifting his thoughts to divert the girl's attention, he pondered aloud, oh, I was just thinking, have we forgotten something? His expression turned serious as he contemplated. Yang Kur was somewhat perplexed, pondering what exactly had been forgotten. It seemed we had come here for that fellow. Zhang Xiaoqiang cast a sidelong glance at the small factory, signaling to Yang Kur. She lifted her gaze towards that direction, where the man was still flailing a banner atop the roof, though his fervor had waned from a frenzied intensity to a feeble display. In the fading light of the sunset, a solitary and desolate figure danced lifelessly with a red banner, evoking a poignant sense of melancholy. Ugh, we've been battling monsters for ages. He still doesn't dare to come down. He looks like one of those utterly pathetic types. I'm too lazy to even acknowledge him. Yang Kur clearly had little interest in the man on the rooftop. Zhang Xiaoqiang, noting that the hour was getting late, suggested to Yang Kur, let us spend the night over there. As the tricycle approached, the small factory came into view, with a white and red wooden sign reading XX Town XX Food Processing Factory hanging to the right of the entrance, the paint peeling and the sign appearing quite antiquated. Upon entering the factory, one could see debris strewn across the floor, moldy and spoiled flour bags, tattered rags, and various food packaging, interspersed with scattered human bones. A warehouse, towering at 8 meters, bore a dented iron door, with the words warehouse restricted area, no smoking or open flames painted in white. The walls of the warehouse were robust. A product from the 1960s or 70s, featuring a row of old wooden windows 5 meters above the ground. A rudimentary staircase made of U-shaped rebar led up to the roof. The man was peering down from the rooftop, seemingly searching for any remaining zombies. Come down. It's safe. Zhang Xiaoqiang called out, yet Yang Kuer chose to ignore him. Once the man ascertained that it was safe below, he carefully descended the makeshift staircase step by step. Oh, thank you so much, brother. You have no idea. I was trapped in the warehouse for a full 4 months. If it weren't for your arrival, I wouldn't know how I'd survive. The man was visibly excited, almost eager to kneel in gratitude to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the man closely. He appeared to be in his early 20s, his clothes grimy and dull, though his face was clean yet devoid of color. His hair was somewhat long, covering both ears, reminiscent of the popular male hairstyles of the 1980s, with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes, leaving a favorable first impression. What is your name? How have you managed to survive until now? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired as he settled into the small reception area of the factory, surveying his surroundings. My surname is Xie Yuanshan. I am the business manager of this factory. At the time, I was in the finished goods warehouse urging for supplies. Xie Yuanshan began recounting his story. The food factory typically produced small biscuits and employed about 50 local villagers. The factory director was his uncle, and after graduating from a third-tier university, he had taken on a sales role at the factory. As the festive season approached, business was booming, and he was busy inventorying supplies in the finished goods warehouse alongside the warehouse manager, until the outbreak of the virus led to the employees succumbing to madness, biting and devouring one another. Xie Yuanshan, a man of quick wit and boldness, locked the warehouse door behind him, taking refuge inside with the storekeeper. After half an hour, the storekeeper began to exhibit peculiar behavior, prompting Xie Yuanshan to maintain his distance. Eventually, when the storekeeper transformed into a zombie, Xie Yuanshan was compelled to eliminate him. He then remained in the warehouse for several months, each dawn climbing to the rooftop to scan for any signs of life passing by. Xie Yuanshan, how do you manage to drink water? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, voicing his curiosity. Brother, you are too kind. Just call me Xiaoshan. He replied. In the finished goods warehouse, we must always maintain cleanliness and order. A water station has been constructed behind the main door, primarily used for mopping the floors and for personnel to wash their hands to avoid contaminating the goods. The water supply is sourced from the underground aquifer, which many local farmers also utilize for their domestic needs. Brother, you saved my life. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost. Xie Yuanshan assured him, though his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yang Kuer. Ahem. Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed lightly to remind him to control his wandering eyes. I observed that this young lady is quite remarkable from the rooftop. Xie Yuanshan remarked, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent but nodded in acknowledgement. Is she your sister? Xie Yuanshan asked cautiously. Not at all. I am his wife. Yang Kuer interjected, feeling a bit bored, and immediately asserted her claim. Oh, brother, you are quite impressive, haha. Xie Yuanshan laughed sincerely, though Zhang Xiaoqiang sensed something amiss. The large iron gate of the small factory was securely locked, and Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions gathered around a campfire in the factory's open space. They wanted nothing more than to sleep in a bed. But the odor in the dormitory was unbearable. Thus, they opted to sleep outside, comforted by the relatively mild evening temperature, as if they were enjoying summer. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuer discussed taking turns to guard through the night, being cautious of the newcomer whose background was unknown. Put that down, or I will kill him. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly awoke, groggy from sleep, only to be met with a fierce kick to his stomach before he could open his eyes. The blow landed squarely on his abdomen, and with a gasp, Zhang Xiaoqiang curled up and retched. Chapter 45. Ceased the assault. As Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes, he was met with the ominous sight of a crossbow aimed squarely at his forehead. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a brutal kick struck his abdomen, the excruciating pain rendering him speechless as he lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. Why do you keep kicking him? Came the voice of Yang Kuer, tinged with tears. Drop that thing you're holding. Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized the voice of Xie Yuanshan. Before he could react, another kick landed on his right hand. Zhang Xiaoqiang could not suppress a cry of anguish as the white bandage wrapped around his hand quickly stained crimson, the wound reopening. Stop hitting him. What do you want? Yang Kuer shrieked, her voice laced with desperation. What do I want? Xie Yuanshan laughed maniacally. Of course. I desire to have you. You all said it yourselves, the world has ended, the nation is no more, and the law is non-existent. Hence, I can do as I please. Xie Yuanshan continued with unrestrained delight. You ungrateful wretch! Don't forget that we saved you. Yang Kua exclaimed in fury. I should have let the monsters devour you. Ha ha. Ungrateful? Well said. I am indeed ungrateful. Do you know what happened to the last person who uttered those words to me? Ha ha. I slowly choked her to death. You cannot fathom how exquisite that sensation was. Xie Yuanshan kicked Zhang Xiaoqiang once more, warning him to remain still, and continued, I lay atop her. Watching her eyes gradually widen, her tongue slowly extend. At that moment, she clamped around me so tightly that it was exhilarating. That was the most thrilling experience of my life. Xie Yuanshan appeared to revel in sharing his sordid tales, growing increasingly animated. Women are insatiable. At 40, she still pretended to be pure. Trapped together, who else would I indulge with? I indulged her daily for 3 whole months. Recalling his past exploits, he noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang attempting to move and delivered several more kicks. Stop hitting him. Woo-woo. Yang Kuer sobbed. Now this is delightful. You're enjoying it, aren't you? Xie Yuanshan observed Yang Kuer's weeping face, reveling in her misery. Cough, cough. I understand now. The librarian was not mutated. She was ravished by you. Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed out, his voice strained. Another kick followed. Correct answer. 1 more kick. Xie Yuanshan gazed at the curled-up figure of Zhang Xiaoqiang with satisfaction. Woo-woo. Yang Kuer, witnessing Zhang Xiaoqiang being beaten, wept uncontrollably, her grip on the beast horn spear tightening. By the way, where was I? The librarian. I remember she was the one who pulled me away from the entrance. The one who shut the door. So what? The next day, I ravished her. She kept cursing at me, and I just kept indulging her. Xie Yuanshan, in high spirits, swallowed hard and continued. Indeed, I kept indulging her. Only by doing so could I forget the horrors outside. Only by indulging her could I avoid thinking about being consumed by those monsters. Only by indulging her did I realize my own manhood. I choked the life out of her. Who incited her to wish for my demise? What virtue can a 40-year-old woman possess? Even in death, I shall not relent. I will pursue her relentlessly until she decays. Xie Yuanshan's excitement escalated, his face contorted with madness. His thick brows and large eyes, framed by a square jaw, twisted grotesquely, evoking a sense of revulsion. His eyes gleamed with the madness characteristic of the deranged, his body quivering slightly as he appeared to relive the moment, becoming increasingly agitated. Zhang Xiaoqiang noted that Yang Kuer was still a considerable distance away, making it improbable for her to intervene suddenly. He could only seek to save himself, cautiously reaching behind him with his left hand, while Xie Yuanshan's mental state seemed unstable. Out of the corner of his eye, Xie Yuanshan observed Zhang Xiaoqiang's shifting position. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed up a mouthful of blood from his throat, feeling as if his insides had been jostled from receiving numerous kicks. Coughing, he gasped for air, feeling as though his innards were ablaze. Yang Kuer, unable to bear witnessing Zhang Xiaoqiang's torment, screamed loudly, brandishing the beast horn gun as she attempted to rush forward. Stop! Don't come any closer. I swear I will kill him. Xie Yuanshan, sensing Yang Kuer's movement, became flustered, pressing the sniper crossbow firmly against Zhang Xiaoqiang's head, leaving a deep imprint on his face. What do you truly desire? Yang Kuer was pushed to the brink of madness by Xie Yuanshan's threats. Calm down. I assure you I will not harm him, provided you discard that weapon and remove your clothing for my pleasure. Tomorrow, I shall release you both. I promise. Xie Yuanshan feigned seriousness as he spoke to Yang Kuer, his demeanor flickering uncertainly. With tear-filled eyes, Yang Kuer gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her small silver teeth biting down on her lower lip, a droplet of blood gradually oozing forth as her trembling hands gripped the beast-horned gun. No, he is lying. Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to warn Yang Kuer of Xie Yuanshan's deceit, but before he could finish, a kick landed on his chin. Stop hitting him. I will do as you say. Yang Kuer, witnessing Zhang Xiaoqiang's suffering once more, grew desperate. The beast-horned gun clattered to the ground as she reached for the zipper of her collar. Seeing Yang Kuer discard the weapon, Xie Yuanshan relaxed his guard, loosening his grip on the sniper crossbow. As his attention became solely focused on Yang Kuer, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the opportunity. He swiftly freed his right hand from its bindings and delivered a powerful punch to Xie Yuanshan's groin. Xie Yuanshan yelped in pain, clutching himself, clearly suffering greatly. Zhang Xiaoqiang drew the pistol from his waist, aiming it at Xie Yuanshan and pulling the trigger. However, the gun did not fire. The uncertainty of the weapon frustrated him. In a critical moment, he cursed under his breath, realizing that the pistol, prone to misfire, was useless without being properly chambered. With no time for contemplation, he raised his left hand and swung downward, the grip of the gun striking Xie Yuanshan's knee with a resounding crack, reminiscent of bone fracturing. Xie Yuanshan dropped the sniper crossbow, rolling on the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced over at Yang Kuer, who was lost in thought, her left hand pressing down on her right hand, fingers clutching her collar, clearly still in a daze. "What are you staring at? Come over and lend a hand." The exertion from earlier had drained every ounce of strength from Zhang Xiaoqiang, leaving him sprawled on the ground, every part of his body aching. Why is it always me who gets hurt? He pondered in confusion. Suddenly, as if awakening from a dream, Yang Kuer rushed over to retrieve the crossbow, then forcefully stepped down on Xie Yuanshan's right leg. The sound of bones cracking echoed once more, followed by Xie Yuanshan's anguished cries. Yang Kuer methodically stomped on all four of Xie Yuanshan's remaining limbs, including the one in the middle, before finally making her way to Zhang Xiaoqiang's side. Xie Yuanshan lay on the ground, his breath shallow and labored.